starting as the hand behind the scenes in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576. The war begins. Only Akatsuki can use the greeting method. Compared to Whitebeard's pirates, it's obvious that the revolutionary army is much more rational. Uehara Naraku's orange warship quickly found the revolutionary army fleet. After Sengoku and Garp appeared, it caused a sensation. But as they chatted, Monkey D. Dragon thought for a while and agreed directly. Because Monkey D. Garp was right next to Sengoku. Even if Dragon was unwilling to believe in Buddha Sengoku, he still believed in his father very much. But Dragon did not expect the direction of this war was so favorable to the revolutionary army. The Akatsuki organization destroyed the world government, which was a pleasant surprise for the revolutionary army. They could even participate in the establishment of a new world government. This matter needs to be thought about carefully. The revolutionary army is a group of dragon slayers and cannot become evil dragons. And Dragon also helped contact the remnants of Ben Beckman's red hair pirates and invited them to jointly launch a crusade against the Akatsuki organization. Of course. Now, the first thing that their allies, who have just established a connection, have to do is to attack the Marine headquarters base, Marineford, and rescue the people who were publicly executed by the Akatsuki organization. Once the cadres of the revolutionary army and red-haired Shanks are rescued, it means that their alliance will be able to increase its strength. However, this is also quite difficult, because their fragile alliance has to face a super organization that owns the Marine headquarters and two of the four Emperor's pirate groups. Akatsuki. This little known organization, when it first showed its fangs, it was enough to shock the whole world. Now this organization has finally unveiled their faces, and the first one to be trampled under their feet is the celestial dragons in the world government who have ruled for 800 years. This is really, if you don't make a move, it's fine. If you make a move, you will never disappoint. Today, the Akatsuki organization has some of the strongest forces on this sea, and no one can predict how many terrible monsters there are in them. But, no one has a way out. Even retreat was impossible. They had no choice but to move forward step by step, at least to wipe out the existing armed forces of Akatsuki in one fell swoop in Marineford. Otherwise, they would only become the prey of Akatsuki when it devoured the world. Dragon stood on the dragon battleship, slowly stretched out his palm, summoned the hurricane to drive his ship forward at a high speed. A war that can directly determine the fate of everyone in this world is finally about to begin. Marineford. One by one, the prisoners were taken to the execution platform. Kabuto Yakushi held the microphone in his hand and calmly read the list in his hand. Fire Fist Ace, son of Pirate King Goldie Roger, current captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Sabo, a noble of the Kingdom of Goa, current chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. Straw Hat Luffy, son of Monkey D. Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army, current captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Fire Fist Ace walked in the front, Sabo walked in the middle, and Luffy walked at the end. The three brothers slowly stepped onto the execution platform, but everyone seemed to have a smile on their faces. Because they are sworn brothers. If possible, it seems acceptable to die together today. Kabuto Yakushi watched the three brothers kneeling on the execution platform, picked up the list in his hand, and continued to read. The following are the remnants of Roger's pirate group. Senryo Clown Buggy, Red-Haired Shanks, Crocus, Douglas Barrett. The agents of the CP department escorted one figure after another to the execution platform and placed them in an area on the execution platform. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Red-Haired Shanks, who was also smiling, picked up the list in his hand again, and whispered, "The following are the cadres of the Revolutionary Army, the Northern Army." Just as Kabuto Yakushi was about to continue reading the list, a messenger in charge of lookout seemed to have discovered the strange situation of the Gate of Justice and suddenly shouted a reminder. "Lieutenant General Kabuto Yakushi, someone is passing through the Gate of Justice." The waves in the Gate of Justice surged. One pirate ship after another slowly passed through the Gate of Justice. The next moment, the Herald kept spying with a telescope, His face slowly changed, and he said loudly, "Those are the pirates under Whitebird. Wormy, Makugai, the DeKalban brothers. All of them are famous pirates in the New World." 40 pirate ships were sailing towards Marineford in a mighty manner, and almost every pirate ship was fully armed. These ships carried nearly 20,000 pirates. These are the pirates that Whitebird has attracted to follow him over the years. Now all these pirates have come to Marineford to help. The look of the Navy Herald became more and more ugly, because in his field of vision, one ship after another entered Marineford, and there is also the fleet of the Revolutionary Army. Leading is Monkey D. Dragon's dragon battleship. Dozens of Revolutionary Army warships followed closely behind. These are almost all the assets of the Revolutionary Army. Originally, Dragon wanted to rely on this war to start a battle with the world government, but things seemed to go smoothly beyond imagination. Now the world government has been destroyed. Dragon no longer needs to accumulate strength to overthrow the world government. It is enough for him to fight against Akatsuki together with the Whitebird pirates and the Red Hair pirates. Now, whoever wins this world war will have the power to dominate the world. Pirate ships and ships of the Revolutionary Army passed through the Gate of Justice and arrived at the sea off Marineford. A group of coastal artillery responsible for the outer defense instantly began to engage in sporadic fire with these people. Kabuto Yakushi stood on the execution platform, pushed his glasses, and looked at a group of pirate ships and warships of the Revolutionary Army. There was no panic on his face, and he even smiled at the corners of his mouth. "That's great." Kabuto Yakushi nodded slowly and said with a smile, "In this way, we can catch them all here." After that, Kabuto Yakushi turned his head and glanced at the messenger adjutant beside him and continued, "Okay, bring all the cadres of the Revolutionary Army up. Don't delay our public execution. The whole world is broadcasting it live now." Indeed, the whole world is broadcasting today's events live. From today on, the world will change. Where's Whitebird? Vice Admiral Chiru stood beside Kabuto Yakushi with a hint of worry on his face. Whitebird, Sengoku, Garp, didn't they appear with them? If they didn't appear with these people, would this mean that Whitebird, Garp and Sengoku fell into the trap of the Akatsuki organization? Kabuto Yakushi shook his head, slowly put his fingers together, chuckled and said, "Don't worry, big shots always need some special ways to appear." As soon as Kabuto Yakushi finished speaking, the entire inner harbor of Marineford surged with currents, and everyone with the observation haki couldn't help but probe into the inner harbor. The next moment, a large ship wrapped in a coating came out. 3 Moby Dicks from the Whitebird pirates, a new red force from the Red Hair pirates, and an orange warship. That's Moby Dick. The strongest man in the world is here. Whitebird Edward Newgate. They actually used a coating to wrap the ship and came from the bottom of the sea. There are also remnants of the Red Hair pirates. That warship is Vice Admiral Uhura Naraku's warship, right? Has that guy been captured by pirates again? No, there are Vice Admiral Garp and Marshal Sengoku on that ship. The faces of the Navy of Marineford were full of surprise. These 5 ships that suddenly sneaked into the inner harbor were too shocking. These Navy officers couldn't help but start discussing with their colleagues around them whether it was the appearance of the Whitebird pirates, or the participation of the Red Hair pirates, or why Sengoku and Garp suddenly emerged from the bottom of the sea. These were enough for these Navy officers to discuss for a while. Just when they were still wondering, Whitebird Edward Newgate walked to the bow holding his big knife, and his eyes fell on the execution platform. "Ace, are you okay?" The next moment, the strongest man in the world grinned. "Gilala, a bunch of little bugs from Akatsuki. If you want to see me, you don't have to frame my son." What, Akatsuki? What is he talking about? A group of Navy officers looked at each other. Just when they wanted to discuss, their general officer said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Follow our orders. Today our order is to destroy the Whitebird pirates, the Revolutionary Army and the remnants of Red Hair Shanks. All Navy soldiers." However, at this moment, Sengoku stood on the bow of the orange warship, looking at Kabuto Yakushi on the execution platform and said loudly, "Kabuto Yakushi has betrayed justice. Your Excellency Marshal Sengoku." Just as Sengoku opened his mouth, Kabuto Yakushi held his microphone, chuckled and said, "Don't do these useless things." As a person who has served in the Navy for more than 50 years, you must not want more innocent people to die, right? Sengoku fell silent. Forget it, Sengoku. Garp patted Sengoku on the shoulder, looked at Kabuto Yakushi on the execution platform, clenched his fist, and grinned. Little Kabuto, you haven't tasted my fist yet, have you? Of course. Kabuto Yakushi still had a smile on his face, but it was a little creepy. I'm very happy to fight with Vice Admiral Garp who betrayed the Navy. Maybe today we can all know who is the strongest Vice Admiral of the Navy. Hey, Kabuto Yakushi, don't say that. Ben Beckman stood on the bow of the new Red 4th, holding a cigarette and slowly said, is our captain okay? Beckman. Red-haired Shanks knelt on the execution platform, laughing on his face. I'm living well here, don't worry, idiot. Shut up. Ben Beckman's face flashed with anger. This idiot captain. One sentence made Ben Beckman, the deputy captain, break his power directly. In comparison, Pluto Rayleigh, the former deputy captain, is more kind. Rayleigh's eyes fell on a group of Roger Pirates crew members. Baki, Shanks, you didn't fight in the prison, did you? Barrett, you seem to have grown a lot taller. Crocus, you are in good health, right? Until the end, Pluto Rayleigh's eyes finally fell on Shaki. He held his glasses and said in a deep voice, Shaki, I'm here to save you. The expressions of the Roger Pirates suddenly became subtle, and the strange expressions on everyone's faces were obviously a little bit too much to look at. While this group of people were still making noise before the battle, suddenly, a sea ship fell from the sky and hit Marineford. The arrogant voice of Shiki the Golden Lion, the user of the float fruit, spread throughout the naval base. Ha 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 ha. I'm not late. Since you haven't started fighting yet, let me help you start the war first. What a joke. Is this the ability of the float fruit? 20 years ago, it was him who broke through Marineford. A group of Navy officers looked at the ships falling from the sky in fear and uncertainty. Just as these Navy officers were filled with fear and uneasiness, a series of halos suddenly shot out from the ground. Under the effect of this halo, the speed of the ships falling became extremely slow. If you don't pay attention, you might even think that these ships have stopped falling. The next moment, another series of halos fell on these ships, and all the ships that were about to hit Marineford were bounced away. Even Shiki the Golden Lion was bounced away. Kakuzu slowly withdrew his hand, raised his head with a somewhat displeased expression at the Golden Lion Shiki who was flung away, and said coldly, young people should not be too arrogant. Humph, remember, from now on only Akatsuki can use this way of greeting. Second update. Chapter 577 3 Animal type mythical beast fruit users on the battlefield. Marineford. No one expected it. The legendary Golden Lion Shiki of the last era would actually be directly bounced away by a Shichibuke. Kakuzu's fruit ability also caused a group of people to be surprised. At least 2 fruit abilities. Doflamingo grinned, looking at Kakuzu with a smile and said, I really misjudged, Mr. Kakuzu. TSK. Hashiga Kikasane grinned, revealing his shark teeth. The ability of the Earth Grudge. I can't help but envy it. TSK. He took someone else's heart again. Deidara shook his head with a little disgust. Even Hawky Mihawk looked at Kakuzu with some surprise. He had heard of Kakuzu, the extremely greedy Shichibuke, and he had always been a little disdainful of this member of the Akatsuki organization. I didn't expect Kakuzu to be able to use the power of 2 devil fruits. This violates the law of the sea. Okay. Kakuzu interrupted the topic. Kakuzu slowly lowered his head, his eyes fell on the ship of the Whitebeard Pirates, and said in a hoarse voice, our mission is to stop the carters of the Whitebeard Pirates, right? That's right. Doflamingo nodded with a smile, and whispered, but there should be no need to stop Sasuke, right? Besides, I'm willing, but unable to do it. There is no need to pay attention to that kid. Hashiga Kikasane grinned, looking at Uchiha Sasuke standing on the Moby Dick with a smile, and continued with a chuckle. Sasuke has been very naughty in recent years. Maybe he has found a suitable home here, and wants to leave the control of adults. Really interesting. Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses, and his smile became more sinister. He could have stood on the side of the winner, but he chose a dead end. Deidara stood nearby, and couldn't help but muttered, anyway, people of the Uchiha clan like to go to a dead end. Maybe. Hawky Mihawk's sharp eyes fell on the Moby Dick of the Whitebird pirates. He looked at Whitebird with a sharp look in his eyes. The strongest man in the world. Is he finally going to take action? Oh. Hashigaki Kisame's eyes fell on the orange warship next to Moby Dick. In Kisame's vision, Uehara Naraku was still drinking juice slowly. Hashigaki Kisame couldn't help shaking his head, looking at Mihawk, grinning and chuckled. I thought you were talking about adults, but I didn't expect Mr. Mihawk to be talking about Whitebird. At least from the current point of view. Whitebird Edward Newgate is still the strongest man in the world, even though this man is already old and even has an fourth tube inserted before the battle. Wait for me, Ace. Whitebird Edward Newgate raised his head and looked at the execution platform, put down his big knife, clenched his two fists suddenly, and charged to both sides. Two white lights floated on Whitebird's fists. The air cracked under his fist. There was a sudden tremor in the ground of Marineford, and a huge tsunami gushed out from the ground. The surging waves almost submerged the Navy headquarters base in an instant. The tsunami caused by the earthquake triggered by the power of the tremor fruit. In an instant, the waves of the tsunami have exceeded the height of Marineford. Does Whitebird want to destroy Marineford directly? Sengoku's expression couldn't help but change. Even though he and Whitebird are now a fragile alliance, he is still somewhat shocked by the horror of Whitebird's tremor fruit ability. This move is enough to destroy Marineford. Kabuto Yakushi stood on the execution platform, with a smile on his lips. He calmly held the microphone in his hand. Admiral Aokiji, it can begin. Everyone's eyes fell on the three men below the execution platform. They were the three admirals of the Navy headquarters. Just when the entire Marineford Navy was panicking about the tsunami, Admiral Aokiji, who was sitting below the execution platform, raised his head slightly. What a trouble. Aokiji's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, Aokiji appeared in the air, and two balls of cold air shot out from his palms, freezing all the waves on both sides. Aokiji. Sengoku looked at Aokiji, who stopped the tsunami attack, and his face became extremely complicated. The Aokiji, who was once regarded as his successor, now stood on the opposite side of them. After Aokiji solved the tsunami, he flew and landed in the inner sea of Marineford. The cold air of the ice fruit gushed out, and the cold air spread outward in an instant. Aokiji's body contains the chakra energy, provided by the three-tailed Isabu, and even Isabu has ice attribute chakra composed of water and wind in his body, which directly strengthens Aokiji's ice fruit ability. In just a few seconds, the freezing ability froze the entire inner sea of Marineford, creating a most suitable ice battlefield. Aokiji stood on the ice, raised his head, and raised his palm towards Whitebird on the boat, and shouted coldly, "Ice escape. Ice thorn spear." The next moment, the water molecules in the air began to condense. Two ice spears suddenly appeared above Whitebird's head, and the two ice spears were about to pierce Whitebird's body directly. Clang! The sound of the sword being unsheathed was extremely crisp. Uchiha Sasuke waved his Kusanagi sword and directly smashed the ice spears. Uchiha Sasuke stood beside Whitebird, looking down coldly at Aokiji on the ice, with a flash of red in his eyes. The chakra of the three-tailed Isabu. Whether it's you, or the three-tailed Isabu, we are old rivals. Gilala. Today is not the time to have fun. Whitebird grinned, his eyes still fixed on the row of prisoners above the execution platform, and continued with a smile. Sasuke, you go save Ace. I'll open a way for you, and you don't have to worry about other things. In this war, Uchiha Sasuke will undoubtedly be the main force in the battle, because only he has the powerful strength to break through all the obstacles of the Navy and the last blockade of the Navy Admiral. Whitebird reached out and grabbed his knife again, slowly raised his fist towards the sky, and shouted, "Little guys, go save Ace." Roar. Tens of thousands of pirates surged down. Whether it was the Moby Dick or the affiliated pirate group, tens of thousands of pirates waved their weapons, jumped off the ship, and charged towards the execution platform of Marineford. Pluto Rayleigh pushed his glasses, quickly pulled out a knife, leaned over and jumped onto the ice, and rushed to the execution platform with a group of pirates. Ben Beckman raised his eyebrows and called on the members of the Red Hair Pirates to rush to the coast of Marineford. They can't let others rescue their captain first. A group of cadres of the Revolutionary Army jumped off the large fleet of the Revolutionary Army. The commander of the East Army, Bello Betty, took a puff of cigarette and raised the flag in his hand. Let's go together, overthrow this world, and rescue Sabo and others. Yes. The shouts of tens of thousands of revolutionary soldiers were almost earth-shaking. With the blessing of the encouragement fruit ability users, everyone's courage surged from the bottom of their hearts, and they would not be afraid of the coastal defense cannons and the large number of elite navy. Monkey D. Dragon frowned slightly and whispered, using the power of the ice fruit to create a battlefield. Is it really to lure us here? After saying this, Dragon turned his head and looked at Curler. Curler, how is the situation of the outer surveillance? Where are the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates? They haven't appeared yet. Curler's face showed a trace of worry. The little girl held her Den Mushi tightly in her hands and looked at their leader hesitantly. Mr. Dragon, can I go to save Sabo and the others? Dragon smiled, stretched out his palm and patted Curler's little head, chuckled and said, don't worry, I will go to save Sabo. Your mission is to contact our outer surveillance people at any time to explore the traces of the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates. Yes. Curler nodded hesitantly. Just as a group of pirates and the Revolutionary Army launched a charge, Sengoku and Garp hesitated for a moment, then flew down and rushed towards the execution platform of Marineford. Sengoku looked at Garp, who was moving forward quickly, and said loudly, Garp, let's go together. Cover me to rush to the execution platform and get rid of that bastard Kabuto Yakushi. As long as we can get rid of Kabuto Yakushi, at least we can save the current situation in Marineford. Yeah. Garp nodded hurriedly. Perhaps because of their identities, when they rushed to the execution platform, no navy bombarded them with artillery along the way. In this case, many pirates simply charged along the route they charged, on the shore defense line of Marineford. The navy looked at the mighty enemy, and every navy soldier couldn't help but feel a little scalp numb, looking at all this uncomfortably. Hashiga Kikisame looked at the swarming enemies, closed his palms, and slowly formed a hand seal, water style, great explosion water wave. The next moment, a torrent of water gushed out of Hashiga Kikisame's mouth, sweeping towards the countless pirates rushing towards him, making every pirate a little horrified. Just when the momentum of the pirates' charge was blocked, a figure jumped out. Jinbei, the former captain of the Fishman pirates under the Whitebird pirates, stood up. Water hard sea flow shoulder throw. Jinbei urged his palms violently, slapping back the huge waves one after another, his voice full of heaviness. Mr. Kisame, as a fishman, do you really want to stand on the side of Akatsuki? Mr. Jinbei is still so naive. Hashiga Kikisame grinned, slowly pulled out the Samehada sword behind him, appeared beside Jinbei in an instant, and swung the sword to knock Jinbei out directly. As Hashiga Kikisame and Jinbei fought, the others couldn't sit still. Deidara rode his clay giant bird neatly and flew into the sky. Then let's start a big fight. Whatever. Hawky Mihawk closed his eyes slightly and whispered, it just so happens that I also have some things I want to solve. A group of the 7 warlords of the sea jumped off the coastal defense line and attacked the pirates and the Revolutionary Army. Soon they each found each other's opponents. Hawky Mihawk stopped Ben Beckman, waving the black knife in his hand and constantly forcing the red-haired vice captain to retreat, and persuaded him in a deep voice, don't make a fearless sacrifice. As long as you are willing to surrender, Shanks will be fine. The world's #1 swordsman who has been hiding his loyalty to the Akatsuki organization from Shanks all along, now saying such words, it's not convincing. Ben Beckman shook his head, raised his pistol, and fired a bullet at Hawky Mihawk, and the bullet was directly cut off by Mihawk. Ben Beckman didn't care at all, still slowly refilling the bullet, while loudly ordering, hey, Lucky Lou, Jesus Boo, you to take people to rescue Shanks and Luffy, leave this to me. No problem. Jesus Boo's face was a little worried. Hawky Mihawk is not an ordinary person. Even among this group of Shichibuke, Hawky Mihawk's power can definitely be regarded as a peak existence. Don't worry. Ben Beckman shook his head, staring at Hawky rushing towards him, and continued calmly, as long as you rescue Shanks, the rest of the problem will be much easier to solve. Just as Ben Beckman and Hawky Mihawk started a fierce battle, Kakuzu looked up at Mako, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebird Pirates, who had transformed into a phoenix in the air. In Kakuzu's sight, no matter what attack, it would not work on Marco. The powerful recovery ability of the Phoenix Fruit made Marco fearless. Kakuzu frowned slightly. These guys who can't be killed anyway are troublesome. I should have brought that guy hidden here. As soon as the voice fell, the next moment, Kakuzu flew towards Marco with a cloud under his feet. In the cloud, Kakuzu's figure changed rapidly, and in an instant he turned into a strange beast like a lion, and this beast was glowing with a light color. Just by looking at it, it is clear that what Kakuzu used just now is definitely not a simple devil fruit ability. No matter who it is, some people can't recognize the name of this beast. There is no doubt. It is definitely a mythical beast devil fruit ability. This is indeed a kind of animal type mythical beast devil fruit ability that Kakuzu carefully collected. The mythical beast Pixiu fruit is a legendary beast like the phoenix. In the sky, Kakuzu stepped on the clouds and mist and quickly approached Marco. He rushed directly towards him and bit the phoenix in the air, biting him directly from the sky. This world war is indeed terrifying. Just now, two types of mythical beast devil fruit abilities that are more precious than the natural system have appeared, but everyone knows that there must be a third person with the mythical beast devil fruit ability on the battlefield. Yakushi Kabuto, I will get rid of you now. Sengoku proudly jumped to the execution platform. His body instantly turned into a golden Buddha in the air. The tall golden Buddha reached out to grab Yakushi Kabuto on the execution platform. First update. 4,000 words are presented. Chapter 578. The fourth user of the mythical beast fruit ability, Kabuto Yakushi. No matter how you look at it, Kabuto Yakushi has no other helpers around him. Admiral Aokiji had already rushed into the battlefield to fight, but was stopped by Uchiha Sasuke with a sword. Admiral Kizaru intercepted Pluto Rayleigh who wanted to rush to the execution platform. Admiral Akainu wanted to take action, but was stopped by Vice Admiral Garb, and the two fought fiercely. Now, it seems that no one around Kabuto Yakushi can stop Buddha's warring states, who was the Admiral of the Navy half an hour ago. No matter who is present, no matter if he is a pirate or a navy, everyone knows very well how powerful Buddha's warring states is. The most important thing is that Kabuto Yakushi has always been active as a new generation of wise generals. Except for the first time he appeared to capture Mr. Tavon Clay, the user of the mimic fruit of Baroque works. Kabuto Yakushi has almost never taken action in public. No one thinks that Kabuto Yakushi can resist the power of warring states. Just when they thought that as long as Buddha Sengoku captured Kabuto Yakushi and then used his reputation as the former Navy Admiral to integrate the Navy and end the war, a light ray of light shone from Kabuto Yakushi's body. This light gradually became a little dazzling. It was a ball of flowing white liquid on Kabuto Yakushi's body. This ball of white liquid covered Kabuto Yakushi's body with light. It was the white Zetsu armament on Kabuto Yakushi's body. Really? Before Kabuto Yakushi's body was completely covered by the white Zetsu armament, he still had a confident smile on his lips. Why do people always think that my strength is weak? Kabuto Yakushi's eyes were fixed on the golden Buddha that was almost as tall as the execution platform. His voice suddenly became cold. Even in the entire Akatsuki organization, I'm one of the earliest subordinates to follow you. The next moment, a cold and evil aura emanated from the white Zetsu liquid armament on Kabuto Yakushi's body, which made people feel chilled. As the white Zetsu armament completely covered Kabuto Yakushi's body, a strange beast with 8 heads appeared proudly, and it also had 8 tails at its tail. The beast was glowing. No, just the weird appearance alone made people know that it was definitely not an ordinary ability. The animal snake fruit, the mythical beast, the Yamato no Orochi fruit. On this battlefield, the fourth mythical beast devil fruit user appeared. No matter who it was unimaginable that Kabuto Yakushi was also a mythical beast devil fruit user like Buddha's warring states, the legendary beast Yamato no Orochi. What's even more amazing is Kabuto Yakushi's development of the fruit ability is definitely no less than any other mythical beast fruit user, because just the size alone has surpassed anyone present. Just the height alone has exceeded the height of Marineford. Compared to the previous generation of Yamato no Orochi, the user of the Yamato no Orochi fruit, Kabuto Yakushi is more compatible with the Yamato no Orochi fruit, and has developed the fruit ability more perfectly. Because of his understanding of snakes, Kabuto Yakushi can almost be called the best person in the world. No one thought Kabuto Yakushi actually has a mythical beast devil fruit. They never thought that Kabuto Yakushi could develop this devil fruit to this extent. Even the people of the Akatsuki organization were a little surprised. Hoshigaki Kisame waved his Samehada sword and knocked Jinbei away again. He looked up at the mountain like Yamato no Orochi, grinned and chuckled. It's really as amazing as always. I have to say, as a ninja born in a civilian family, Kabuto Yakushi really used his wisdom to transform all the resources he could get into his own strength. He never wasted any bit of strength. Even Hoshigaki Kisame had to admire Kabuto Yakushi, and even admired him a little, because it seemed that Kabuto Yakushi was the only one in the entire Akatsuki organization who was desperately getting stronger. Even Kisame sighed a little. In fact, many people in the Akatsuki organization gradually fell behind in the pursuit of their leader Uehara Naraku. Only Kabuto Yakushi still didn't give up. Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and grinned at the tall Yamato no Orochi. Is this the gift that the adults asked me to pass on to Mr. Kabuto? After Uchiha Sasuke made a big fuss in Wano country and killed Kurozumi Orochi, the Yamato no Orochi devil fruit was reborn in Wano country. Except for Kabuto Yakushi, no one seems to be suitable. This mythical beast devil fruit quickly passed from Doflamingo's hands and was finally handed over to Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi did not waste it and directly pulled Orochimaru and the White Snake Sage to study the fruit. In addition to the advanced natural devil fruits, only the strange fruit abilities of the mythical beast species can make Kabuto Yakushi tempted. According to the speculation of the White Snake Sage and Orochimaru, practicing the Ryuchidang Sage mode and the 8-headed technique are both compatible with snakes and can quickly develop the power of this mythical beast devil fruit. Unfortunately, Orochimaru has no body. In order to avoid waste and cause displeasure to Uehara Naraku, Kabuto Yakushi let his white Zetsu armament eat this mythical beast devil fruit. Kabuto Yakushi often communicates with the White Snake Sage and Orochimaru. With the natural energy given by the White Snake Sage and Orochimaru's research, it doesn't take too much time to develop the power of this mythical beast devil fruit. 8 heads that look like giant dragons. Each head is surrounded by clouds and thunder. The next moment, the 8 heads raised their heads and roared. One of the heads spit out flames at Sengoku, one head spit out hurricanes, and another head spit out thunder at Sengoku. Whenever the 8-headed snake appears in the world, it means that a disaster is coming to this world, because the 8-headed snake can directly create disasters. Zanjiuo was not afraid. He relied on the defense of the Golden Giant Buddha to withstand the fierce wind, flames, and thunder. He raised his hand and slapped the mountain like Yamato no Orochi. The size of the Golden Giant Buddha was already large enough. However, it still looked a little small when facing the Yamato no Orochi. Even its head was bigger than Zanjiuo's Golden Buddha. A huge shockwave suddenly shot out from the palm of the Golden Buddha and flew towards one of the Yamato no Orochi's heads, trying to smash it directly. The strange thing was, the shockwave seemed to fall into the air. This shockwave directly penetrated the head of the Yamato no Orochi and shot into the sky, dispersing a cloud in the sky. Buddha Zanjiuo did not expect that his attack would be invalid. Just when the Golden Buddha's face was a little doubtful, the Golden Buddha was hit by the fierce wind, flames, and thunder, fell from the sky, and fell to the ground in a somewhat embarrassed manner. The 8 heads of Yamato no Orochi slowly drooped down. Each head swallowed and spit out the snake core, staring at the Golden Buddha lying on the ground, as if looking for where to start to swallow the Golden Buddha into his stomach. The voice of Kabuto Yakushi came from the head of Yamato no Orochi, and his voice was still mixed with laughter, and even sounded a little leisurely. Marshal, we should have known each other very well in the past few years. Why do you think you can defeat me? Asshole. Buddha Sengoku slapped the ground and rose from the ground. The next moment, the Golden Buddha attacked Yamato no Orochi again. However, no matter how the Golden Buddha wanted to attack, it was useless in the end. All the attacks fell into the air and even affected Akainu and Garp who were fighting next to them. The 8 heads of Yamato no Orochi leisurely swallowed and spit out the snake core, and one of the heads even took advantage of the gap to spit out a stream of mud and rock towards Sengoku, burying his golden Buddha directly. Even though Zenji rushed out of the mudslide quickly, the Buddha that was originally shining with golden light became muddy and looked a little embarrassed. No matter what kind of attack, it couldn't hurt Yamato no Orochi's body. Instead, he could only let Yamato no Orochi attack all the time. This battle was really unprecedentedly frustrating. If it continued like this, it would only be a matter of time before he lost. Moreover, if Zenji couldn't break the attack of Kabuto Yakushi, the others present might not be able to get rid of Kabuto Yakushi. Even so far, Kabuto Yakushi has only used the power of 4 of his heads, and in mythology, Yamato no Orochi has the same powerful immortality as the Phoenix. No, or rather, Yamato no Orochi's recovery ability is stronger. It is said that every head that is cut off will be directly restored. Unless the 8 heads of Yamato no Orochi are solved at the same time, it is impossible to kill Yamato no Orochi. I really didn't expect it. The Golden Buddha looked up at the huge Yamato no Orochi, and his expression became more and more ugly. No wonder the Akatsuki organization dared to send you to join the navy. This guy Kabuto Yakushi is too well hidden. Whether it is Mirajoa or Marineford, no one has seen Kabuto Yakushi take action, but they have seen Kabuto Yakushi's training. According to their understanding, Kabuto Yakushi's strength can only be equivalent to an ordinary naval colonel or major general of the Navy headquarters. No one would have thought that there would be such a situation today. Kabuto Yakushi's strength has always been very strong. He is a user of the mythical beast fruit that is so powerful that it makes people's scalps numb. Now he can even play with the former Navy Marshal, Buddha Sengoku. Even Garp, who was fighting with Akainu nearby, couldn't help but frown. He hadn't seen Sengoku in such an embarrassing and difficult battle for many years. We must get rid of Sakazuki as soon as possible and help Sengoku deal with Kabuto. Garp shook his head slowly, his eyes fell on his opponent Admiral Akainu, and his expression gradually became solemn. It's just that Sakazuki is getting stronger and stronger. Indeed, Akainu is getting stronger and stronger. As Akainu's opponent, Garp is the one who feels it most directly. Because whether it is physical strength, the perception of observation haki or the power of magma, Sakazuki seems to be better than before. The monster of the former marine training camp seems to have become more like a monster than before. Garp's eyes seemed to see through Akainu's body and see a huge monster hidden in him. Garp clenched his fist so hard that it creaked, and a big smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Haha. Akainu took a deep breath and adjusted his hat. A massive magma gradually emerged from his body. He walked towards Garp with a calm face. It seems he will face a troublesome opponent today. Compared with Garp's confidence in facing Akainu, Pluto Rayleigh was somewhat powerless because he also felt the difficulty of Admiral Kizaru in a cloud of fog. This cloud of fog blocked Rayleigh's sight because the fog was created by Kizaru using the dust sprayed by the seven-tailed Jumei in his body. This environment is conducive to the scattering of light, allowing Kizaru to transform into light particles and appear anywhere at will, which is most conducive to Kizaru's battle. The battle between the two of them has actually just started not long ago. However, the two fought for hundreds of rounds. As expected of a legendary figure, he's really scary. Kizaru looked at Pluto Rayleigh with a smile, and his figure once again turned into golden light and merged into the mist. It's really a headache. How should I attack next time? The next moment, Kizaru's figure suddenly gathered from the mist and appeared beside Pluto Rayleigh, and a golden lightsaber suddenly slashed at Rayleigh's head. Clang! Rayleigh swung his sword to block the attack. The legendary pirate slowly adjusted his glasses and stared at the smiling Kizaru with a serious look. The little brat you used to be has grown up now. No matter where the attack came from, you still blocked it. Kizaru said these words with a smile on his face, and suddenly a golden light appeared on the soles of his feet, and he kicked Rayleigh's body. Rayleigh was kicked by Kizaru. However, Rayleigh had a smile on his lips. His palm was covered with armament haki, and he suddenly grabbed Kizaru's ankle. As a natural fruit ability user, Kizaru would never actively enter the elemental state when launching a physical attack. Rayleigh had been waiting for this opportunity. The sword in his hand was about to cut through Kizaru's body. Now Kizaru couldn't block this premeditated attack at all. When Kizaru couldn't block or dodge, Rayleigh wanted to cut off his leg directly. In this case, you can't escape. Who knows? Kizaru didn't care about his own danger at all. However, the next moment, a tail suddenly grew out of Kizaru's back and directly whipped Pluto Rayleigh out. The tail behind Kizaru slowly retracted, and he looked up at Rayleigh, who was whipped out, and said with a smile on his face, "It's really scary. If it wasn't for Changming, he would have been killed." Second update. It's still a big chapter of 4,000 words. Chapter 579. Is this what you have always thought? The whole of Marineford has become a battlefield. The flames of war gradually spread to the entire port. Every famous pirate is fighting against the navy officers, and everyone has his own tit-for-tat opponents. Even Dragon and Aokiji are fighting against each other. Uchiha Sasuke rejected Whitebeard's proposal to rescue him, but just stood beside Whitebeard to help protect the old man. Because Sasuke knew very well, Whitebeard's body might not be enough to survive this war. On the other side, the mythical beast Yamato no Orochi incarnated by Kabuto Yakushi is also wreaking havoc in Marineford. Anyone who wants to get close to the execution platform will be easily repelled by him. But the pressure from the upper echelons of the navy is getting greater and greater. Because Whitebeard Edward Newgate has not made a move yet. Now, because the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters have been restrained by others, and the top masters of the CP department have not appeared yet, the battles between the Navy and the pirates and the entire Marineford have fallen into a stalemate, and they are a little restrained. The balance has finally been broken. The defeat of the First Navy's top combat force directly broke the balance of the war. Admiral Akano of the Navy headquarters was defeated by Vice Admiral Garp. Originally, everyone thought that the battle between Akano and Garp would probably take the longest time, but they were the first to decide the winner. Garp waved his black fist and hit Akano in various places like a storm, and finally knocked Akano to the ground with one punch. Even though Akano entered the tail beast mode, he was knocked out of the tail beast mode by Garp's punch. Garp waved his fist and knocked Akano to the ground, wiped the burns on his body carelessly, and walked to the execution platform tremblingly. "Just lie down like this, Sakazuki. I'm going to save my grandson." Akano fell into silence. He was covered with wounds all over his body. There were even many broken bones in his body. Even if his wounds could heal at a very fast speed with the help of chakra, it still took time. On the other side, Pluto Rayleigh, who was still fighting with Kizaru, no longer hid, and released his Conqueror Haki. The Haki was wrapped in black and red lightning, and instantly broke through the fog and dust laid by Kizaru, and forced the Admiral back. This Haki was too pure. Even Kizaru didn't dare to fight in close combat with Pluto Rayleigh's Haki. No more time. A light flashed in Pluto Rayleigh's eyes, and his observation Haki quickly searched for Kizaru's position. His figure jumped several times and rushed towards Kizaru. The only thing Kizaru could do was to fly in the air and shoot his photons. It's really troublesome. In this case, I can only fight casually. Yasakani no Magatama. Countless photons fell. Every photon was flying towards Pluto Rayleigh. Pluto Rayleigh suddenly spread his palms in the air, and a force of armament Haki was released from his palms, detonating countless photons in the air. Before the strong-armed color came, Kizaru's body turned into countless photons and dissipated in the air. His voice still sounded leisurely. "It's really scary. If there weren't more terrifying people present, maybe I would have fought to the death." Pluto Rayleigh frowned slightly, but Rayleigh didn't have time to think too much. He turned over and jumped up and rushed to the direction of the execution platform, where Garp and Sengoku were fighting with Kabuto Yakushi together. There is no way to attack his body. The Golden Buddha raised his palm and slowly put it down. He looked up at the huge body of Yamato no Orochi and whispered, "If you can't attack the body, you can only passively take the beating. Then let me try." Garp grinned and clenched his fist. His figure suddenly appeared on Yamato no Orochi's body and punched it. The next second Garp's fist penetrated Yamato no Orochi's body. This weird ability made it impossible for anyone to deal with it. However, Garp still had a smile on his face. He slowly spread his fist, and his palm overlapped with the illusory body of Yamato no Orochi. He laughed and said, "Kabuto, you can't stay in this state forever. As long as Kabuto Yakushi escapes from the hollow state of Kamu, Garp's palm can tear open Yamato no Orochi's body." This method is a stupid method. Waiting for the rabbit is what Garp wants. As long as Kabuto Yakushi escapes from the hollow state of Kamu, Garp can directly attack this body. If he does not escape, the hollow state of Kamu can only last for 5 minutes. This is not Garp's fantasy. Garp's observation haki can observe Yamato no Orochi's body most of the time, but when Sengoku launches an attack, Yamato no Orochi's body will disappear from the perception of observation haki, which means that that period of time will not last. Kabuto Yakushi and Yamato no Orochi fell silent. I really didn't expect that someone would use such a stupid method to break the Kamu, but this method is really too risky. After all, if you want to capture the Kamu, how can you not pay a price? The next moment, one of the heads of the Yamato no Orochi suddenly turned back and suddenly sprayed a burst of fierce thunder towards Garp on the ground. Fortunately, the Buddha Sengoku next to him quickly stopped by Garp and helped his old friend block the attack. Garp, this method is effective, but every part of his body may disappear. Then cut open the exposed body. The voice of Hades Rayleigh fell into their ears. Hades Rayleigh had just forced Kizaru back and appeared beside Garp, slowly drawing his sword, ready to swing the sword at any time. But a group of Yamato no Orochi's heads suddenly came over at the same time. Senjutsu. Inorganic reincarnation. The 8 heads roared at the same time, and the 8 tails pierced into the ground at the same time, causing Garp, Sengoku and Rayleigh to change their faces at the same time. The next moment, spikes suddenly protruded from the ground. Each spike was wrapped in a pitch black domineering aura, as if it was going to pierce through them directly, forcing Garp and the others to retreat quickly. Originally, they thought that the 3 of them could easily deal with Kabuto Yakushi, but they didn't expect that even the 3 of them were in a tough fight under Kabuto Yakushi's strange ability. At this time, Whitebird had no patience to wait any longer. Whitebird wanted to rescue Portgas d'Ace before the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates appeared in Marineford. From beginning to end, Whitebird never forgot his purpose. Gilalilala. Let's go save Ace, Sasuke brat. After Whitebird scanned the battlefield, his fist suddenly blasted in the direction of the execution platform, opening up a way forward. Whitebird held his Kusakome Kiri broadsword and walked slowly forward step by step on the battlefield. No one on the entire battlefield dared to stop his movements. No, or in other words, no one could disturb him. The Navy is indeed short of manpower at the moment, and all those who came to stop Whitebird were easily stopped by Uchiha Sasuke. The old man who firmly sat on the throne of the strongest man in the world, walked calmly step by step towards the execution platform. Gilala. Whitebird grinned widely, looking at Buddha Sengoku and Garp and others who were still passively beaten by Yakushi Kabuto's Yamato no Orochi at the execution platform, and couldn't help laughing loudly. What a mess. Arsehole. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Sengoku's face. Originally, he thought that Kabuto Yakushi was a little guy that he could easily defeat. As a result, he, Garp, and Rayleigh attacked together, but they were still in a tough fight. So far, they have not hurt Kabuto Yakushi at all. It's normal that they can't defeat Kabuto Yakushi. Uchiha Sasuke stood beside Whitebird, slowly raised his head, and looked at the Yamato no Orochi in the air, and whispered, after all, Kabuto Yakushi also got the power of Uchiha. Only Uchiha can defeat another Uchiha, regardless of other things. At least from the current point of view. Kabuto Yakushi, who now has the Kamu Sharingan, is definitely an invincible existence. The few people present definitely can't deal with him. Uchiha Sasuke slowly clenched the Kusanagi sword in his hand and said in a deep voice, "You go and save people. Leave this to me." Sasuke brat. Whitebird couldn't help but frown. Hearing Uchiha Sasuke's words, the head of the Yamato no Orochi suddenly lowered from the clouds, and 16 huge eyes stared at Uchiha Sasuke. Facing Uchiha Sasuke's words, Kabuto Yakushi doesn't think he has 100% victory. Kabuto Yakushi's laughter slowly came out of Yamato no Orochi's mouth. "Oh, Sasuke-kun. So, are you going to betray us Akatsuki again?" Uchiha Sasuke's expression was ugly, and he couldn't help but glance at Whitebird. However, Whitebird's expression did not change at all. The old man may have guessed Uchiha Sasuke's embarrassing position in Akatsuki organization, and he also knew Sasuke's thoughts very well. Uchiha Sasuke slowly raised his head, looked at the Yamato no Orochi in the air, and said in a deep voice, "It doesn't matter if it's betrayal. I never thought about joining Akatsuki. That place has always been just a place where a group of cold-blooded and ruthless guys live, and I once thought that I was one of you. It's really painful to think about it now. No matter what you do in that place, you have to consider the price. Whatever you do, you have to consider that guy's attitude, and whatever you do, you have to follow the fate that has never been in your hands. Now even the lives of your friends cannot be saved." Originally, Uchiha Sasuke had been living in the pain of being a double agent. He was always worried about the punishment that might befall Uehara and Naraku, so he often performed his missions seriously. He was also worried that Uehara and Naraku might be detrimental to the whitebeard pirates, so he always reminded others to be vigilant. Now, in this war that is about to come to an end, after struggling, Uchiha Sasuke finally chose to follow the direction of his heart. Uchiha Sasuke clenched the Kusanagi sword in his hand, slowly lowered his head, and said in a low voice, "Even if I always obey the orders of that guy, it is impossible to change the fate of Nasun, and it is impossible to change the fate of Ace." "That guy?" Sengoku immediately found the key point, and a look of surprise and solemnity flashed across his face. "Uchiha Sasuke, are you talking about the leader of Akatsuki?" Just as Uchiha Sasuke nodded and was about to uncover the truth about the leader of Akatsuki, a voice came from the air and slowly fell into the ears of everyone. "Well, Sasuke, so you have always thought so?" The first update. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580, The Leader of Akatsuki. The man named Uehara Naraku. Marineford. 3 figures fell to the ground. They were 3 different people, but they were saying the same thing. "Sasuke, I thought you would change your mind about me when you grow up, but you are still the same." Uchiha Sasuke's eyes changed, and he held the Kusanagi sword in his hand tighter. "Asshole, do you want to threaten me with Nizin's soul again?" The 3 people who suddenly appeared now were the Uchiha trio controlled by Uehara Naraku, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Sasuke had guessed it long ago. But today Uchiha Sasuke finally decided to choose a showdown. "I already know it very clearly. No matter what I do, no matter how much I do, you will never let go of Nizin's soul." Indeed, Uchiha Itachi's existence is a shackle for Uchiha Sasuke, but isn't Uchiha Sasuke's existence also a shackle for Uchiha Itachi? If this goes on, one day, there will be a collapse. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth. His eyes passed over the 3 people in front of him and fell on the orange warship in the inner harbor of Marineford. His voice gradually became a little cold. "Uehara Naraku, you guy, even now, do you still want to hide behind the scenes?" "Uchiha Sasuke." There was a hint of anger in Kabuto Yakashi's voice, and the Yamato no Orochi suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and his figure appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Kabuto Yakashi had an unprecedented coldness on his face. "Uchiha Sasuke." Kabuto Yakashi's eyes gradually had a more pupil color, and his voice suddenly became gloomy and terrifying. "Do you know what you are saying?" Kabuto Yakashi in the sage mode exuded a very different aura. He had 8 thick snake tails on his back, which made him a little more terrifying out of thin air. This momentum is indeed enough to scare ordinary people. However, most of the people present have a profound domineering aura. Everyone is a top figure on the sea. The domineering aura on their bodies can stop Kabuto Yakashi's imposing momentum. "I know it very well." Uchiha Sasuke did not look at Kabuto Yakashi. A drop of cold sweat slowly seeped out of his forehead. He still looked directly at the man on the orange warship in the distance. "Uehara Naraku, I have put in 1,000 times more effort than in the past. Now I also want to try to see your limit." The moment he said this, Uchiha Sasuke knew very well that there was no turning back. When he came to this sea, Uchiha Sasuke broke through his own shackles. He was trying to cultivate the power of this world, maintaining the intensity of his past cultivation and becoming stronger, especially after fighting with Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke slowly realized that he might abandon his past impressions and challenge Uehara Naraku, who had once made him unable to see his back. Maybe he could make himself stronger. The domineering aura on Uchiha Sasuke's body was fully released. This aura rushed straight to the orange warship, and the people present finally confirmed the name in Uchiha Sasuke's mouth. It was that Uehara Naraku. But when everyone present heard the name of Uehara Naraku, they all felt that they had heard it wrong. No matter how similar the name was, it was a little bit wrong. Sengoku's figure instantly transformed from the form of the golden Buddha back to his own body, and his eyes couldn't help but tremble. Hey, Uchiha Sasuke, you said the wrong person. How could Uehara be the leader of Akatsuki? Uehara. Garp's face was full of confusion. The Uehara Naraku shouldn't be the person they know, right? After all, Uehara Naraku's performance in the Navy has not been very good, and he often has bad luck by mistake. It feels like he is in conflict with the Navy. This person seems to be very dangerous. No, Sasuke Kid is right. Garp's brain suddenly remembered a photo he had seen before. That is, the wanted poster of Uehara Naraku with narrowed eyes and smiling. At that time, Garp felt a sense of malice at the first time. But at that time, Garp and Sengoku quarreled and did not continue to pursue it. After all, in Garp's view, dangerous people will jump out sooner or later. As a result, later on, Uehara Naraku not only did not show any danger, but was slowly transformed into a qualified navy, which was simply amazing. Now, has the danger finally appeared? But as Sengoku's mind gradually withdrew, his eyes also fell on the orange warship, and his heart sank a little bit. So, everything they did was seen by Uehara Naraku? Whether it was contacting the White Bat Pirates or the Revolutionary Army, Uehara Naraku had always seen it all, and even took the initiative to help. And Buddha's Sengoku had never felt the strength of Uehara Naraku. However, it was not a lie that a strong man of Uchiha Sasuke's level wanted to challenge Uehara Naraku. This guy actually hid so deeply? No. This is not surprising at all. Because no one has ever thought that Kabuto Yakushi also has the power to stand at the top, but Kabuto Yakushi has never shown it. Then as the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Uehara Naraku, it seems not surprising that he hides his strength. Pluto Rayleigh's expression also became a little strange. As Uchiha Sasuke revealed the true face of Uehara Naraku, Rayleigh vaguely remembered that day. That morning, Rayleigh had just played a trick on Uehara Naraku. That afternoon, Zaki was suddenly captured by the Admiral of the Navy. Shanks on the execution platform also showed a strange look in his eyes. The Uehara Naraku mentioned by Uchiha Sasuke turned out to be the Uehara Naraku who was captured by their red hair pirates. This is too strange. No matter how you think about it, that Vice Admiral of the Navy doesn't look like the leader of Akatsuki. Monkey D. Luffy knelt beside Ace and whispered, "Hey, Ace, why did your companion challenge Uehara?" Because he is the person Sasuke fears the most. Ace's eyes changed slightly, and he couldn't help but whispered, "The leader of Akatsuki. Since I met Sasuke, he never dared to mention that person's name. I occasionally guessed, but I didn't expect that the name Sasuke said would be him. Hidden, lurking, undercover, spy." Sabo knelt on the other side of Ace, with an ugly face, and said, "These are all tricks of the CP department and Akatsuki. But I didn't think about it, because I was able to recover my memory, all relying on the fact that Mr. Uehara helped rescue Daten, and happened to meet us. No matter what, it's impossible to think of it. Uehara Naraku is obviously a hidden good man. If it weren't for Uehara Naraku, Sabo wouldn't have found his lost memories, nor would he have had the chance to reunite with Luffy, Ace and their brothers. Especially since Monkey D. Dragon had always wanted to win over Uehara Naraku to join their revolutionary army, and become an undercover agent of their revolutionary army to infiltrate the Navy. Unexpectedly, that guy is the king of undercover agents. Sabo still couldn't believe it, and slowly a tough smile appeared on his face. It's really unexpected. After all, Uehara Naraku's style is too friendly. Only Edward Newgate, the white-bearded man who always believed in Uchiha Sasuke, followed Uchiha Sasuke's gaze and looked at the orange warship far away in the inner harbor. There stood a young man who had been drinking juice from beginning to end. No matter what kind of war happened in the outside world, he never left the orange warship after the war, and the navy, pirates and the revolutionary army never bothered him. It was Uehara Naraku. After hearing what Uchiha Sasuke said, Uehara Naraku still held his cup in his hand, slowly sucking the juice in the cup, as if everything outside had nothing to do with him. Obviously, there was a war outside that could decide the world. Uehara Naraku's calmness really seemed abnormal here. The eyes of these top masters were all on Uehara Naraku. He was still slowly drinking his juice, until he drank it all, and calmly placed the cup in his hand on the railing of the warship. Uehara Naraku's body floated strangely in the air. His eyes looked down at Uchiha Sasuke who challenged him, and his face gradually became as calm as an ancient well. At this moment, Uehara Naraku's aura changed drastically. His body seemed to become like an abyss. Everyone clearly felt that their observation haki peeping, or the temptation of the domineering haki disappeared instantly after touching Uehara Naraku's body. Obviously, he looked like an ordinary human being, but he was like a black hole that could absorb everything. At this moment, no matter who it is, they have to believe this strange young man is definitely the leader of Akatsuki. As the most mysterious leader of Akatsuki in this era on this sea, it is not surprising that he has such strange powers. This person is the instigator who destroyed the world government. This person is the leader of the strongest force that has surrendered two of the four emperor's pirate groups. This person is the mastermind behind the scenes who controls everyone to join the war. This person is the man who completely subverted this world. The top warriors on the battlefield slowly stopped their fight, and everyone looked up at Uehara Naraku in the air, with complex expressions on their faces. They have never seen Uehara Naraku in this state, except for Hashigaki Kisame and Kokuzu, a group of core old members of Akatsuki. Everyone else's expression has become faintly solemn, because they know this war is finally going to a real climax. Uehara Naraku's eyes fell on Uchiha Sasuke. His eyes were somewhat clear, and there seemed to be nothing unusual. However, when Uehara Naraku's eyes fell on Uchiha Sasuke felt his heart suddenly tighten. Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Sasuke and said expressionlessly, "Nothing is beyond my expectations. Sasuke, you really chose to join them." Second update. Chapter 581. The most important thing in the world is fairness. It's like this again. Hearing what Uehara Naraku said, Uchiha Sasuke's face instantly became furious. He stared at Uehara Naraku and clenched his teeth in hatred. It's just like the past again. No matter what happens, it seems that he is always under the control of Uehara Naraku. Even now that he has the courage to declare war on Uehara Naraku and has chosen to break free from Uehara Naraku's control, it seems that he is still under the control of Uehara Naraku. This feeling makes Uchiha Sasuke particularly depressed. Uchiha Sasuke almost broke the hilt of the sword in his hand, and his voice came out from his teeth. "Arsehole." Uchiha Sasuke suddenly pulled out his Kusanagi sword and pointed it at Uehara Naraku in the air. His voice suddenly became louder. "You guys always control everything in the world like a puppet, so that no one dares to resist your rule." But the next moment, Uchiha Sasuke's expression suddenly became gloomy, and his voice became louder and louder, but his body was still trembling. "Uehara Naraku, do you think today will be the same as in the past? Today, I must break everything of yours with my own hands." Everyone looked in the direction of Uchiha Sasuke involuntarily. Some people were shocked by Uchiha Sasuke's audacity, and some people were thinking about what Uchiha Sasuke had experienced in the Akatsuki organization in the past. "I'm looking forward to it." Uehara Naraku's eyes were fixed on Uchiha Sasuke. Even though Uchiha Sasuke was provocative like this, Uehara Naraku's expression did not change at all. However, Uehara Naraku's calmness made Uchiha Sasuke even more angry. Uehara Naraku. Uchiha Sasuke held his Kusanagi sword in front of him, and the dark armament haki instantly spread from his palm to cover the Kusanagi sword. This armament haki was so sharp that it almost seemed to cut the air apart. Uchiha Sasuke swung the Kusanagi sword fiercely and slashed at Uehara Naraku through the air with a firm face. "Let me see how strong you are." An arc-shaped slash flew towards Uehara Naraku. A red light flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, and a dark flame floated out of thin air above the slash, spinning in the air. Amaterasu. Flame slash. This slash, covered in Amaterasu's black flames, seemed to melt and cut everything around it apart. Even the world's #1 swordsman, Hawky Mihawk, couldn't help but look at the slash from Uchiha Sasuke in amazement. No matter who was present, they all knew that this knife was not something they could easily block. In addition to Uchiha Sasuke's swordsmanship attainments, he also had the sharpness of armament haki and the weirdness of Amaterasu's black flames. No one could be sure that they could survive this knife. Just when they wanted to see the result of this knife, they only saw that the flying black slash stopped in the air. Uehara Naraku calmly stretched out his palm and grabbed the flying black slash through the air. The black slash was still struggling, as if trying to get out of his control. Uehara Naraku raised his eyelids slightly, staring at the black slash, and his eyes gradually turned into a pair of weird eyes. Super Shinra Tensei. A surge of repulsive force swept out. In an instant, the repulsive force released from Uehara Naraku's palm directly shattered the slash from Uchiha Sasuke, and it disappeared without a trace. In an instant, even the people present saw the surging repulsive force released by Uehara Naraku, which turned Uchiha Sasuke's slash into nothing. Uchiha Sasuke's attack was easily resolved by Uehara Naraku. This did not seem to surprise anyone at all. Uehara Naraku would not be surprised by this. His eyes fell on Uchiha Sasuke, and he said calmly, "If you challenged me 3 years ago, I might have had to spend a little effort." When he said this, Uehara Naraku's eyes suddenly became deep. He just looked down at Uchiha Sasuke on the ground and continued indifferently, "Sasuke, you are not the only one who has become stronger in this world." Uehara Naraku slowly spread out his palms, and the aura on his body changed a little bit, as an appreciation and reward for your fearless courage. I will let you see the power I have gained in this world. The next moment, a pair of wings gradually grew out of Uehara Naraku's back. As the wings on Uehara Naraku's body gradually grew, his momentum gradually began to become stronger and stronger. A domineering aura suddenly released from Uehara Naraku's body. The people who were still fighting on the entire battlefield were oppressed by this aura and dared not move. Countless pirates and navy fainted under the impact of this aura. The air in the sky was dispersed by this domineering aura in an instant. Under the attraction of air pressure, countless clouds gathered quickly. In a blink of an eye, the sky above Marineford became overcast. Under the impact of Uehara Naraku's domineering aura, the dense dark clouds slowly cracked into gaps, and the clouds were clearly divided. Uehara Naraku's fingers moved slightly, picking up a strong aura, and blatantly tore the clouds around him. No, or rather, tore the sky apart. The sun slowly passed through the holes between the clouds, and fell on Uehara Naraku's body, covering him with layers of golden light. At this moment, the young man flapping his wings in the sky seemed like a god. Everyone on the ground, who was still awake, had a look of surprise on their faces, looking at Uehara Naraku in the air with surprise. They had never seen such a terrible person before. Even Edward Newgate, the white-bearded man who was recognized as the strongest man in the world, looked heavier than ever before. The next moment, Whitebeard's mouth suddenly grinned again. Gibala. Sasuke is right. The leader of Akatsuki is really a strong and terrifying guy. Such a strong conqueror's haki. But as Sengoku stared at Uehara Naraku, just by staying there, people dare not approach him. I really didn't expect Uehara Naraku could be so strong. No matter how they imagined, Uehara Naraku was underestimated after all. Ha 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 ha. Garp clenched his fists suddenly, raised his head and laughed. You are really lucky, Sengoku. You can still see such a strong person at the age of retirement. Yeah. Rayleigh looked up at Uehara Naraku in the air and adjusted his glasses. This is not the time to be sad. Being able to see a person of this level with my own eyes. If Roger is still alive, he should be very happy. Indeed, the man in the sky is really strong. Even if he just stays there and releases the conqueror's haki, those who stand at the top of the world can't easily get close. The feeling of Pluto Rayleigh seeing Uehara Naraku made him even more amazed than the one piece he had seen with his own eyes. Uehara Naraku's domineering power has surpassed his cognition. Perhaps only his captain Goldie Roger could possibly know where Uehara Naraku stood. Monkey D. Dragon looked up at Uehara Naraku and then glanced at Aokiji, who was also a little uneasy. Kuzan, it seems that you are indeed in a good position. Ah, maybe. Aokiji shook his head indifferently. In fact, Aokiji joined the Akatsuki organization, not only because of the power of Akatsuki, but also because of the attitude of Akatsuki organization towards the bottom civilians in this world. They seem to have a more advanced system. Although it seems, Akatsuki organization's attitude is that the strong dominate the world. But Akatsuki organization has given civilians a channel to rise, so that civilians can also have the power to dominate the world, as long as they work hard. On the other side, Jinba's eyes were fixed on Uhura Naraku in the air, and his voice became a little obscure. Mr. Kisame, is that the person you chose? Yeah. Hashigaki Kisame grinned and chuckled, and said slowly, a god who can destroy the world, but treats everyone in this world kindly. Doflamingo laughed in a low voice, but he couldn't suppress his smile anymore. Ha 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 ha. It's really exciting. Even we have never seen the true power of the leader. This domineering color. Empress Boa Hancock was shocked, and a shadow slowly emerged on her face. The domineering aura of standing up is completely unmatched. Even though she also has a domineering aura, compared with Uhura Naraku's domineering aura, she doesn't even have the qualifications to collide. Uchiha Sasuke raised his head and looked at Uhura Naraku, and a hint of madness gradually appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha. Uhura Naraku, it's really exciting. It's this power that makes people dare not move. Let me see. Uhura Naraku. Uchiha Sasuke stomped on the ground and leaped into the air. Is this what you want to show us, or is it your true limit of strength? The majestic domineering aura wrapped around Uchiha Sasuke's body, resisting the domineering suppression of Uhura Naraku for him, and rushed towards Uhura Naraku in the air. However, in Uchiha Sasuke's sight, Uhura Naraku's figure became a little illusory. If you look closely, it is the after image left by Uhura Naraku after moving at high speed. As for his real position, no one can detect it at all. Bang! Uhura Naraku's body collided with Uchiha Sasuke head on, and his fist was covered with black domineering aura, which hit Sasuke's lower abdomen directly. The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke flew back at a faster speed, fell heavily to the ground, and smashed a huge deep pit. Uhura Naraku looked down at Sasuke, who got up in a panic, and slowly shook his head and said, sure enough, it would be a waste to use this power only to deal with you. Uhura Naraku's eyes slowly moved, and fell on Garp, Whitebird and others, and continued calmly, the most important thing in this world is fairness, and other people present have the right to be treated fairly. The battlefield suddenly fell silent. What kind of fairness is this? This is clearly a declaration of war to everyone. Gilalilala. Whitebird grinned widely, but his eyes were full of seriousness. Want to rely on your own strength to fight against us old guys? Sasuke doesn't dare to be so arrogant. First update. Chapter 582. A battle that almost collapsed. There has never been such a scene on the sea. A group of big men standing at the top of the world gathered here. Whether it is the top of the pirate world or the top of the navy and the revolutionary army, they all stood on the same front. Whitebird Edward Newgate, Admiral of the Navy, Buddha Sengoku, Navy Hero, Iron Fist Garp, Vice Captain of Roger Pirates, Pluto Rayleigh, and the world's most vicious criminal who just arrived beside them, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Everyone's name here is well known, and many people have almost grown up listening to their names, and even regard them as the most admired people. However, these people now have to face only one enemy, the leader of Akatsuki, the most terrible man they have ever seen in their lives. Uchiha Sasuke loosened his palm covering his lower abdomen, slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked up at Uhura Naraku, who had entered the ascension mode, and said in a deep voice, be careful. Uhura Naraku in this state. I have never seen anyone who can defeat him, not even God can do it. Even the always arrogant Uchiha Madara had suffered a lot at the hands of Uhura Naraku in the ascension mode, and was even defeated by Uhura Naraku with one punch. Uchiha Sasuke didn't need to remind him. The people present knew very well how powerful Uhura Naraku was, and that domineering color alone had suppressed everyone present by a long way. Just when everyone's look was alert, they lost the figure of Uhura Naraku in their field of vision again, and everyone's observation color domineering could not help but open up with all their strength. Dragon Claw Fist. Monkey D. Dragon suddenly stretched out his palm, turned into a pitch black claw, and tightly clasped an attacking fist. This moment was really a hair's breadth. Even Dragon was a little surprised. Following his instinct, Dragon suddenly attacked and took Uehara Naraku's attack. However, what was terrifying was that just taking this punch completely cracked Dragon's wrist, and a cracking sound came from the palm of his hand. This was the sound of the hand bones breaking. Can't you handle just half of the force? Uehara Naraku shook his head slowly and suddenly retracted his fist, kicked with a side kick, and kicked Dragon's body directly away. Uehara Naraku stretched out his palm towards Dragon's flying body and made up for his last blow. Armament haki release. Too fast. Dragon's face trembled and his body was instantly covered with armament haki, trying to protect his body with haki armament cover. However, Uehara Naraku's haki was even stronger. A strong armament haki turned into a shockwave that swept Dragon's body, and the armament haki that isolated Dragon's body was directly broken by Uehara Naraku's armament haki shockwave, hitting Dragon's body. The leader of the revolutionary army smashed directly into the ruins and never got up again. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. No one expected that Uehara Naraku only used 3 moves to defeat the top man of the revolutionary army. They even fought for only a few seconds. Monkey D. Dragon was defeated. This scene was so shocking that everyone present didn't even have time to react. Dragon was defeated by Uehara Naraku. Garp's face suddenly changed. As a veteran of the Navy, although Garp never interfered with what Dragon did, he didn't have much interaction with his son. At this moment, Garp quickly rushed in the direction of Dragon. It was not until Garp dug through the ruins that he reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Monkey D. Dragon was covered in blood, making it impossible to determine how badly he was injured, it looked like he had just fainted due to the huge impact. Don't worry. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uehara Naraku vigilantly and said in a deep voice, for those who are useful to Uehara Naraku, he will not easily kill them. Even death in front of him is just a luxury. At this point, Uchiha Sasuke added, don't think this is a good thing. Because under his control, people will only be unable to live or die. Even if we die here, he has plenty of ways to play with our souls. This is Uchiha Sasuke's experience. Uehara Naraku has the power to make people reincarnate. Even if you want to commit suicide, it depends on Uehara Naraku's attitude. Even if you really die, Uehara Naraku has a way to pull people back to life and death through the impure world reincarnation. Under the leadership of the Akatsuki organization, no one can escape unless they can defeat Uehara Naraku or seal him completely. As for killing Uehara Naraku, Uchiha Sasuke himself had never thought about it because in his cognition, Uehara Naraku had a way to avoid death. Even if Uehara Naraku really died, perhaps his soul would get another kind of immortality like his previous life, the Six Paths Sage. Uehara Naraku shook his head slightly and sighed. Sasuke, in your opinion, am I such a person? Uchiha Sasuke was silent for a second. The next moment, a little cold sweat dripped on Uchiha Sasuke's forehead, and his voice gradually lowered, and he said in a deep voice, if you can still be called a human. This, Uchiha Sasuke wanted to say it a long time ago. When Uehara Naraku asked this question, didn't he think about how many inhuman things he had done? But when Uchiha Sasuke said this, Uehara Naraku disappeared from everyone's sight again, and his figure was as elusive as a ghost. Even if the observation haki sensed Uehara's movements, the people present felt that it might be difficult for them to catch up with his speed. That move is shaving. A flash of surprise flashed in Garp's eyes, and his figure instantly disappeared beside Dragon and returned to the battlefield. Warring states. Uehara used the Navy 6 styles. But Uehara Naraku is extremely proficient in the Navy 6 styles. Compared with other people stepping on the ground, Uehara Naraku has combined the moon step and the shaving. He can actually step on the air and disappear in an instant. No, it should be said, his speed is so fast that he can step on the air. Or should it be said that the air is like the real ground under his control? It's Sasuke Kid. Whitebird Edward Newgate immediately sensed Uehara Naraku's attack. This time, Uehara Naraku attacked Uchiha Sasuke. Whitebird clenched his fist and slammed it towards the position he sensed. There was a white light on his fist, trying to stop Uehara Naraku's attack. It must be said, the power of Whitebird's fist is quite strong. Especially when Whitebird also used his own fruit ability. That is the most powerful fruit in this world, the ability of the superhuman Tremor fruit. This blow, wrapped in the power of the tremor fruit, directly hit Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku, who had rushed to Uchiha Sasuke, was directly hit back half a step by the impact of Whitebeard's punch, and then he removed the vibration power from the tremor fruit. Uehara Naraku frowned slightly, and the recovery speed in the god mode quickly recovered the injuries that had just appeared in his body, but he couldn't help but glance at Whitebeard. He really can't be underestimated. He is worthy of the reputation of the world's strongest man. Compared with Uehara Naraku's surprise, Whitebeard's mouth couldn't help but grin. What a scary kid. After all, not everyone can take his punch so easily. Ordinary Navy Vice Admirals will be killed by his punch. Even Garp and Sengoku dare not ignore Whitebeard's fist. However, when Uehara Naraku received this punch, he only took a half step back and did not even show any abnormality, looking as if he was unharmed. Uchiha Sasuke's expression was slightly surprised. Obviously, Uchiha Sasuke knew Whitebeard's situation better. Even he did not expect Uehara Naraku to be repelled by Whitebeard, even if he was only repelled half a step. But Uchiha Sasuke would not miss the opportunity. A red light flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, and he waved his Kusanagi sword, and took the opportunity to slash at Uehara Naraku, wanting to use this supreme sword to severely injure Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows, suddenly stretched out his fingers to pinch the Kusanagi sword, and kicked Uchiha Sasuke in the lower abdomen. Susanoo. The skeleton of Susanoo suddenly appeared on Uchiha Sasuke's body, and the first form of Susanoo instantly appeared, just to block Uehara Naraku's flying kick. The purple Susanoo skeleton was shattered by a kick. Fortunately, this also gave Sasuke enough time. His figure quickly retreated, and got rid of the entanglement with Uehara Naraku. Trouble. Uchiha Sasuke frowned tightly. He turned his head and glanced at the people around him and said in a deep voice, "You must not be attacked by Uehara Naraku, otherwise you may lose your combat effectiveness." Uchiha Sasuke. Buddha's warring states looked at Uchiha Sasuke strangely and asked softly, "Before we started fighting, weren't you punched by him?" Uchiha Sasuke shook his head and said in a deep voice, "If I'm not mistaken, his strength was not strong at that time. It was just a test, to test the limit of our body. Even if it was just a test." Uchiha Sasuke was seriously injured. Just at that moment, Uchiha Sasuke felt the long-lost terror, the overwhelming force that crushed Susanoo with one blow, the power that was ready to be unleashed in Uehara Naraku's hands. Gala la la la. Whitebeard laughed and finally reached out to untie his robe, slowly arching his body. "Then let me try it too." Try your best. Can you defeat Uehara Naraku in front of you? Second update. It took a long time to revise. Chapter 583, The Blackbeard Pirates Hiding on the Battlefield. Crack. Whitebeard's fist slammed into the air. Cracks began to spread outward from his fist. That was the air shattered by his punch. The vibration power of this punch also flew towards Uehara Naraku. A strong force rushed towards him. Uehara Naraku overlapped his palms and blocked Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability. This punch still seemed to have no effect on him. Uehara Naraku's figure flew towards Whitebeard in an instant. Just when he wanted to attack Whitebeard, a figure blocked him and Whitebeard. Monkey D. Garp waved his fist and punched Uehara Naraku. The fists of the two people collided instantly. Bang! A dull sound fell into the ears of everyone. The moment Garp and Uehara Naraku's fists collided, a strong impact was released from their fists. At this moment, Garp finally realized what Dragon had experienced. Even though he was known as Iron Fist Garp, at this moment, he also felt the huge power transmitted from his fist. Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows, changed his fist into a claw, and grabbed Garp's fist. Just when Garp's expression changed slightly, and he wanted to break free, Uehara Naraku's palm suddenly exerted force, and threw Garp out. Just when Uehara Naraku wanted to follow up, and continue to attack Garp, Whitebeard's fist hit Uehara Naraku, and the huge fist with a ball of white light was about to fall on Uehara Naraku's body. Just at this time, Uchiha Sasuke and Hades Rayleigh also swung their quick swords from both sides, to slash at Uehara Naraku's body. In the blink of an eye, Uehara Naraku was already under siege. It was rare that they could still play such a wave of cooperation in such a short time. This was the tacit understanding formed by their instinct to find opportunities when they fought for many years. Walking in the void. Uehara Naraku's figure instantly merged into the void and disappeared. Just when Uehara Naraku disappeared, a purple light flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's reincarnation eyes, and he suddenly threw a ring towards the center of the attack. It was the contact ring of the Akatsuki organization. I guessed your space-time ability a long time ago. Uchiha Sasuke's face flashed heavy, and his pupil technique Shine Shaoli was activated instantly, swapping the position of the ring with Uehara Naraku, who had just left the original place. The next moment, Uehara Naraku returned to the center of the siege. Everyone looked at this scene with astonishment on their faces. Whether it was Doflamingo and others, or the people on the execution platform, they didn't know how Uehara Naraku should escape at this moment. Shine Shaoli? However, just when the attacks were about to fall on Uehara Naraku, the wings behind him gradually wrapped around his body and protected his body. A ball of golden light shield also appeared on Uehara Naraku's body. Any attack that fell on this ball of golden light shield could not penetrate, and even could not cause a ripple at all. This is the moment of the holy judgment. The next moment, countless golden lightsabers appeared beside Uehara Naraku. Each golden lightsaber flew towards everyone, and the lightsaber suddenly had layers of black domineering aura, trying to pierce their bodies directly. However, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly unfolded his Susanoo, and took everyone into the body of Susanoo, blocking countless lightsabers. Don't attack. Uchiha Sasuke stared at Uehara Naraku with a frown, and said in a deep voice, Uehara Naraku in this form, is in a state where he cannot be harmed in any way. Even I can't think of a way to deal with it for the time being. When he said this, Uchiha Sasuke slowly looked at Uehara Naraku, and murmured in a low voice, in the next battle, Uehara Naraku must be serious. What? Hades Rayleigh felt as if he didn't hear clearly. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Rayleigh and explained softly, no, maybe not seriously, but we must make each of us more. Bang. Uchiha Sasuke's voice has not yet finished. A big hole was suddenly torn open on the purple Susanoo, and Uehara Naraku floated in from the hole, staring at everyone present. The warm-up is over. When he said this, a light flashed in Uehara Naraku's eyes. Next, please show some real strength. After that, Uehara Naraku suddenly spread out his palm. A huge gravitational force suddenly flew out from Uehara Naraku's palm, pulling everyone involuntarily in his direction. When these people flew halfway, Uehara Naraku's eyes darkened slightly, whispered, and suddenly turned his power over. Super Shinra Tensei. A surge of repulsive force rolled back. Everyone was thrown out by the repulsive force. Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo was completely shattered by the repulsive force that erupted from the inside out. The repulsive force was so strong that Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but doubt whether he had been too indifferent to the power of Shinra Tensei. How could this move be so destructive in the hands of Uehara Naraku? Buddha Sengoku's body even wanted to transform into a golden Buddha to resist Uehara Naraku's attack, but he was inevitably thrown away by the repulsive force. Sword of the Clouds. A ball of golden light appeared in Uehara Naraku's palm, and countless light particles gathered in his hand, turning into a sharp sword in his hand. Then, this sword was thrown directly by Uehara Naraku. Uchiha Sasuke was nailed to the ground by the Cloud Sword. One after another, the Cloud Swords transformed by photons appeared in Uehara Naraku's hands, and almost everyone was nailed to the ground by him. Monkey D. Garp waved his fist, and deflected the Tensukuma sword that was shot at him. Whitebird used the power of the Trema fruit to smash the Tensukuma sword, and turned it into photons again. Chibaku Tensei. Uehara Naraku didn't care about the only two people left on the battlefield. He just waved his palm and sealed all the people nailed to the ground with Chibaku Tensei. Uchiha Sasuke tried desperately to burst out his pupil power and unfold the complete Susanoo, but he was sealed together with Susanoo. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke finally understood something. Uehara Naraku, who could develop the ordinary Samurai ability like Shinra Tensei to such a powerful level, how could he not be good at the Chibaku Tensei, a sealing technique that transcends the class? 3 huge stone balls appeared on the entire battlefield. Buddha's warring states, Pluto Rayleigh and Uchiha Sasuke were all sealed. Only Garp and Whitebird were still standing on the ground, looking at Uehara Naraku with heavy faces. They were a little suspicious. Was it because Uehara Naraku thought they were still able to move that they were left behind? Just as the battle between them was restarted, Several tall figures and a group of pale monsters were quietly hiding in the ruins of Marineford, and everyone's face looked a little bad. They were the people of the Blackbird Pirates. Blackbird Marshal D. Teach sneaked into the Impelton prison, and after finding several powerful companions in the prison, Blackbird led his men to Marineford to continue his plan. He wanted to seize Whitebird's Devil Fruit ability. However, at the moment, Marshal D. Teach saw Whitebird and a group of people teetering under the attack of Uehara Naraku, which made Teach have some other ideas. Ha 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 ha. Is that the power of the leader of Akatsuki? Marshal D. Teach's face flashed with obsession and madness. He can make Dad unable to fight back. His fruit ability must be stronger than Dad. Captain, do you want to take that guy's fruit? A tall man wiped the second generation of Kitetsu, one of the 21 big swords beside him, and couldn't help grinning and said, for us, this is not easy to deal with. It was Shiryu of the Rain. Since Shiryu of the Rain joined Blackbird in the Impelton prison, and helped defeat Magellan, the warden of the prison, he became the second person in the entire Blackbird Pirates. Even if Shiryu is strong, he doesn't think the Blackbird Pirates can defeat someone like Uehara Naraku, not to mention that they dare not fight with the leader of Akatsuki. Haha, it's hard to say. Marshal D. Teach looked at Whitebird, who was staggering under the attack of Uehara Naraku, and grinned. Dad is old. As long as he dies in battle, or is seriously injured, we can get the ability of the Tremor fruit. Haha. After Blackbird laughed a few times, his face gradually became more crazy. I don't believe Dad will be defeated. As long as he and the leader of Akatsuki are both injured, we will go and snatch the fruit from Dad. I also want to see what kind of fruit ability the leader of Akatsuki has. Heavy black Zetsu emerged from Marshal D. Teach's body with a sinister look. It grinned and said, continue to reap the benefits. A flame flashed in Marshal D. Teach's eyes, and his face became more and more crazy and excited. Of course, this opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When they are fighting each other, they will never think that the one who truly conquers the world is me. Hehe. Black Zetsu didn't say much, just glanced at Teach, smiled sinisterly, and sank back into Blackbird's body. Ranger Ryu's eyes were a little strange. The tall man looked around the members of the Blackbird Pirates, and his expression gradually became more and more strange, because many of the weak members of the Blackbird Pirates were killed by him. Now all the members of the Blackbird Pirates are big pirates released from the Impelton prison, and each big pirate is very powerful. But they also have a common experience. The only remaining members of the Blackbird Pirates present, each of them has been taken to the dungeon of Judicial Island and secretly detained for a period of time. There should be no problem on our side recently. Chapter 584. Beisetsu, help me tie up the people from Akatsuki. Blackbird's idea was right. The only problem was that Whitebird, Edward Newgate and Garp had been unable to suppress Uehara Naraku, and even had difficulty resisting Uehara Naraku's attack. But their will was strong enough. Monkey D. Garp was covered in wounds, but he still stood up straight. He seemed to have returned to the time when he fought Rox. However, the enemy he was facing now was a figure that Rox could not even compare to. A man with an extremely strong body and light-like speed, and a strength that was dozens of times stronger than the world's strongest man Whitebird, and abilities that were close to all natural elemental fruits. Facing such a terrible enemy, how could he be defeated? You can only rely on your own strong will. This answer sounds ridiculous, but now will is the support that allows Garp and Whitebird to continue fighting. The battle had only just begun for a few minutes. Actually, for Garp and Whitebird, their battle is almost over, because under the high-intensity collision, it is difficult for them to resist all this. Ice Spear, Armament Haki, Entanglement. Uehara Naraku raised his palm, and ice spears appeared beside him, and a dark domineering aura spiraled up, and entangled on the ice spears. More than a dozen ice spears rushed towards Garp. Garp waved his fist, and knocked all the ice spears away. The ice spears pierced the ground obliquely, and the whole ground exploded instantly. This force, Garp absolutely dared not ignore it. But when he used his iron fist to fly away these ice spears, wounds appeared on his fist again, which were scratches from the high-speed collision. Garp took a deep breath. Even though his body was still almost in the peak state of his youth, it was a huge challenge for Garp to use the high-intensity armament haki collision and the full-strength perception of observation haki. However, their enemies were still as relaxed as at the beginning. This battle was completely a one-sided crushing. As for the old and sick Whitebird, his condition was even worse than Garp. Although he could use the power of the Tremor fruit to dissolve Uehara Naraku's attack, it greatly consumed his physical strength. After all, that level of attack, a moment of slackness would be fatal. Uehara Naraku frowned slightly, and a ray of light flashed across his fingertips. Countless photons turned into spots of fine light and fell on the ground. This is the power of the shining fruit. As for the shining fruit user Kizaru, he just chuckled at this scene, not caring at all that someone had surpassed him in the development and use of the fruit power. This kind of thing. Kizaru has long been accustomed to it. Whitebird clenched his fists with a solemn face. When he wanted to dissolve this photon attack, a blue phoenix suddenly flew into the air and blocked countless photons. However, the body of this phoenix was instantly pierced by photons. It was the Phoenix Marco. A group of captains of the Whitebird pirates finally couldn't hold back and joined forces to block a group of Shichibuke and ask Marco to come to support their captain. Uehara Naraku's palm suddenly flipped and beams of light suddenly shot out from his palm, blocking Marco's way and trapping the phoenix in a light prison. Whitebird quickly pulled out his Kusakomkiri sword. A ball of domineering covered the sword, cut off the beams of light with one blow, and rescued his son from the light prison. Whitebird grabbed Marco's shoulders fiercely, looked at the blood oozing from the corner of Marco's mouth, and looked at Marco's gradually recovering body, and he slowly let go. Whitebird looked at Marco and said in a deep voice, "Marco, I will cover you and take everyone back." Don't talk nonsense. Follow the captain's order. Whitebird took a deep breath and continued in a deep voice, "I will stop this guy. You and the red-haired guys go back to the new world and find a way to find the great secret treasure that Roger mentioned." Whitebird had long recognized the situation. The current situation is no longer up to him. Even if he risks his life, he may not be able to defeat Uehara Naraku in front of him. This world has been announced to change its owner in the future. If you want to resist, the only thing is the great secret treasure that Roger mentioned. Of course, that may not be a way to defeat Uehara Naraku, but it is definitely a news that is enough to shock the world, so that the free pirates on this sea will never be cut off. Their generation has already lost. Sooner or later, the next generation of pirates who yearn for freedom will defeat Uehara Naraku. Marco's face was a little unbelievable. Whitebird, as always, grinned and revealed a smile. "This is the last captain's order. Take everyone back to the new world. Tell this world that the great treasure exists. Tell this world that the dream of pirates will never end." Marco couldn't help but grit his teeth. But the next moment, Marco quickly turned into a phoenix again. He had been on Whitebird's ship for more than 30 years and never refused Whitebird's orders. Obviously, Marco already knew that Whitebird had made the worst plan. Uehara Naraku did not stop this. He even watched Marco fly away with interest because he knew that no one could escape from this battlefield. While they were fighting here, the 100,000 coalition forces under the Akatsuki organization had completely surrounded this place. Not to mention the others, just the four emperors Kato and Big Mom. It is absolutely impossible for anyone to cross their encirclement. Not to mention, there is also Kaguya Otsutsuki in charge. That's about it. Uehara Naraku put his fingers together, and a laser beam pierced directly through Garp's chest, finally making the Navy hero fall to the ground completely. After Uehara dealt with Garp, another laser beam flew out from his fingertips, but it split on the way and pierced through Whitebird's shoulder and thigh, causing the legendary pirate to involuntarily soften his body. But Whitebird used all his strength to prop up his Kusakomkiri, allowing himself to stand firmly in place, and he even still had a smile on his face. "Gilala, have we come to this point? At least ask a few questions before you die. Want to buy time for your son?" Uehara Naraku pierced Whitebird's words with one word, and continued nonchalantly, "Tell me, let me see, are you interested in answering? Really proud?" Whitebird looked at the battlefield, looked at Uehara Naraku and grinned. "What is your relationship with rocks in the past?" Uehara Naraku's eyes were subtle. Obviously this sentence reminded him of a not so good memory. Uehara Naraku looked at Whitebird and said calmly, "It doesn't matter. If I find his body, maybe there will be a new relationship between us. A great pirate who once roamed the sea. I'm very interested in making him my own collection. While they were still chatting, Blackbeard Marshall D. Teach couldn't help himself. Because according to his vision, he had already seen through Whitebeard's failure, but he didn't expect Whitebeard to lose so quickly and so miserably. It seemed impossible for both sides to lose. Fortunately, Whitebeard was seriously injured. As long as he could absorb the power of the Tremor fruit, Blackbeard Marshall D. Teach would have the power to compete with Uehara and Naraku. What's more, Teach was really sure, in order to capture devil fruit users, Teach has become familiar with the power of the dark fruit. As long as he can make Uehara and Naraku's ability ineffective. After all, Uehara and Naraku is in a state where, no matter how you look at it, this person is actually a devil fruit user. It just so happens that Marshall D. Teach is best at dealing with devil fruit abilities, and the most important thing is, Teach can't stand Whitebeard dying in the hands of others, especially in the current situation, which makes Teach particularly angry with Whitebeard. Thief ha ha ha. Forget it. Marshall D. Teach slowly walked out of the ruins, his eyes full of ambition. I can't wait any longer. Let's take away the strongest fruit ability from him and surpass him here. Ha 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 ha. Teach Black Zetsu's body came out from behind Marshall D. Teach and said with a sinister smile, in this situation, do we still need to take action? He is the one who easily defeated a group of top powerhouses. Of course we have to take action. Teach nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on Whitebeard in front of Naraku Uehara, and coldly ordered the group of white Zetsu behind him, you go and help me entangle the people of Akatsuki, and create time for me to take away the Tremor fruit, and the rest of you come with me to deal with Whitebeard. Marshall D. Teach walked out of the ruins, laughing sinisterly, thief ha ha ha. Dad is too old, leave the next era to me. I will help him get rid of Akatsuki. The white Zetsu looked at each other. Every white Zetsu was a little mentally retarded, but that didn't stop them from thinking that Teach was the real mentally retarded one. I finished writing it last night and fell asleep. Chapter 585 Black Zetsu, the self-cultivation of a person who is good at making up stories. Thief ha. When Marshall D. Teach, the Blackbeard, led the Blackbeard pirates to emerge from the ruins, anger instantly appeared on the faces of everyone in the Whitebeard pirates. When Whitebeard's body was on the verge of its limit, this guy Marshall D. Teach jumped out. Even though the Whitebeard pirates are still facing the invincible enemy Akatsuki, they hate the traitor Marshall D. Teach even more. I'm not late, Dad. Marshall D. Teach looked up at the tall Whitebeard, grinned and revealed a mouth full of gaps in his teeth, and laughed sinisterly, thief ha ha ha. It seems that I'm not late. I can just send Dad on his last journey. This arrogant posture doesn't look Loki at all. Teach. Whitebeard was able to use Kusakumo Kairi to support himself to stand up. The old man looked at Marshall D. Teach with anger on his face. How dare you appear in front of me? Ha 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 ha. What's there to be afraid of? Marshall D. Teach suddenly spread his arms and said loudly, Dad, I came here specially to see you off. I have endured for more than 20 years for today, just to be able to stand in front of you like this today. I used to admire and respect you countless times. Dad. Marshall D. Teach's eyes became gloomy again. But, now you are too old, and you can't even defeat one person. How powerful was Whitebeard in the past? No one in the entire sea dared to provoke him. However, the current Whitebeard can't even defeat the leader of the Akatsuki organization. He wants to rescue Fire Fist Ace, but he can't even get close to the execution platform. This is too disappointing for Teach. Whitebeard was silent. Teach's words were a bit light-hearted. In their battle just now, Garb, who represented the pinnacle of physical skills and armed color domineering, and Whitebeard, who represented the pinnacle of devil fruit ability, were easily crushed by Uehara and Naraku. If possible, Whitebeard really wanted to let Marshall D. Teach know how strong Uehara and Naraku was in front of him. This guy was actually not an enemy that anyone in this world could defeat. At least, definitely not now. Even in the past, there was no one who could match Uehara and Naraku. Even if Goldie Roger, who was recognized by Whitebeard, was resurrected, he would not be Uehara and Naraku's opponent, because now it was pure power crushing. Interesting, all the debtors are here. Uehara Naraku was suspended in the air, looking at Blackbird and Whitebird, and slowly tilted his head. You two once promised to give me the dark fruit, but you didn't fulfill your promise. Whitebird fell silent again, because they promised to hand over the dark fruit to Akatsuki in order to save Thatch, but they have not fulfilled their promise so far. No matter how many things happened in the middle, according to their agreement, they must hand over the dark fruit to Akatsuki, but unfortunately they did not do it, and after the war broke out, this matter was forgotten by everyone. There is actually no need to mention this matter anymore, because Akatsuki never intended to get the dark fruit from them. This was a trap set by Akatsuki. However, even if the Whitebird pirates did not step into this trap, it would not hinder Akatsuki's plan to rule the world. Haha, that's the dark fruit. A hint of black gradually appeared on Marshall D. Teach's palm, and he looked at Uehara Naraku with a mocking face. How could the dark fruit be given to someone else like this? Marshall D. Teach raised his palm and looked at Whitebird with interest. Dad, you don't know yet. Akatsuki has been looking for this fruit, because this fruit represents the power to rule the world. Marshall D. Teach's eyes fell on the battlefield, grinning and saying, no matter who it is, they will be tempted by this power. As long as they get this fruit, they will have the whole world, whether it is power or strength. Have you lost yourself in the power of a fruit? Whitebird looked at the darkness in Teach's hand, and a hint of contempt suddenly appeared on his face. For this fruit, he violated the iron law on the ship and secretly harmed his companions. The next moment, Whitebird punched Teach. The strange thing is that the white light of the tremor fruit ability immediately became ineffective and was directly absorbed by Teach the moment it touched the darkness in Teach's hand. Did you see that, Dad? Marshall D. Teach grinned and shook his head, laughing as if to show off. You who haven't obtained the dark fruit, how can you understand the power of this fruit? When he said this, a hint of greed flashed in Teach's eyes. But you will understand soon. Marshall D. Teach's palms and body were instantly wrapped in darkness, and his eyes were full of madness. Dad, let your ability be swallowed by the darkness. Transform it into part of the dark fruit, and let me rule this era again in your place. As Marshall D. Teach moved, a group of extremely fierce-looking Blackbird pirates and White Zetsu appeared one after another. But what was a little weird was, most of these members' eyes fell on Kabuto Yakushi, who had been watching the battle, and some even looked at Uchiha Madara next to Kabuto Yakushi. Marshall D. Teach's face was full of pride. He even spread out his arms, looked up at Uehara Naraku and boasted loudly, ha 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 ha. See, leader of Akatsuki. This is the power you have always wanted to get. I have been a small role for more than 20 years to get it. Why do you want to take away my fruit with just one sentence? Uehara Naraku looked at the arrogant Teach with a subtle expression. Marshall D. Teach waved his arms and showed his white Zetsu army. The one who rules the world is destined to be. Bang! A dark shadow suddenly emerged from Marshall D. Teach's body, and its palm suddenly penetrated Teach's body. This incident, neither the Whitebird pirates nor the Blackbird pirates had time to react. Especially the crew members of the Blackbird pirates. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little frightened. They glanced at Kabuto Yakushi and Uchiha Madara covertly. However, Uchiha Madara's expression was more subtle than his. This strange change seemed to remind Uchiha Madara of some bad things. The next moment, a darker mass of matter enveloped Marshall D. Teach's body. How could it be? Marshall D. Teach's eyes were full of astonishment. His eyes widened involuntarily, staring at the pitch black hand that pierced through his chest. My body can't move. Black Zetsu, how could you? Black Zetsu's sinister voice fell into everyone's ears, and its smile was still very vicious. Teach, in front of God, why do you think you can rule the world? Black Zetsu. Marshall D. Teach clenched his teeth, feeling the pain in his body. You are my will. Hehehe. Black Zetsu's smile became more and more weird. Its body gradually covered Teach's whole body, completely controlling Teach's body. Black Zetsu's face showed a weird smile, and he chuckled and said, Teach, it took me more than 20 days to find an opportunity to pretend to be your will. Ever since you got the dark fruit, I have been looking for an opportunity to make you a tool we can use, but unfortunately you are too suspicious. You. Marshall D. Teach desperately grabbed Black Zetsu's body with his hands, trying to pull Black Zetsu out of his body. What the hell is this thing? Teach, I have never been your will. Black Zetsu didn't care about Teach's actions at all and laughed softly and said, hehehe. A long time ago, before the emergence of the huge kingdom, there was a mother and son in this world. They both possessed earth-shaking power. The mother was revered as the goddess of the rabbit by the world, and the son was revered as the sage of six paths by the world. Uehara Naraku's expression was subtle. Why did Black Zetsu start making up stories again? He obviously never ordered such a thing. And this kind of story will obviously have loopholes. But now, it seems that, as long as they are happy, it's fine. Because everyone present seemed to be attracted by the story of Black Zetsu. Even the people on the execution platform were listening to the story of Black Zetsu attentively, because they were quite interested in these historical stories and even the secrets of the gods. Two powerful gods fought for the idea of ruling the world. In order not to destroy this planet, they recreated another world as a battlefield. In the end, the mother Kaguya Otsutsuki was sealed by the victor, and the son Hagoromo Otsutsuki was reincarnated, because his life was exhausted. Until later, the reincarnated son broke the seal with my help, and returned to the planet that they once ruled. But this world has become unrecognizable. When Black Zetsu said this, he continued to himself, but Kaguya left a will, before she was sealed. She regretted fighting for power with her son, and hoped to give more love to her children. I exist for this. Marshal D. Teach clenched his teeth, and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Asshole, what does this have to do with me? Teach felt like he was going crazy. Damn it. This family is crazy. You want to improve the relationship between mother and son. What does this have to do with him? Because the leader of Akatsuki mentioned the dark fruit. Black Zetsu's smile became more and more meaningful. After the mother was resealed by her son who regretted it, she doted on her son even more, and gave him everything she wanted. When Kaguya-sama accidentally learned that her child mentioned the dark fruit, she decided to help her son get this devil fruit. So, Marshal D. Teach gritted his teeth, glanced at Uehara Naraku, and said in a deep voice, "You are here to offer me to the leader of Akatsuki as a gift." Uehara Naraku fell into silence strangely. To be honest, if Uehara Naraku didn't know everything, even the original truth of the two worlds, he would have begun to doubt whether this story was true or false. Black Zetsu is quite good at making up stories. One Piece is about to end. There is one more option for the next world. Bone King, over a dozen chapters. One Punch Man, do it well. The Hero's Company, do it well. Because I have to spend more time to catch up on Bleach, I want to ask, is there any difference between the manga and anime of Bleach? And if you write about Bleach, you have to do it well. Because Bleach is also a world suitable for the mastermind. Chapter 586. In order to ensure the purity of our undercover agents, we killed all those who were not undercover agents. Black Zetsu is so good at making up stories. Not to mention the people in the pirate world, even the people in the ninja world can't help but feel that what he said is the truth. Who let them have the right to interpret the past? This kind of thing. Black Zetsu can say whatever he wants. Maybe this kind of thing may be true. The drama of the Six Paths Sage and Kaguya Otsutsuki starting a war of gods for power seems more reliable than the Six Paths Sage saving the world. After all, the Six Paths Sage's chakra reincarnation Uehara Naraku is here. Everyone can see what kind of person this person is. Even so, Black Zetsu said that he has humanity in him. It is conceivable. What kind of person was Uehara Naraku in his previous life without humanity? Thief, ha. After listening to Black Zetsu's story, Marshal D. Teach grinned forcefully and could only use laughter to suppress the fear in his heart. The god before the huge kingdom, ha, sounds really scary. Teach said, but in his heart he cursed Black Zetsu over and over again. Black Zetsu, that bastard, isn't he just playing a joke on him? In comparison, Whitebeard's psychological acceptance ability is much better. His eyes tightened slightly. God existed before the huge kingdom? This means the mother and son of Akatsuki want to take back the power they once had. The power that once ruled this world. Uehara Naraku waved his hand at Black Zetsu and said softly, "Okay, don't kill him. He is no longer useful now. Just use him as a sacrifice." Sacrifice. Blackbeard's mind trembled. This word doesn't sound good. Even on the sea, Blackbird knew very well that sacrifice generally means sacrifice, which means they want his life. Is there finally someone to replace us as a sacrifice? Another companion can survive. Ha 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 ha. I have always thought that this teacher's so stupid. Just when Blackbird was nervous, a group of silly white Zetsu seemed very happy. They were finally happy to see Blackbird end up like this. Black Zetsu's body slowly fell off from Teacher's body, and his pitch black body made people feel particularly weird. But when Black Zetsu fell off, Teacher gained control of his body. He ignored the wound on his chest and quickly wanted to hide behind his crew. Quick, everyone, come together and kill them. The crew members of the Blackbird pirates looked strange. Everyone's eyes fell on Kabuto Yakushi involuntarily. As Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, Yushiru slowly lit his cigar, sighed softly and said, "Okay, everyone, let's work." The crew members of the Blackbird pirates looked even more subtle. The next moment, these big pirates picked up their pistols and knives, and put them on Marshall D. Teach. "Assholes, you." Marshall D. Teach was completely dumbfounded. This ambitious pirate held his pistol, looking at the crew members he had personally recruited from Impelton with mixed feelings of shock and anger. "You bastards, you rebelled. Are you trying to give me to the Akatsuki organization?" Marshall D. Teach looked at the leader of the pirates with anger on his face, grinned and forced a smile. "Shiryu, are you involved?" "Captain, don't blame me." Ranger Shiryu took a puff of his cigar with a melancholy face, blew out a big smoke ring, sighed softly and said, "There is something I have never found a chance to tell you." Ranger Shiryu blew out another smoke ring, turned his head to look at Teach, and sighed again. "On our ship, you are the only one who is not a member of the Akatsuki organization." After hearing what Ranger Shiryu said, the other people who came around couldn't help laughing. Even the white-beard pirates in the distance had subtle expressions. If the situation was not tense, the people of the white-beard pirates would also laugh. Deidara almost couldn't straighten his back with laughter. Ha 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 ha. What the hell is going on? Hey, Uehara, why do you always arrange a group of people for the undercover agents you arrange? What kind of devilish arrangement is this? Other people's undercover agents and other forces are arranged by one person to lurk in and slowly pass on information. When Akatsuki arranges undercover agents, they arrange a group of people to lurk in and slowly completely undermine that force. What the hell? Everyone will go crazy if they know this. Isn't it interesting? Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and continued with a smile. No matter what he wants to get or know, he must get permission from Akatsuki. Blackbird didn't pay much attention to the ridicule of Doflamingo, Deidara and others, and still looked at Shiryu of Rain angrily. "Don't look at me like that." Rain Shiryu, holding a cigar in his mouth, continued slowly. "Oh, by the way, in order to avoid the exposure of our group of Akatsuki undercovers on the ship, I killed all the people you recruited before in Impelton." Blackbird finally couldn't help but curse. "You bastard. You have been lying to me, and I rescued you in vain. How dare this bastard say such things at this time?" When he was in Impelton prison, after Rain Shiryu joined the Blackbird pirates, he brazenly killed a group of crew members including Laffit, on the grounds that the weak were not worthy of being with the strong. At that time, Blackbird chose to forgive Shiryu, because Rain Shiryu's power far exceeded that of other crew members. Now Teach heard Rain Shiryu talking about that kind of thing again, just to prevent them, the undercovers, from being exposed. Teach really couldn't help but want to kill Shiryu now. Damn. This bastard is even more excessive than Black Zetsu. No, these two are not good people. You arranged it well. Uehara Naraku looked at the furious Blackbird, couldn't help but raised his eyebrows, and glanced at Kabuto Yakushi who had been standing next to him. No, this is also what the master had arranged. Kabuto Yakushi curled the corners of his mouth, chuckled and explained. Master Naraku once wanted to travel to Impelton prison. In order to avoid anyone offending the master, I deployed some people in advance, and by the way, I also recruited some subordinates who seemed to be quite capable. As for how he recruited them, just looking at these people's fear of Kabuto Yakushi, it is clear that Kabuto Yakushi's methods do not seem to be particularly bright, but against these evil guys, no matter what means he uses, there is nothing to blame. Besides, They only saw the identity of Kabuto Yakushi and the tremendous power under his command, but they didn't think that there was actually a powerful god behind this guy Kabuto Yakushi. We are the subordinates of Lord Kabuto. Yasuhiro looked at Uehara Naraku, and gradually a drop of cold sweat appeared on his face. He said in a muffled voice, "At the beginning, Lord Kabuto wanted us to receive a big shot well, but we didn't expect it to be a god. Put down your cigar." Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and whispered, "Don't be too rude in front of Lord Naraku. I saw your power and wanted to recommend you to join Akatsuki and become our official member. Got it?" Yasuhiro grabbed his cigar with an unhappy face, pressed it hard in his palm to extinguish it, and then looked at Uehara Naraku again. "It doesn't matter." Uehara Naraku shook his head calmly and said softly, "I'm a very generous person and I won't care about trivial matters." Yasuhiro breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone else present couldn't help but lower their heads. This Rainsalu shouldn't take Uehara Naraku's words seriously, right? Okay, let's get down to business. Uehara Naraku waved his hand, and a ball of light appeared on his fingertips and fell on Whitebeard's body. He said calmly, "Your body has been unable to bear it for a long time. This is..." Whitebeard's face flashed with surprise, because as the ball of white light fell into his body, he only felt that all his injuries and physical strength were recovering rapidly, making him stronger than before. Whitebeard couldn't help but look at Uehara Naraku. What does this guy mean? Give him this life at this time. Do you think you can easily subdue him? Don't think about resisting. Uehara Naraku looked at Whitebeard coldly, slowly raised his finger, and whispered, "I just give you little life, so that you can live a little longer, just so that you can see an old friend again. Anyway, you should be together in the future. It's good to see each other in advance." Old friend? Whitebeard's eyes were a little weird. How many old friends can he have in this world? Moreover, what does this companionship mean in Uehara Naraku's mouth? "Kabuto, are all the things I asked you to find ready?" Uehara Naraku glanced at Kabuto Yakushi and pointed to a place casually. "If you are ready, put it there." "Yes, Lord Naraku." Kabuto Yakushi nodded slowly, took out a spiritual scroll from his body, and took out a bunch of black hair from it. This was found from the traces of all the information of the world government, and I also took this opportunity to collect the remains of many powerful people. Then let him come out. Uehara Naraku closed his palms. His expression became slightly serious. "If you want to end everything in this world quickly, the only way is to let that person who opened the Great Pirate Era personally end it here. The impure world reincarnation technique." Second update. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587. Come say hello to old friends. The wind in Marineford was a little noisy. Under the gaze of everyone, the black hair on the ground suddenly turned into confetti and stuck to the body of a white Zetsu sacrifice, wrapping it up like a mummy. The next moment, a sturdy man rushed out of the mummy with a ferocious look. This figure did not look tall, but when he gradually appeared, he suddenly exuded a domineering aura that instantly swept across the entire Marineford. No matter who it was, it could be seen that the person who was about to appear was an extraordinary person. Uehara Naraku waved his hand to untie the two Chibaku Tensei, and Buddha's warring states and Pluto really fell to the ground exhausted, and there was still some confusion on their faces. But when they followed the battlefield's gaze and saw the person who was about to appear, they could not hide their surprise on their faces, and even a ball of fear rose in their hearts. Whitebeard Edward Newgate's eyes shrank slightly, and his eyes were fixed on the figure who was about to appear, and his expression became extremely solemn. A tan captain's hat, a tan windbreaker, and that familiar face, that familiar smile, but there are a few more cracks on his face, as if a sculpture has cracked. Even so, it still can't stop his power. The Pirate King Goldo Roger, who was executed 20 years ago, is resurrected. Whitebeard clenched his fists, looking at the figure who had revealed his original appearance in disbelief, and asked himself in a muffled voice, "This momentum is really you, Roger?" Garp's weak voice came out. Rayleigh looked up at the familiar figure while lying on the ground. His face became nostalgic and complicated. "I didn't expect that I could see you again after 20 years. Buddha Sengoku's face became full of shock and anger. His expression became complicated again in an instant. He slowly turned his head and looked at Uehara Naraku. "How is it possible? This guy can actually control life and death. Why did he resurrect that bastard Goldo Roger? That person is the Pirate King. Goldo Roger. Goldo Roger is resurrected. The Pirate King is resurrected." All the pirates in Marineford immediately recognized the figure of the Pirate King, and the emotions of each pirate suddenly became excited. For pirates, Goldo Roger, the last one to be crowned as the Pirate King, is of great significance. Even most of the pirates at the scene grew up listening to the legend of Roger. Douglas Barrett, Crocus and others on the execution platform flashed a touch of shock on their faces. When everyone looked at that figure, their emotions instantly became excited. Buggy gritted his teeth, but couldn't help but shed tears. "How is it possible? The captain is resurrected. Captain." The excitement on Shank's face gradually faded. Cold sweat slowly dripped down his cheeks. His eyes tightened slightly, and a panic rose in his heart. How did that guy Uehara Naraku do it? Why did he revive the captain? Is he going to get Raftel's great treasure? Hey, is that the Pirate King? Luffy stretched his neck desperately to look at the figure on the ground, and suddenly a big smile appeared on his face again. Turning his head to look at his brother. "Hey, Ace, look, that's your father, right?" Luffy. Sabo glanced at Ace nervously. What's wrong with their younger brother? Why does he always bring up things that are not related to the topic, even though he knows that Ace doesn't like his father? "My father is only Whitebird." Ace's face was more ugly than expected, but even though Fire Fist Ace didn't say anything, his eyes couldn't help but fall on Roger. That's not a photo. That's not a wax figure. That's not the pirate that everyone else has been criticizing. That's a real person standing there, the resurrected Pirate King Goldie Roger, who is also his real biological father. I never thought that the Pirate King would be resurrected. Doflamingo, who originally stood in the Akatsuki camp, was filled with uncontrollable shock when he saw the Pirate King resurrected by Uehara Naraku. As for the Pirate King, Hoshigaki Kisame had no idea about the Pirate King, and a grin appeared on the corner of his mouth. This kind of person is probably qualified to be the leader's collection. A drop of cold sweat flowed from Doflamingo's forehead. This sentence is probably not what I thought it meant. If I'm not mistaken, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Itachi seem to have the same cracks on their faces as Goldo Roger's face. It's what you think. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned and said slowly, anyone who is valuable has the hope of becoming the adult collection and being able to retain most of their power before death. After all, it was the adults who resurrected them, so naturally they have to work for the adults. Doflamingo slowly lowered his sunglasses and grinned. In that case, the Pirate King has also become ours? Just as Hoshigaki Kisame said. Goldo Roger, no, or Goldie Roger, this Pirate King, had been controlled by Uehara Naraku just after he was resurrected. Of course. Generally speaking, unless necessary, Uehara Naraku doesn't like to control others by force. In comparison, using the ties between others in the human world to make people willingly execute his orders is what Uehara Naraku is best at. What's going on? Goldie Roger frowned. The first thing he did when he was resurrected was to check his condition. This strange feeling in his body was like forcing his soul into a container that could barely accommodate it. It allowed him to exert most of his strength, and the body of the impure world reincarnation will not die. The only trouble is that his body vaguely feels that someone is in his will, and it seems that he can control his actions at any time. When Goldie Roger was just resurrected, he wanted to try to break free from this bondage, but unfortunately the person who controlled him was stronger. His strength did not seem to be enough to break free from control. Goldie Roger. Naraku Uehara hugged his arms leisurely, stared at the legendary Pirate King, and said softly, don't dream of breaking free from control. Soon I will no longer restrict your actions. Say hello to your old friend first. Ha 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 ha. Really? Goldie Roger couldn't help but grin. His eyes slowly looked around and instantly fell on Pluto Rayleigh. Looks familiar. Isn't this Rayleigh? Rayleigh. Ha 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 ha. Rayleigh, have you aged to this extent? I really can't recognize you. After speaking, Roger saw Garp and Sengoku out of the corner of his eye. Ha 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 ha. Garp, Sengoku, you two guys are old too. Until finally, Roger's eyes fell on Whitebird. Ha, Newgate, it's been many years since we last met. You are saying hello in the wrong way. Naraku Uehara interrupted Goldie Roger. The next moment, Goldie Roger's body rushed towards Whitebird uncontrollably in an instant. The legendary Pirate King waved his fist and hit his old friend's chin hard. Wait, my body, be careful, Newgate. Roger's face turned ugly in an instant, and his fists fell on Whitebird's body one after another, knocking his old friend to the ground directly. You guy. Whitebird roughly guessed the truth, but his mood became a little strange. Did this Uehara Naraku just treat his injuries, just to let him get beaten? This guy. Is this what a human being does? Goldo Roger. Portgas Diaz knelt on the execution platform, and looked at the scene below, his face full of anger. What the hell are you doing, you bastard? Seeing Whitebird being beaten by his own father, Fire Fist Ace really couldn't stand it at all. Ace. Shanks spoke to stop the furious Ace, then slowly lowered his head and whispered, the captain was resurrected by Uehara Naraku, and his body should not be under his control. Don't hurt him. Goldie Roger stood in front of Whitebird with his fist clenched, looking at this old friend and opponent. He tried his best to control his body with this punch. In the end, Roger still swung hard. Whitebird fell to the ground with his head raised. Uehara Naraku controlled Roger's body to stop and said calmly, okay, now that you have said hello to your old friend, let me introduce you to the others. Uehara Naraku floated beside them, looked at Goldie Roger with an unsightly expression, and said softly, would you like to take a look up there first? Uehara Naraku slowly raised his finger and placed it on the execution platform. Do I need to introduce you to them? Your son and your former companions are all up there. After 20 years, perhaps you won't recognize them? 20 years. Goldie Roger's gaze moved, and he raised his head to look at the execution platform. He didn't recognize any of the people on it until he saw Buggy. Huh? Buggy? Then the person next to him is Shanks, right? Goldie Roger slowly turned his head and saw Ace and the others. His eyes finally stopped, although he had never seen Portgas Diaz. However, based on the freckles on Ace's face, Goldie Roger immediately determined that it was his son, the son of him, and Portgas Diaz. Goldie Roger reluctantly moved his eyes from Ace to the other people on the battlefield. The Pirate King's expression gradually became extremely solemn. So, what is the purpose of your excellency gathering my friends here and resurrecting me? Yes, these are all his former friends and companions. There is even the son he just met today. If you count them all, Goldie Roger's closest ties during his lifetime are all here. But what Roger didn't expect is that his friends don't seem to be in a good condition now. They seem to have been seriously injured. Judging from the situation, this should be an unprecedented war. Perhaps Whitebird and Sengoku and others were both injured, and the man in front of him took advantage of it. Of course, it is also possible that the young man who resurrected him defeated everyone by himself. After all, the man in front of him could not hear his inner thoughts even with his observation haki that listened to the hearts of all things, and even the power used to control him made him unable to resist. You look stronger than I thought. I thought you would reminisce about the past first. Uehara Naraku spread out his palms and said calmly, since we want to talk about business, let's talk about it. 20 years have passed since you opened the Great Pirate Era before your death. This Great Pirate Era that you opened with your own hands, it will be ended by you personally. There is no problem with such a small matter, right? Goldie Roger fell silent. Pluto Rayleigh struggled to raise his head and said in a deep voice, Roger, don't agree to him. They are about to rule the world, and the sea will soon enter the darkest age. One Piece is the only hope. But Rayleigh hadn't finished speaking. Goldie Roger rushed towards Rayleigh. Just as Goldie Roger's fist was about to land on Rayleigh, he forced himself to control his movements, slowly turned his head, and looked at Uehara Naraku like a hungry wolf. I said, don't hurt Rayleigh. Uehara Naraku moved his fingers and continued softly, if you can't do it, Pluto Rayleigh is just the first one. I don't mind you paying a higher price. The world government has been destroyed by us. The world no longer needs pirates. When the celestial dragons and the world government fell, The world actually no longer needs pirates who cause chaos. Countdown. Chapter 588. The world towards a new era. Marineford. While they were still in a stalemate, warships continued to pour into the Gate of Justice, each of which was full of ninjas, samurai and pirates. That's, the Beast's pirates, and the Big Mom pirates. A group of revolutionary soldiers who were responsible for the outer perimeter looked at this scene with horror. In their sight, the densely packed warships surrounded the entire Marineford. The coalition finally arrived at Marineford. This coalition of more than 100,000 people became an overwhelming force. Whether it was the white-bat pirates who wanted to retreat, the Revolutionary Army, or the remnants of the Red Hair pirates, they were all completely surrounded and captured by this coalition. This coalition also shocked the Navy. This was to prevent some people in the Navy, who were still loyal to Sengoku and Garp, from causing any unrest in Marineford. With the arrival of this coalition, everyone knew that they had already lost the war. Perhaps when Naraku showed his invincible power, they had already lost. But the arrival of the coalition became the last straw that broke the camel's back. This also means that the Akatsuki organization is not just composed of strong people, they also have a large army, and it is a well-rested army. Forget it, let's send it here. Goldie Roger, the newly resurrected Pirate King, returned to his generous smile on his face. The story of pirates will eventually end. 10 days later, the war that shocked the world has long ended. During this period, the world's newspapers were once sold out because every event in that war was enough to make headlines and shock everyone in the world. The most shocking of them are undoubtedly two things. First, the world government was destroyed by the Akatsuki organization, and the world has entered the Akatsuki era since then. Second, the Pirate King Goldie Roger was resurrected by the leader of Akatsuki. This means that no one can take the great treasure earlier than the Pirate King. As announced by the Akatsuki organization, the era of pirates created by Goldie Roger has come to an end, and the world no longer needs pirates. But in exchange, Akatsuki has created a new model. Any pirate group that has not caused huge losses directly or indirectly to various parts of the world can go to Marineford to appeal for the cancellation of the bounty and register as a sailing group. Each adventure group even has a strict level division. Every year, the Akatsuki organization will conduct an assessment, and the elite members of each sailing group will be accepted as formal members of Akatsuki after a strict assessment. Every formal member of Akatsuki has the right to vote at the World Conference. This matter was naturally opposed by many member countries of the world government. In this case, only the strong can have a say. What should the kings of these countries do? Many countries on the sea do not recognize the rule that Akatsuki has inherited from the world government. Some small countries even want to emulate the 20 kings who established the world government. These countries are simply here to make fun of them. Because after the announcement of this policy, the original 4 Emperors pirate group has all registered as S-class sailing groups, and Marco and Portgasti Ace replaced Whitebird. Whitebird Edward Newgate is missing. No one knows his whereabouts. Some people speculate that he was imprisoned in Pelton by the Akatsuki organization, and some speculate that he may have passed away. Some people also speculate that he may want to maintain his last dignity as a pirate. After all, as a remnant of the old era. From now on, it seems that it is difficult to accept the identity of a pirate that he has used all his life. No matter how you think about it, it seems that it is an unacceptable thing. In any case, they are all in the past. No matter how many people are optimistic or pessimistic about the rule of the Akatsuki organization, they must face the rule of Akatsuki, which is a superpower that has surrendered 2 of the 4 emperors and has accepted all the troops left by the world government. Marineford. The general meeting of the Akatsuki organization is held. A group of Akatsuki members are here. This meeting includes all the powerful people who have dominance in this world. Many of them were even their enemies 10 days ago. However, Akatsuki doesn't care about all this. Akatsuki members don't care about these former enemies either, because they know very well who is the winner and who is the conquered. As admirals and heroes of the Navy, Buddha Sengoku and Garp also have their own positions. They both casually wear a black robe with auspicious clouds. In fact, for the Navy, it doesn't matter who they are loyal to. Besides, Akatsuki doesn't seem to be so evil now. It is said that the policies and systems they implement in Wano country are much more advanced than those of other countries. And to be honest, the world government, an organization established by the celestial dragons, has actually been rotten to the core. Even if Akatsuki is worse, how bad can it be? Not to mention that Akatsuki seems to be doing pretty well. If Buddha Sengoku had known Akatsuki's power and its ideas, he might not mind working for the organization. This also proves that they don't want to turn this world into a pirate's playground, but rather want to govern the world well. This is normal. The winner may not want their world to become a mess. The only trouble is that no one knows the personality of Akatsuki leader Uehara Naraku, because he seems to be a guy who does whatever he wants, and he seems to be a little narrow-minded. Just as Buddha Sengoku was thinking about it, Kado sat down next to Sengoku, and the three calamities and several of his men sat behind him. Kado stared at the podium in the conference room, and said casually, "Marshal Sengoku, consider forming an alliance with us. We have an agenda. Lin has agreed. At least we have 10 votes in this meeting." Garp, who was sitting next to him, heard Kado's words, and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. What's the situation with the alliance? I always feel like something is wrong. It's really weird. A former great pirate actually came to a navy marshal and navy hero to form an alliance. This is really confusing. Sengoku adjusted his glasses, glanced at Kabuto Yakushi, Aokiji and others who were sitting not far from them, and whispered, "Kado, we only have 2 votes, and with so many people, it doesn't seem to have any special effect." It seems that you still don't understand the situation of Akatsuki. What a waste. Kado slowly stood up and left here, leading his subordinates to change positions and return to Big Mom. Soon, as the Akatsuki meeting began, Buddha Sengoku finally understood how important his and Garp's votes were. Even a 1-vote difference could lead to trouble. The first item on the agenda is the opinions on how to deal with the East China Sea. So far, no member state in the East China Sea has expressed submission to Akatsuki. This weakest sea should be completely destroyed to warn other seas. They have no value and the chance of giving birth to strong people is very low. We think we can directly create a tsunami of thousands of meters and sweep across the entire East China Sea. This is the quickest way. Garp was going crazy after hearing this. What the hell is this devilish meeting? Why is the first thing to do to destroy his hometown? It even has a lot of details. It sounds like a tsunami of thousands of meters is a bit unbelievable. But it doesn't seem that complicated. Big Mom alone can do it. Buddha Sengoku and Garp watched helplessly as a group of guys wearing black robes with auspicious clouds voted in favor or abstained, as if it didn't matter. There were even a few guys wearing bamboo hats with the words Earth and Thunder on them encouraging others to vote in favor. This really makes people crazy. Fortunately, there were more people in the Akatsuki organization who abstained from voting, and with the help of Kabuto Yakushi, this issue was not passed by 1 vote. In this kind of meeting, every vote is important, not to mention that Sengoku and Garp still have 2 votes. Don't come to the Akatsuki meeting unprepared. After a long meeting, Kabuto Yakushi looked at Buddha Sengoku and said softly, "This meeting can decide the fate of the entire world at any time. If you don't pay attention, there will be a devastating disaster. Marshall and Mr. Garp will just follow us in the future." Sengoku's expression was a little ugly. Before Akatsuki ruled the world, he was Kabuto Yakushi's puppet. After Akatsuki ruled the world, he was still Kabuto Yakushi's puppet. Didn't he join Akatsuki in vain? Just when Sengoku wanted to say something to Kabuto Yakushi, the sky suddenly darkened. It was daytime just now, but it turned into night in an instant. It's about to begin. Kabuto Yakushi slowly closed his eyes and whispered in a low voice, "From this moment on, the 2 worlds will be connected. From this moment on, Lord Naraku will become an omniscient god." Sengoku had a strange expression. Fortunately, the night did not last too long. After a few minutes, the sun fell on the sea again. The whole world was in panic for a while, and then it was over. No one knew what had happened. Only Enelu, who was still on the moon of the original universe, looked at the empty space next to the moon and scratched his head with a confused face. Who could tell him where his hometown was? The main text is over. I think I should write some daily life of pirates next or just start. Chapter 589 Daily Life. The life of the second generation of Akatsuki. Red Earth continent. The headquarters of Akatsuki was finally built. This city was named Rain City by Conan. In this city live members of Akatsuki. It is a place for training and living. This new holy land is completely different from the past Mirajoa. It is actually a holy land for cultivating strong people, not a symbol of supreme status. Even so, there are still countless people on the sea who want to enter here. If they can come in, they will see that the conditions here are actually far worse than the outside world. In comparison, it is not as prosperous as Doflamingo's Dressrosa. In the entire Rain City, the only building that can be called prosperous is the hall where members of the Akatsuki organization hold meetings. Other buildings have not been specially repaired. Uehara Naraku floated in the air, slowly gazing at the scenery of the entire Rain City. His eyes finally fell on a blue-haired woman on the ground. Uehara Naraku slowly raised his finger. The next moment, dark clouds floated in the sky. Dark clouds slowly gathered over the sky of the Rain City, and the rain slowly fell like silk threads. The whole Rain City gradually began to have the sound of pattering rain. It made people miss it. Uehara Naraku's figure fell beside Xiaonan, and an umbrella appeared out of thin air beside him, covering Xiaonan's head. Naraku? Xiaonan turned around in surprise, and saw Uehara Naraku standing in the rain. Her brows slightly frowned. The temperature here is very low. Don't stand outside in the rain. The Rain City was built on the highest point of the Red Earth continent. The temperature here is indeed much lower than other places. The raindrops falling on people's bodies only make people feel that the rain is a little cold. Uehara Naraku nodded slowly and hid under the umbrella. The two of them walked slowly in the rain with an umbrella as in the past. This scene fell into the eyes of many people. Hashiga Kikisame stood on a high platform, looked down at the figures of the two people, grinned, chuckled and said, "It seems that except for Sunday, the whole Rain City is bound to rain. That's not bad." The huge Princess Shirahoshi approached cautiously and asked in a low voice beside her, Lady Kisame, do I have to live here forever in the future? You can leave." Hashiga Kikisame glanced at Princess Shirahoshi, grinned and chuckled. "If you don't want to stay here, you can choose to leave Akatsuki at any time. It's not that no one has been able to quit Akatsuki in the past. But, Princess Shirahoshi looked around timidly and continued cautiously, "Lord Kisame, I dare not. This mermaid princess is really timid." Jinbei flew to Kisame's side and said solemnly, "Princess, don't leave Akatsuki casually. This is related to the survival of our Fishman Island. As one of the ancient weapons, Princess Shirahoshi is qualified to become an official member of Akatsuki. This makes King Neptune and Fishman Island feel relieved. The title of member of Akatsuki is enough to protect the entire Fishman Island. After all, every country and island in the sea is now looking forward to the emergence of an official member of Akatsuki in their country, so that they can protect their lives. If no one protects them, before the Akatsuki organization introduces new policies, these countries have no voting rights at the meeting, which means that they can only be slaughtered. And Fishman Island has more than one quota. Now with Hashiga Kikisame and Jinbei, their Fishman Island has 3 official members of Akatsuki. As long as they don't offend some big forces and those unreasonable second generation Akatsuki, no one will dare to provoke Fishman Island. Fishman Island is really lucky. In comparison, Amazon Lily of the Daughter Island is also lucky. In order to protect the Daughter Island, the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock, took the initiative to apply for the assessment and joined the Akatsuki organization. In fact, this world's most beautiful woman has other intentions. "Lord Kaguya, it's raining." Boa Hancock's voice echoed melodiously in a luxurious house, and a suspicious blush flashed across her face. "Lord Kaguya, it feels good on rainy days. Do you want to go out for a walk together?" Kaguya Rotsutsuki's face showed a little confusion. Boa Hancock's face was full of happiness, and she screamed excitedly, The confused Kaguya is so cute." Kaguya Rotsutsuki's face became more confused. Since this woman named Boa Hancock entered the Rain City, her place has become lively, and Boa Hancock's seductive voice echoes every day. This woman. What's going on? Compared to Boa Hancock's life in Rain City, Doflamingo's life is much calmer. As the king of Dressrosa, he can choose to stay in his palace, but Doflamingo chooses to live here for a long time. Because for him, this is a symbol of victory. And as the leader of the underground world, Doflamingo single-handedly captured many bosses of the entire underground world into Impelton, which also caused him a lot of trouble. If Doflamingo hadn't lived in Rain City, then before Kabuto Yakushi completely cleaned up the underground world, Doflamingo would have to face these troubles for a long time. Now Doflamingo lives quite comfortably. He even brought his love Violet to Rain City and married her, and planned to have a son to revive the Don Quixote family. In the future, Doflamingo plans to let his son join the Akatsuki organization before he retires. I really don't know what this person thinks. Maybe it's because Doflamingo saw the lives of other second generation Akatsuki. Indeed, Akatsuki has only ruled the world for a short time, but a group of so-called second generation Akatsuki have begun to appear in this world. The most famous second generation Akatsuki in this sea is probably Monkey D. Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates, because everyone knows his life experience because of a war. His father Monkey D. Dragon, grandfather Monkey D. Garb, and brothers Portgas D. Ace and Sabo are all official members of Akatsuki. Monkey D. Luffy's strength is also advancing rapidly, and everyone knows that this little guy is destined to join the Akatsuki in the future. It's really enviable. Originally, before Akatsuki ruled the world, Monkey D. Luffy's family background was amazing enough. After Akatsuki ruled the world, Monkey D. Luffy's life seemed to be still good. He should have been on the execution platform. Later, because of the surrender of his father and grandfather, and the fact that the Straw Hat Pirates had not done anything bad at the beginning, and Nico Robin's private plea, Luffy was released after the war. But Monkey D. Luffy is not doing well. The main reason is that his dream of becoming the Pirate King was cut off. Now they can only call themselves the Straw Hat Pirates, and their main purpose is to find One Piece. All the former pirates on the sea are looking for One Piece, because as long as they can find One Piece, they can get a chance to join the Akatsuki organization. Although this is somewhat different from the saying that getting One Piece can get the world, it is also a good reward. However, private looting is not allowed on the sea. If you want to go out to sea, you must prepare your own supplies and money, and even tolls and other messy things on various islands. In order to raise funds, the Thousand Sunny sails on the sea while pulling goods to make money. Captain Luffy inevitably became a loader. Every time he arrives on an island, he has to do hard labor to help their customers move goods. Of course, they have not forgotten their old business. Occasionally they will go hunting and find a few treasures on the sea to make a fortune. What the hell is this day? Nami looked at the money in her hand with melancholy, and there was a hint of pain on her face. I have counted it several times, and we earned 300,000 berries on this favorable voyage. It's not as much as the income from growing oranges with Nakiko. Then let's have a party. Luffy raised his arms with a smile. If we make money now, we can sail for a long time. What a hell of a party. Nami punched Luffy on the head in anger. The next moment, the navigator sighed to himself and squatted in the corner of the deck. If that big shot is willing to return the money he robbed us, well. Nico Robin glanced at Nami with a subtle expression and whispered, but we still shouldn't slander the leader of Akatsuki. Chapter 590, Daily Life. Whitebird and the Whitebird Pirates meet again. Whitebird Sea. Just when the Straw Hat Pirates were having a hard time, the Whitebird Pirates were also having a hard time because they lost 2 generals on their ship, Whitebird and Uchiha Sasuke. However, because the Akatsuki organization banned many pirate groups, they did not have to face many challenges, but they also had to face the problem of eating up all the resources. If they still wanted to live on the sea, there seemed to be no better way except to help with shipping. The Whitebird Pirates were too large, and it was definitely impossible for them to continue to be pirates, because once they crossed the line, they would be hit by Akatsuki. Moreover, in order to keep the name of Whitebird alive, Portgas D. Ace and Marco also participated in the Akatsuki organization's assessment and became a member. The sea is not dry, and there will always be some evil people who take risks and become pirates. Moreover, the sea is full of storms and dangers, and there are attacks from Sea Kings from time to time. Not everyone can sail on the Grand Line, which also allowed the Whitebird Pirates to gradually gain more escort and shipping business. In the past, Whitebird was also very loyal. With the many people who left behind for them in the new world, the entire Whitebird pirates gradually got on the right track and even slowly expanded their business to other seas. This change is really outrageous. No one would have thought that the Whitebird pirates, which used to be so powerful in the new world, would one day become a group of sailors who make a living by escorting and shipping. On the Moby Dick, Marco, Ace and a group of captains counted the money here for a whole night. They had been doing business for more than 2 months and even crossed the doldrums several times. Now, they finally made a lot of money. We need to build a few more Moby Dicks. Marco adjusted his glasses and put away a few boxes of money. Because the business of the Whitebird pirates has been getting better and better recently, they need to build more ships if they want to undertake more shipping business, and the Moby Dick itself is spacious in design, which is very suitable for bulk cargo transportation. Okay. Ace nodded absent-mindedly. Hold a party? Marco glanced at Fire Fist Ace. Because in the past, Fire Fist Ace loved to hold parties the most. Whenever he encountered something happy, Ace would clamor to hold a party. Since the end of the war, Ace rarely smiled. Marco didn't want Ace to be immersed in sadness like this, even though Marco himself was still in pain. Ace fell into silence. Compared to the past, after experiencing the great changes in Marineford, his biological father Goldie Roger, his adoptive father Whitebird, and his good friend Uchiha Sasuke disappeared, Ace has grown up a lot. Now Ace has gradually begun to take on the responsibility of this sailing group. After thinking for a while, he slowly lowered his head. Let's have a party. We haven't had a party for a long time. Dad and Sasuke don't want to see everyone living in sorrow. While Ace was still talking, tears could not stop flowing down his cheeks and ripped onto the deck bit by bit. Just when everyone thought that Ace was going to cry out loud, Ace suddenly wiped away his tears and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Fetch, let's have a party. Let Dad and Sasuke see. Let them know that we have made a lot of money. Yeah. Dad will be happy to see us sons make a lot of money. How can a father be unhappy to see his sons making money? Dad, we are having a party. The entire Moby Dick suddenly became noisy, and everyone couldn't help but look at the sea and roar, but their laughter was mixed with grief. They were obviously laughing, but tears were flowing on everyone's face. Everyone missed their father in their hearts. No matter what, they could not forget that father who gave them a home when they were in the darkest and most confused time of their lives. On the Moby Dick, the lights were bright all night. All the wine and drinks purchased on the ship were consumed. Almost everyone on the ship was drunk, except Portgusty, Ace and Marco. Ace stood outside the railing of the deck, looked up at the sea in the dark night, and took a sip of juice from the glass from time to time, occasionally showing a smile, and occasionally showing a trace of sadness. Ace, don't you hate drinking juice the most? Marco held a glass of juice in his hand, slowly walked to Ace's side, reached out and patted Ace's shoulder, and whispered, Ace, Joz and Vista have been very hard these days. Go and have a drink with them. No, I have to keep watch. Ace slowly shook his head, sighed softly and said, Sasuke is gone. I have to take on his share and live together. Marco fell silent immediately. The banquet on the Moby Dick was still going on, but Ace and Marco stood on the deck, looking at the sea in deep thought, occasionally wiping away tears from the corners of their eyes. While they were still crying, a small boat sailed to the bottom of the Moby Dick at some point, with 4 figures of different heights standing on the boat, and a familiar laugh came from the sea. Gilalilala. This unique laugh instantly caught the attention of Ace and Marco. Whitebird Edward Newgate stood on the boat and grinned at his 2 sons. It seems that my sons are doing well. Dad. Marco and Ace's eyes lit up at the same time, and they wiped their eyes, as if they couldn't believe it. Only after they confirmed that it was Whitebird did they suddenly jump off the Moby Dick. On the Moby Dick, Thatch saw this scene with drunken eyes, and he sobered up immediately. Hey, Marco and Ace seemed to have jumped into the sea drunk. Bastards. They are 2 devil fruit users. Vista, hurry up and go rescue them with me. A group of drunk guys rushed to the railing like the wind. They all saw the figure that they would never forget in their lives, and everyone couldn't help wiping their eyes. I'm not seeing things. That should be Daddy. How could I mistake my father? Dad seems to have become younger. That's Daddy when he was young. Hey, Daddy is back. Is Daddy back? Everyone, Daddy is back. It seems Sasuke is back too. They seem to be with Pluto, Rayleigh and Goldo Roger. The people on the Moby Dick swarmed down. More than 1,000 people rushed down and almost capsized the boat, and several devil fruit users were floating in the sea. It was not until Whitebeard and Uchiha Sasuke returned to the Moby Dick surrounded by them that this group of former pirates settled down. Whitebeard has changed a lot. Now there are more cracks on Whitebeard's face, and his body, like Goldie Roger next to him, also exudes the breath of the dead. Whitebeard is dead. In that war, Whitebeard's illness could not last too long. After the war, Whitebeard's life had come to an end. It's just that some members of the Whitebeard pirates saw Whitebeard resurrected like Goldie Roger when they were imprisoned. The sacrifice of resurrection was Marshal D. Teach. Therefore, the entire Whitebeard pirates now define their lost captain as missing, not dead, even though they know that Whitebeard is dead. On the Moby Dick, a group of people stood on the deck in tears. Whitebeard stretched out his broad palm, stroked their heads one by one, and grinned. Gilalala. Vista, Jozu, Thatch. Don't cry. Dad, what's going on? Marco clenched his fists, his reason gradually recovered, and asked with a heavy face, what did Uehara and Naraku do? Let me tell you about this. Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath. Uchiha Sasuke did not die, but during this period of time, Uchiha Sasuke actually lived a more painful life than death, and now his life is worse than death. He finally chose to stand on the opposite side of Uehara and Naraku in that war, but the result did not change anything. As a punishment for Uchiha Sasuke, a Whitebeard who should have been able to rest in peace was resurrected by Uehara and Naraku, and became reincarnated under Uehara and Naraku. After Uehara and Naraku resurrected Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Uchiha Sasuke and the reincarnated Whitebeard Edward Newgate formed a team. Their mission is to patrol the world in secret. Uchiha Sasuke wanted to revive Whitebeard, but was always stopped by Whitebeard. The same is true. Pluto, Rayleigh and the reincarnated Goldie Roger also became a team of partners, and their mission is to assist the Akatsuki organization in patrolling the sea. This really makes them not know whether to thank Uehara and Naraku for his kindness, or whether they should hate Uehara and Naraku's inhumane means more. No matter what, at least everyone can meet again. Goldie Roger was more open-minded. He looked at his son crying beside Whitebeard and sighed. That person, although the process seemed painful, but judging from the result, it was actually not bad. Second update. Chapter 591 Daily Life. What is on the other side of the journey to the Sea of Stars? The Whitebeard Marines were actually very lucky. There were still many people in this world who were unwilling to join the Akatsuki organization because they could not occupy a high enough position in the Akatsuki organization and could only become peripheral forces under its jurisdiction. Some were even within the Akatsuki organization's crackdown. For example, the Vinsmoke family in the North Sea. With the existence of Vegapunk, the Vinsmoke family became dispensable to the Akatsuki organization, and Vinsmoke had promoted many wars. They were unable to resist the rule of Akatsuki. They did not want to be liquidated by the Akatsuki organization. As a king, Vinsmoke Judge decided to rebuild his Germa kingdom into an ark that could sail far away and leave the planet ruled by the Akatsuki organization. Because Vinsmoke Judge had once obtained some knowledge from Vegapunk, he knew that there were other planets in the world. The universe is big, and they are not alone. Are we really going to leave here? Hearing his father's plan, Vinsmoke Ryaju's face was a little hesitant. It's like a gamble for us to go to other places, and Sanji is still here. Sanji of the Straw Hat Pirates is the exiled child of the Vinsmoke family. Don't worry about him. Vinsmoke Judge is a tough parent. His face is full of indifference. Many war kingdoms in the North Sea are already in a state of panic. If we don't leave here, we will be besieged by Akatsuki. It doesn't matter. Vinsmoke Yanji said with a smile. According to the intelligence from the front, the Akatsuki army has passed through the Car Belt. This time, the leader is Charlotte Katakuri. Let's kill him first. Let Akatsuki know that we are not so easy to provoke. This guy has never known what fear is since he was a child. Because his bloodline factor has been modified, he has become a killing tool that has lost most human emotions, and the most important thing is that he has lost his fear of the strong. No, this is no longer fear. According to his sister Ryaju, Vinsmoke Yuji is simply brainless. Everyone on the sea is afraid of the name of Akatsuki. This organization blatantly destroyed the world government, incorporated the strongest armed organization on the sea, the Navy, and surrendered all the 4 emperors' pirate groups to become their peripheral forces. However, the Vinsmoke family, in fact, they don't even have the strength to deal with one of the 4 emperors' pirate groups. Vinsmoke Judge ignored his brainless son and continued in a deep voice, "During this period of time, we will do our best to shrink our defense line, cut off all business and contacts, and transform our fortress with all our strength. Leave this planet." At this point, Vinsmoke Judge added, "Leaving at this time is to be able to return in a stronger posture in the future. There are technologies on other planets that we have never seen before. We will absorb their scientific research results and build a stronger Germa kingdom." The Vinsmoke family acted quickly. Katakuri led the Charlotte Navigation Group under his command across the Calm Belt, swept the entire North Sea with a powerful military force, and defeated all the kingdoms and islands that did not obey Akatsuki. However, during this period, the Vinsmoke family has been hiding, sometimes even hiding in the Calm Belt. In addition, there are no external members of the Germa kingdom who can join, which made them hide for a long time, until Vinsmoke Judge rebuilt the fortress into an ark that flies to space. The technological difficulty is actually not particularly great. The only trouble is the energy problem, but Judge has calculated that their energy can definitely reach a nearby inhabited planet. According to Judge's observation, the planet is not big, but there are traces of human activities, and the level of technological civilization is not high. As long as they can reach that small planet, the Germa kingdom can occupy that small planet and use it as a base to continue sailing in space, or just be a ruler on that planet. This wish is quite beautiful. Just when Katakuri was still trying to encircle and suppress the Germa kingdom, the Supreme Council of Akatsuki suddenly issued an order, instructing Katakuri to let the Germa kingdom go. This order was simply inexplicable. Obviously, the group of warmongers were about to be caught, and Akatsuki's leader Uehara Naraku and the council speaker Angel Konon arrived at the North Sea at the same time. "Don't worry." Uehara Naraku looked at Katakuri and his Charlotte Navigation Group and soothed his emotions. "Prepare to clean up. They can't escape Akatsuki's control. I will personally encircle and suppress the Germa kingdom." Yes. Katakuri restrained his emotions. It turned out that the leader of the Akatsuki organization took action personally. Is the Germa kingdom actually very powerful? Just when Katakuri left the North Sea, the war fortress of the Germa kingdom had been transformed. Vinsmoke Judge took this new space ark and left this planet full of sea with his children and a group of genetic soldiers. Their destination is to arrive at the asteroid near this planet. What they didn't know was that asteroid was the Ninja World. The Ninja World was also the first planet that Uehara Naraku collected in his black hole universe, and it was also the real base camp and origin of the Akatsuki organization. I really don't know what they will think after arriving at the asteroid. Ninja World. The land of rain. It's still peaceful here. Just as the Germa 66 space ark had been sailing in space for several months, it finally arrived at the center of the land of this somewhat backward planet. It's just that the weather here doesn't seem to be very good. It's always gloomy. However, Vinsmoke Judge was relieved in his heart. After all, they finally escaped from Akatsuki's pursuit. Ryuju, Iji, Neji, Yuji. Vinsmoke Judge waved his hand to wake up their genetic soldiers and opened the door of the space ark. "Go out and do a great job. Conquer this world in the shortest time." Yes. The 3 sons looked full of energy. As for the only daughter, Ryuju, she stood by the window in a trance. Vinsmoke Judge looked a little unhappy. He glanced at his daughter and asked in a deep voice, "Ryuju, do you have any other opinions?" Outside the window, Vinsmoke Ryuju stared out the window, and finally a trace of uneasiness slowly appeared on her face. "Are there any members of Akatsuki here?" Outside the window, a red-haired young man wearing a black robe uniform with auspicious clouds stood near the space ark. His eyes were very clean and clear, as if he had never been stained by the filth of the world, because they were a pair of reshaped eyes. "Let me check." Vinsmoke Judge quickly took out a thick book, looked at the red-haired young man, and said in a deep voice, "There is no such person on the list of members of Akatsuki. Maybe his clothes are just a little similar. Anyway, get rid of him first, and then ask for information." If Akatsuki really catches up, we will quickly charge the arc here and escape from this planet. This is a bit too rude. A voice suddenly appeared beside them. I saw a young man sitting on the throne of this space ark. He had a warm smile on his face and looked like a kind man. However, Vinsmoke Judge seemed to be facing a great enemy. This elusive man, the leader of Akatsuki, Uehara Naraku. As people who know a little about Akatsuki, they all know what the leader of Akatsuki, Uehara Naraku, looks like. He is a guy who must not be provoked. Even. Don't let him be targeted. If possible, don't meet Uehara Naraku, because once you meet Uehara Naraku, it means that the misfortune of life will begin. What made Vinsmoke Judge even more frightened and uneasy was that standing next to Uehara Naraku was a blue-haired woman wearing a black robe with auspicious clouds. The speaker of the Akatsuki Supreme Council. The Angel of God, Conan. According to the latest news on the sea, there are 3 giants in the Akatsuki organization, namely the leader Uehara Naraku, the speaker of the council Angel Conan, and the goddess of the rabbit, Kaguya Otsutsuki. I really didn't expect it. Sweat began to flow down Vinsmoke Judge's face, and he whispered to himself, 2 of the 3 giants of Akatsuki are actually on our ship. There's nothing we can do about it. Uehara Naraku smiled and slowly stood up, staring at Vinsmoke Judge. His smile gradually turned gloomy. Lord Nagato outside the window was the leader before Akatsuki. If you offend him, it will make me and Teacher Conan very unhappy. Uehara Naraku slowly spread his arms and introduced in a cold voice, everyone, let me introduce him to you. Congratulations, everyone, you have come to our Akatsuki's base camp, which is also the origin of Akatsuki. Vinsmoke Judge's heart was shaking wildly. Their family's luck seems to be a little bit bad. No, this can no longer be described as bad luck. In the past few months, they have experienced space travel and thought they had arrived at a new habitat, but they ended up carrying it into the origin of Akatsuki. This is really out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den. Okay. Conan frowned, lowered his head and whispered, let's quickly solve everything here. We haven't seen Nagato for a long time. Before you leave us next time, go see him and say goodbye. Yes, teacher. Uehara Naraku's voice fell, and his eyes suddenly changed. Then I hope everyone can surrender in front of me. The air on the space ark suddenly began to condense and turned into a series of physical shackles, imprisoning all the Vinsmoke clan. No matter how they resisted, they could not break through the shackles. Mr. Judge. Uehara Naraku walked to the side of Vinsmoke Judge, smiled and said, it just so happens that I want to prepare a gift for Lord Nagato. How about using this ark you built as a gift? This matter won't be too difficult for you, right? Vinsmoke Judge didn't want to talk. Whether it is difficult or not, don't you know it in your heart? No wonder Katakuri suddenly stopped when he was chasing Germa. The Uehara Naraku was just waiting for their space ark to be completed. No, it should be said. He was waiting for them to drive the space ark to this planet and then take it away. This guy's character is too bad. Okay, your journey ends here. Uehara Naraku waved his hand, opened the door of the space ark with a smile, stepped out step by step, and his voice gradually became lower. My journey has just begun. Okay, the daily chapter ends here. I'm going to start preparing. The Bleach remake is too slow, so I'll put it aside for now and arrange a suitable task for the Bleach. The next world. How about the Uhiran? This world is so easy to write. Chapter 592 World Boss Uehara Naraku has refreshed. Iron Forest. In this dark forest, a figure was fleeing in a panic, and even the clothes on his body could not cover his body in a hurry, revealing a pale skeleton under the clothes. This figure was a skeleton. If it were in other places, perhaps this skeleton would scare many people, but this is a game world called Yggdrasil, World Tree, not to mention skeletons. There are many more weird and strange creatures. No, it can't be called a skeleton. It should be said that it is a ghost or an undead. Just when this undead player didn't dare to look back and just ran for his life, a figure appeared behind him as if teleporting, and suddenly hit him with a stick. This stick hit the undead player's back directly. The next moment, the undead player's body was instantly shattered, and his bones were scattered on the ground. It can be seen that this player died very miserably. Gilululu. The white skull rolled on the ground. "This is the 7th time I've met you. I'm really unlucky." Just as the skull rolled on the ground, the figure who attacked the undead player took the stick in his hand and blocked the rolling skull. The next moment, the figure swung his stick and hit the skull directly. The white skull flew into the air and landed in a small town near the misty forest. In the safe zone of the small town, the undead player who had just been killed was resurrected. He was looking at his dropped experience with some heartache and was hit on the head by the skull. After hesitating for a second, the undead player slowly picked up the skull that hit his head, and a trace of grief and anger gradually flashed across his face. "This is my body." Because the degree of freedom in this game world is very high, there are very few characters with the same appearance in the whole game. He is probably the only undead player who happens to be near the misty forest. Most people would not choose an undead with only a skeleton like him. To be honest, I'm a little angry. Well, more than a little. This guy, the undead player, finally couldn't help but get angry. He opened them all indignantly and bought an item to shout to the world. Flying Squirrel, the latest world boss Uehara Naraku has refreshed. Now he is in the dark iron forest of Jotunheim. Is anyone forming a group to kill him? Little White who won't disturb the author's rest. Are you kidding? How can you kill the strongest world-class boss publicly declared by a game company with a current level of equipment? Do you have to pile up human lives and experience again? Zehudan who won't disturb the author's rest. This idea is good. Think about the last guild that used human lives to defeat the boss. That magnificent mountain of corpses. Evening Bird who never urges for updates. It's actually quite good. If you don't try, when can you defeat it? Isn't the existence of boss for players to kill? A lonely dog. If we push it now, it always feels ridiculous. The returning Prince Kainji. Anyway, the game company launched such a boss. Don't you think it's ridiculous enough? Who is Uehara? Anyway, at least the boss Uehara Naraku is very helpful for the game company to recover those world-class props with bugs. Of course, it is possible that he will drop more props that affect the balance. Nongmojioshu, by the way, your game ID is quite cute. I wonder if anyone here is willing to help my friend with a game ID. While a group of people on the world channel were discussing, the world boss Uehara Naraku who appeared in the Iron Forest was still strolling, as if he was enjoying the scenery. Look at the appearance of this boss. This is a very kind looking young man. If you say it, many game companies probably won't make such an ordinary character, because this character doesn't seem to have any characteristics at all. Perhaps the only use is to make people feel that he must be a kind person, and people can't help but want to believe him. However, this young man in this game makes players change color, because every player knows that under this young man's kind face, there is an extremely terrifying combat power and indiscriminate action mechanism. It is said that he may instantly attack any player in his field of vision due to his mood or weather. The most important thing is, the location where the boss Uehara Naraku appears is uncertain. This means that he may appear at any time in any of the 9 worlds of Yggdrasil, World Tree. Once you encounter Uehara Naraku, it will be a disaster for the player, and death and loss of experience are almost indispensable. What makes players feel even more headache is, even in the main city or guild station, there may be traces of Uehara Naraku, and at this stage, no one can defeat him. It is said that there were originally 2 guilds fighting fiercely in the wilderness, and they accidentally encountered Uehara Naraku who suddenly refreshed. The people of the 2 guilds were all killed by Uehara Naraku. The only way to deal with Uehara Naraku are those world-class props that affect the balance of the game. And it must be the top 20 world-class items for this to be possible. Of course, it is only possible because there is intelligence that Uehara Naraku also has 20. Those 20 super powerful world-class items codenamed 20, each of which has incredible power, and each of which is enough to stir up the entire game. Once one of these 20 top world-class items is used, the balance of this game will be completely destroyed. Among the 20 world-class items, there is an item called Saint Slaughter Spear, which can completely delete a character. The corresponding prices that the user will also be deleted, but it can be restored with other world-class items. This kind of item is fine. However, there is an item called 5-element mutual restraint, which can even modify certain systems of the entire game. That is, change the way some players play. Compared with 5-element mutual restraint. There is also an item called Eternal Snake Ring, which can even allow the game company to change any system for him, even merging the 9 separate super large maps of this game into one. Among these world-class items, the strongest item is called World Will, which can become stronger without any limit. These terrible items, it's like they are going to completely destroy this game. Unfortunately, the game company did not pay attention to the players' complaints and did not modify or delete these items at all. The only restriction they put on 20 is that after using a certain item once, it will disappear and regenerate. Until recently, the production company of Yggdrasil, World Tree, seemed to have suddenly come to its senses and made a super big update to the game, announcing that it would also add a very interesting character to this game world. An NPC named Uehara Naraku. According to the introduction of Uehara Naraku in the game company's announcement, the setting of this NPC is very interesting. He seems to come here to recycle world-class items. According to the game company, Uehara Naraku will appear in every place on the game map without interruption, looking for the world-class item 20 that may appear. However, rather than saying that Uehara Naraku is an NPC, it is better to say that he is a world boss, because he does not seem to be friendly to players during his search. Well, actually, it's very unfriendly. Any player who appears in front of Uehara Naraku will be attacked indiscriminately at any time. This is Uehara Naraku's action mechanism. He never shows mercy. Of course, there are ways to make Uehara Naraku peaceful. According to the current information, if you want to survive in front of Uehara Naraku, the player must throw an ordinary world-class item in front of Uehara Naraku before he attacks, which will make him stop the current attack and ask the player to chat. Next is the real highlight. After Uehara Naraku asks the player to chat, the player takes the initiative to give his world-class item to Uehara Naraku. If the player refuses to give it, Uehara Naraku will forcibly take away the world-class items and continue to kill the player. It is so pitiful. Only if the player gives the world-class items can he survive. However, the player will be given a special handwritten letter from Uehara Naraku. The letter states the location where he will appear the next day, and he will stay in that area waiting for the player for a day, hoping that he can bring more world-class items. No one knows what rewards will be given if Uehara Naraku gives the second or third world-class items, because giving one is already a huge loss. At the beginning, many people also thought that this business was a huge loss, until a player on the forum finally pointed out the big problem of Uehara Naraku's erratic whereabouts, and that he might disappear at any time because of boredom. If the player successfully trades with Uehara Naraku will stay at the location on his handwritten letter for a week. In fact, this is a chance for the player to ambush Uehara Naraku. After all, no one knows what Uehara Naraku will drop after being knocked down. Maybe another or even more world-class items will drop, because Uehara Naraku has been collecting world-class items since he existed. The game company did not announce these. They just released a poster of Uehara Naraku smiling. In the poster, the game company thoughtfully pointed out the treasures that players want. The ordinary stick in the hands of the world-class boss Uehara Naraku is the strongest world-class item in the 20 series, World Will, and his index finger is wearing the most terrifying Eternal Snake Ring in the 20 series. This is almost a clear invitation for players to overthrow this world boss. Unfortunately, if you want to overthrow Uehara Naraku, the world boss, and get the top world-class item on the boss, you have to hand over one first. Game World Channel. When a group of players talked about what rewards might drop if they overthrow Uehara Naraku, they were all talking very enthusiastically until someone asked about the undead player at the beginning. Bubble Teapot, who was killed at the beginning. Please tell me the specific location of Uehara Naraku. I want to try if I can withstand his attack. Flying Squirrel. Uehara Naraku is still near the Iron Forest. He just killed me again. This is the 8th time today that he has chased me and killed me. He always kills me in one move. It's better not to come over. Bubble Teapot. It doesn't matter. I can withstand it. I'll use Bone King first. The article shouldn't be too long. Anyway, Super Seminary Heroes must be written. I just want to know how to catch up on Bleach the fastest, and Bleach the best needs to be polished. Chapter 593 Mr. Takumi, the goddess of luck is smiling. An hour later, a pink slime staggered to the town of Iron Forest. It was the bubble teapot who claimed to be trying to defend against the attack of the world boss Uehara Naraku. As a defense system profession, Bubble Teapot came here just to pave the way for them to defeat the boss Uehara Naraku in the future. Slime. Undead player Mamanga looked at the pink slime in confusion. His skull was a little stiff. Can the slime also withstand the attack of Uehara Naraku? It's okay. The pink slime swayed a few steps slowly. Bubble Teapot's voice sounded a little soft, like a gentle big sister. What's your name, Mamanga? San? Can you tell me the current location of the boss now? Girl. Mamanga was even more surprised. In this game, girls usually choose some beautiful or charming races and professions, but there are girls who choose slime and defense professions. Especially the girl's voice sounds very pleasant. Yggdrasil, World Tree, this game really has all kinds of players. Originally, Mamanga thought that he had chosen the skeleton undead profession, which was already different enough, but there were even more different players than him. Soon, Mamanga realized his impoliteness and quickly spoke, to ease the awkward atmosphere. Of course, when you came, I was killed by him for the 9th time, when I went to scout his position. Arigato. The pink slime jumped on the spot. The bubble teapot had a little happy voice, which made people feel that she was a little lolly. A minute later, the bubble teapot and Mamanga squatted at the resurrection point. The two alien players squatted here and doubted their lives. Confused, the slime body of the bubble teapot lay on the ground. The female player seemed to have lost her direction. She turned her head and glanced at Mamanga. Mamanga-san, were we ambushed by the world boss just now? It should be, right? Mamanga's face was also a little uncertain. The skeleton thought for a while, opened its own light curtain system panel, and after seeing the damage value below, it nodded slowly. It should be an assassin's back attack, which killed us in one move. The bubble teapot was silent for a second. The next moment, its slime body suddenly climbed up, and its voice was as passionate as the heroine in the anime. As a tank, how can you fall so easily? You will be laughed at by Pyrror and Sinnoh. But its body was staggering. After all, creatures like slimes are really hard to get excited about. Just when the bubble teapot wanted to rush out of the resurrection point, a ray of rebirth appeared in the resurrection point. This was a worm player who was killed. Just by looking at the equipment on this bug player, you can tell that his strength must be very extraordinary, because these equipments are a very high level, and even a lot of krypton gold is needed to buy these equipments. There is absolutely no way. The bug player clenched his weapon, and his voice was a little solemn. In addition to powerful equipment and world props, there are also fighting skills beyond imagination. The game company really made a powerful boss. This flying squirrel thought for a while, and hesitated to ask, you were also killed by Uehara Naraku? Boom. Before flying squirrel finished speaking, a huge shockwave fell from the sky. Just by looking at it, you can tell that the power of this move cannot be underestimated. Sure enough, this move directly killed all 3 players in the resurrection point. Whether it was the bug player who had just reborn and resurrected, or flying squirrel and bubble teapot who were originally at the resurrection point, they were all directly solved by this move. The souls of the 3 players were wandering, but none of them chose to resurrect directly, because in their vision, the world boss holding a stick walked into the resurrection point, staring at their souls, as if looking forward to their resurrection. This boss. Mamanga looked at this scene, his voice full of astonishment. Shouldn't he be guarding our corpses to kill us? Guarding corpses. In fact, it is a very annoying behavior. Originally, this behavior should happen in PvP, after a player kills another player, hides next to him, and waits for the player to revive, and then kills him again. Repeatedly, until the killed player is forced to choose to return to the resurrection point. This also means that the killed player can only terminate his mission. However, the problem now is, Uehara Naraku, the world boss, is guarding their resurrection point. How can they be resurrected? Are they going to be killed here all the time? If I remember correctly, Bubble Teapot's eyes fell on the soul of the bug player, and whispered, Uehara Naraku's boss mechanism is to take back all world-class props. Every player with world-class props will be targeted after he sees it. Obviously, Bubble Teapot has no props. And the flying squirrel next to him is a complete noob. Even now he is only in his 20s, which means he has lost a lot of experience levels by being killed. Even if he hadn't been killed so many times, it would be impossible for him to get any world-class props. Sorry, it might be because of me. The bug player did not hide it. He explained in a deep voice. Maybe it's because I showed the world-class item in front of him. I will let the boss leave. Are you trading with Uehara Naraku? Momonga has also heard about the way to lure Uehara Naraku and couldn't help but say, why are you here when you have a world-class item? Any player with a world-class item will not easily approach Uehara Naraku because once they are detected to have a world-class item, they will be chased by Uehara Naraku continuously and it is impossible to escape. So, not many strong people dare to challenge Uehara Naraku because once they are targeted, the world-class items on them will not be safe unless they quit the game immediately. There is hope to temporarily preserve them. However, Uehara Naraku will still squat in the offline area of the game until another player uses another world-class item to lure him away. But this is meaningless because unless the player targeted by Uehara Naraku deletes his account, he must trade him a world-class item to avoid being hunted down. This clause is really overbearing beyond imagination, but this seems to be in line with the balance mechanism of the game. After all, those world-class items are too powerful. If you get them, you will definitely pay a heavy price. Ordinary people will never have the hope of possessing them. Because I want to try to challenge him. The bug player answered Momonga without any hesitation. At this moment, the bug player seemed to be a real game player. If I don't challenge the boss, what's the point of me spending money and practicing game skills in the game? I won't bully the weak. To put it bluntly, this is a high-level player who doesn't like to bully weak players. Just as Bubble Teapot and Momonga Soul looked at the bug player with admiration, the bug player said again, of course, I also want to get the 2 strongest, 20, world-class items in the boss's hand. This is a real idea. In this game, Crypt and Gold can't decide everything. Because the top world-class items are truly in short supply. As long as you can get the 2, 20 series world-class items in Uehara Naraku's hands, it almost means that you have everything in the entire game world at this stage. Now it seems that I can't beat him. I have to learn all the skills and super skills before I can try again. It would be best if I can get a special profession. After the insect player finished talking to himself, he began to prepare to revive his body. He continued softly, but I have also prepared a backup plan. I also want to see what 2 world-class items can get from Uehara. 2. Momonga looked at the insect player in surprise. Yggdrasil, World Tree, is a super popular online game with countless players, but the entire game has only 200 world-class items. This insect player actually has 2 world-class items, especially at this stage of the game. It's hard to imagine how he got it. After the 3 of them were resurrected, the bug player took out his world-class item and threw it on the ground, indicating that he would not use the world-class item to attack Uehara Naraku, so that Uehara Naraku, the world-class boss, stopped attacking. Under the gaze of Momonga and Bubble Teapot, Uehara Naraku and the bug player made a deal. The world boss took out a piece of white paper, wrote a location by hand, and gave it to the bug player. However, the bug player did not take the handwritten letter. He took out another world-class item from his package and handed it to Uehara Naraku to indicate the deal. Everyone saw a strange scene. The world boss, that everyone feared in the game, smiled and lowered his head. He suddenly put away his handwritten letter, took out a ring from his body, and handed it to the bug player, and said the first sentence to the player. Tachi me player, when you have collected more world-class props, come and call me. After that, this world boss seemed to think that there was no advantage to be gained, so he left the resurrection point of this town and disappeared without a trace in an instant. After Uehara Naraku left, Momonga and Bubble Teapot looked at the bug player in amazement. They knew that they seemed to have witnessed history and knew the strategy to deal with Uehara Naraku. The bug player Tachimi stared at the ring in his hand and said in a deep voice, I thought it would be the eternal snake ring in the 20 series, but I didn't expect it to have this effect. Ring of Destiny HP, health, plus 20% MP, magic, plus 20% all element attributes, plus 10% all element resistance, plus 10% all skill levels, plus 1 protection of destiny under normal circumstances. Uehara Naraku will not actively attack you. Meeting of Destiny. You can actively ask for Uehara Naraku's location at any time. Intersection of Destiny. Automatically add NPC Uehara Naraku as a friend. Unlock the primary favorability, and each level of favorability can unlock more interactions with Uehara Naraku. The price of Destiny. Request Uehara Naraku to appear in your battle. Note, when Uehara Naraku appears in a battle, he must pay a world-class item as a reward. Bound, untradeable, and indestructible. Note, when you get this ring, it means that you have been chosen by fate. Mr. Tachimi, and the goddess of luck is smiling at you. Equipment maker, Uehara Naraku. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594, Game Company President Uehara Naraku. Yggdrasil, World Tree. In another corner of this game world, Uehara Naraku collected the 2 world-class items that Tachimi gave him, and a black hole appeared in his hand. He calmly took the 2 world-class items into it. As the 2 world-class items fell into the black hole and disappeared, Uehara Naraku's world power also rose rapidly by 200,000. Each absorbed world-class item can provide him with an increase of 100,000. And the top 20 series, each 20 series world-class item can provide him with an increase of 500,000 world power, and the world will in it can directly provide 1 million world power. When the power of these world-class items was absorbed by Uehara Naraku, these world-class items that countless players longed for disappeared forever in this game world. Of course, another reason is to maintain the balance of this game world and make the 9 worlds of this game more stable. Because the game Yggdrasil, World Tree, has a total of 9 split maps, which also means that this game has 9 worlds. Once the game is completely shut down, Uehara Naraku will be able to directly collect the power of the 9 worlds. Simply put, this is a welfare task. In addition to these 9 worlds, and about 200 world-class props that provide world power, there is actually a larger map. That is, after the game is shut down, everyone in a place called the Great Tomb of Nazarick may travel to another different world. Because this is the initial setting of the King of the Undead. The undead skeleton named Flying Squirrel that Uehara Naraku kept chasing at the beginning will become the owner of the Great Tomb of Nazarick in the future. After Momonga traveled through the other world with his full level equipment, full level attributes, and a bunch of countless artifacts and world-class props, he changed his name to Ainzulgan and started a magical journey in that world. Uehara Naraku can then find a way to sneak into the Great Tomb of Nazarick and see if he can follow Nazarick into another world and get a hidden other world. If the operation is done properly, plus a real world, Uehara Naraku will have the hope of obtaining 11 planets. Although these planets are not complete, they can also provide him with enough world power to allow him to meet greater challenges in the future. Since using the Black Hole series of skills in the pirate world, Uehara Naraku has deeply felt the power of the Black Hole skills. No matter how powerful a person is, as long as his world power is strong enough, he can destroy it. People. Sooner or later, they will become stronger. A person cannot always immerse himself in his past invincibility, but must live out his current invincibility and future invincibility. What Uehara Naraku didn't expect was that because of his pursuit, the future members of Ainzulgan Guild actually met in advance. Uehara Naraku didn't care, because his next task was to go to the forum and check whether Tachimi and Momonga had posted any strategies about Uehara Naraku. Otherwise, Uehara had to find a way to send out his own strategy. It would be best if he could recover all the world-class props and earn enough world power during the period when the game was launched. Uehara Naraku world power. 16.3 million life. 100,000 points mana. 100,000 points life recovery. 1296/second mana recovery. 1024/second remaining gold coins. 0 pieces because there are too many undeveloped tasks in the pirate world, and the strength of the absorbed planets is slightly different. Most of Uehara Naraku's gold coins were directly exchanged, but what he got in return was also generous enough, because the pirates provided nearly 10 million world powers. This power exploded, enough for Uehara Naraku to control the black hole, to annihilate or absorb a planet. Return to the game Yggdrasil, World Tree. Uehara Naraku has gradually become accustomed to the life of a world boss. He will appear in an unfixed place every day, then kill a group of players, and continue to look for world-class props. As this game becomes more and more popular, there are more and more players, and the level is getting higher and higher. More and more players are beginning to challenge the world boss Uehara Naraku, hoping to take a few world-class props from Uehara Naraku. Unfortunately, these players can't even see the shadow of Uehara Naraku, because the most basic condition for challenging Uehara Naraku is to meet Uehara Naraku and trade a world-class prop with Uehara Naraku as a threshold, so that Uehara Naraku will stay in a fixed place for a day. And the ones who can meet Uehara Naraku are only a few players, and they have received the ring given by Uehara Naraku. Once these players learn that some guilds have started looking for Uehara Naraku, they will know that they may have world-class items. These players will immediately find ways to destroy those guilds and snatch the world-class items from them. Then, they will give the world-class items to Uehara Naraku. Because these players know very well that these guilds are definitely no match for Uehara Naraku, who holds the 220 series items, the Ring of the Eternal Serpent and the Will of the World. In this case, it is better to let them snatch the world-class items of these guilds and use them in exchange for Uehara Naraku's assistance to attack a difficult stronghold, eliminate a hostile force, or be the first to pass a level with rich rewards. All of these can provide help to these players' guilds. For example, the Ainzulgan guild where Tachimi is located used 2 world-class items to ask Uehara Naraku to take action twice in exchange for rich rewards. The first time, after the new dungeon was opened, Tachimi quickly used the world-class props to ask Uehara Naraku to help them clear the dungeon for the first time, so that the members of the guild received an extremely rare hidden job reward. The second time, Ainzulgan guild attacked the Great Tomb of Nazarick as their guild base, and encountered many guild siege. It was Uehara Naraku who defeated a group of guilds that were sieging them. Compared with Ainzulgan guild, another player was much more resourceful. This player encountered the strongest opponent in history in the first world competition. This player simply used the world-class props to ask Uehara Naraku. This caused a sensation. No one thought that someone would summon the world boss Uehara Naraku to the competition field in this competition. Isn't this cheating? That player directly advanced to the finals. In the final battle, Uehara Naraku was called out again. He used 2 world-class items to get the world champion position in the first competition, and became the first player to have the hidden profession of world champion. In addition, he can freely choose an equipment that surpasses the artifact level items. However, the game company did not determine that it was a violation, but only announced that from now on, world-class items would no longer be allowed in competitions. The players in the game talked about it. No one knew whether the player lost or gained. Anyway, the game company should definitely not lose, right? In any case, 2 world-class items in exchange for a world champion profession, it still feels a bit unworthy. After all, these 2 world-class items have a great hope of helping him win the championship. However, during the interview, this player said that the existence of world-class items affected the balance of the game. In the game, only Uehara Naraku would completely recycle these items. He just wanted to give the items to Uehara Naraku to protect the absolute balance of this game. Of course, correspondingly, this player did not deny it. Because this player lost 2 world-class items, so it's not too much for him to win the world championship in the first competition as a little compensation. This is really a high-sounding statement. However, the majority of players in this game were immediately touched, and they also began to hope that these world-class items that affect the balance would disappear. Anyway, they never got them. This trend of boycotting world-class items was once publicized. In fact, the game company has been secretly taking back these world-class items. With this favorable wind, the game company finally began to suppress the existence of world-class items. If world-class items cannot appear in the competition, its value will be slightly discounted. According to the idea of the game company, they also very much hope that the greatest value of world-class items should be given to Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku's strategy information has appeared on the forum. Only one world-class item can make him stop attacking, and 2 world-class items can be exchanged for the super artifact, and unlimited benefits given by Uehara Naraku. Just when the whole game was in motion, world boss Uehara Naraku quietly disappeared from the game world. In the real world, in the office building of the Yggdrasil World Tree game production company, a game sleeping cabin connected to countless lines lit up with a red light. After the red light of this game sleeping cabin lit up, figures appeared next to the sleeping cabin, all legally waiting for the people in the sleeping cabin to come out. Click. The door of the sleeping cabin slowly opened. A figure walked out of the sleeping cabin, rubbed his shoulders and neck, and said sleepily, "Well, I stayed in the game for a long time this time. Is there anything new happening outside? Isn't it?" "No." A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes hesitated and glanced at the young man in front of him, and slowly closed his mouth. "What is a new thing?" It should be said that apart from what happened in this company, there seems to be nothing worth the young man's attention. "President Uehara, your juice." Another gentle-looking man in a suit walked up to Uehara Naraku and handed him a glass of juice respectfully. "Thank you very much, the competition went well." Uehara Naraku took the juice and picked up the document handed to him by the man in the suit and asked slowly, "By the way, have you found out what Suzuki Satoru is doing recently?" Suzuki Satoru. His identity is the undead player manga in the game world, and he is also the current president of the Ainzuilgan Guild and a maximum level player who will travel to another world in the future. The man in the suit hesitated for a while, and then said awkwardly, "It should still be the game. Because during the weekend, unless he needs to visit customers to work overtime, Suzuki Satoru rarely goes out, and is almost online all day. This world should end soon." Everyone take a look at the preface and the latest introduction of this volume. Chapter 595, Flying Squirrel. I will never get tired of playing this game, even if I play it for another 10 years. A gamer who likes to stay at home. He didn't even give Uehara Naraku a chance to get in touch with him. This long lost feeling reminded Uehara Naraku of the time when he was frightened by Uzumaki Naruto and his gang. No matter how impeccable his plan was, it would be easily resolved by those simple-minded people. The reason why they didn't fall for it was they never thought about things too complicatedly. What a hassle. Uehara Naraku sat back in the game sleeping cabin and closed his eyes. Starting tomorrow, we will prepare to open a new world copy. The first pass rewards will be set a little more generous, so that those players can hand in their world-class items as soon as possible in exchange for the generous first pass rewards. When he came to this, Uehara Naraku slowly opened his eyes again. Also, the first guild war can begin. PvP is the mainstream of the game, yes, President. The man in the suit nodded and asked softly, regarding the change of the company's president, we need to announce this matter to the public in accordance with regulations. Whatever. Uehara Naraku lay in the game sleeping cabin indifferently, muttering to himself casually, anyway, this game will not last long. Everything in this game world is moving forward in an orderly manner. Unexpectedly, the first guild war was a riot of demons. 3 powerful guilds used world-class items to attack one of the guilds, but were defeated by Uehara Naraku, who was summoned by a player holding the Ring of Destiny. It was simply outrageous. And the 3 world-class items were also taken away by Uehara Naraku. It was fine if the guilds lost the war, but the world-class items were also lost, which really made the guilds lose their pants. Facing Uehara Naraku, who possessed the world will, the guilds at this stage were still a little bit inferior. This also caused another problem. More and more guilds in the game world began to secretly collect world-class items, but they all wanted to use them to summon Uehara Naraku at the most critical moment. Even the Ainzuilgan Guild was no exception. World-class items must not be used easily anymore, because each item means that they will get help from Uehara Naraku at a critical moment. Of course, an interesting thing happened during this period. When 2 guilds were fighting, they arranged for players with the Ring of Destiny to use world-class items to call Uehara Naraku. The final result was also quite strange. Uehara Naraku took away their world-class items, chose to attack one of the players with relatively low favorability, and wiped out their guild. It makes people want to curse. In this case, if they want to dispatch Uehara Naraku, a strategic nuclear weapon level helper, it means that they need enough favorability to do so. From then on, the guild wars in this game world became strange. First of all, the wars between large guilds must have a world-class item to avoid the appearance of Uehara Naraku. Secondly, the players who hold the Ring of Destiny in the guild must have a high enough favorability. For 10 years, this made Uehara Naraku live very comfortably. At the same time, this also caused a huge trouble. That is, during these 10 years, players have never defeated the world boss Uehara Naraku, which also led to Uehara Naraku's success in breaking out of the circle. In the end, game players found out that the source of this world boss was the new president of the game company, Uehara. Generally speaking, the bosses of game companies are not very popular among players. Therefore, whenever players are unhappy or happy, especially whenever there is a pitfall update in the game, a large number of players will search for Uehara Naraku's traces on a large scale and try to defeat the world boss Uehara Naraku. Even if you just blast a fireball at Uehara Naraku, you can vent your anger, and you can beat the president of the game company at close range. This opportunity is really rare. Uehara Naraku, the world boss who has ravaged players for 10 years, is also an NPC that has always helped players. The final result is that he successfully broke out of the circle and made the game Yggdrasil World Tree popular again. Some players even proposed one day without defeating Uehara Naraku, one day without quitting Yggdrasil. Even though many players have slowly quit the game due to life or work reasons over the past 10 years, they still enjoy brushing topics about Uehara Naraku. And Uehara Naraku's image is not bad. This person is very healing when he smiles, and once he starts to fight, he is particularly ruthless, which makes people feel a little cute in contrast. In addition, his luxurious equipment and powerful strength. It is indeed quite attractive. Under the influence of the extremely high popularity of this game, batches of newbies also entered the Yggdrasil World Tree game and suffered. This kind of thing also brought new troubles to Uehara Naraku. Because of the history that Uehara originally knew, the game should have been greatly declining during this period. Only the Ainzulgan guild has only 3 people left from the peak period of 41 people. But the current Ainzulgan guild, it seems that no one has quit the game. Even from the current perspective, Ainzulgan still sits firmly in the top 10 of the world guild rankings, and their overall strength is still the strongest. In the past 10 years, Ainzulgan has handed over 5 world-class items to Uehara Naraku alone, not including the price Tachimi paid for the Ring of Destiny. This guild definitely has other world-class items in its collection. But why haven't they quit the game yet? According to the time calculation, there should be only 3 people left in Ainzulgan, and these 3 people should only come online occasionally. And it's not just Ainzulgan. Many guilds, big and small, are still continuing to grow and develop. If I remember correctly, Uehara Naraku sat in the game sleeping cabin, looking at the latest game data, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. At this time, Yggdrasil World Tree should have fewer and fewer players. Why is this broken game not dead yet? If it continues like this, in the future, when the 12-year time of crossing is up, it is estimated that there will be more than 100,000 players who have not quit the game. If the server is shut down at that time, will these players cross to another world together? Or what will happen? If the server is not shut down, will there still be such a thing as crossing to another world? What the hell is this? Uehara Naraku slowly closed his palms, lay down in the game sleeping cabin, and doubted his life. Why is it so troublesome to make a game cool? In the game, you can't let all these players quit the game directly. You also need them to help find world-class props in the game, and you can't let this game continue to be popular. He is just a behind-the-scenes manipulator. He is not a serious game company boss at all. Why has the situation developed into this now? Isn't this a welfare world that seriously collects world power? It feels like something is going in the wrong direction. Let's have someone come to a meeting. Uehara Naraku glanced at the man in the suit and said in a deep voice, if this continues, it feels like this game will slowly become a well-known retirement game. Now, we must find a way to make some changes. The man in the suit was full of question marks. It has been 10 years since the launch of their game. Wouldn't it be better to become a long-lasting retirement game now? Anyway, the monthly turnover revenue has been increasing continuously. Apart from anything else, the president, who has been playing the world boss in the game, should know how valuable the artifact equipment and props in this game are, right? Now, a player who owns a Ring of Destiny can get a considerable salary in a large guild if he wants. Compared to the unhappy Uehara Naraku, Uehara, the president of the Ainzulgan Guild, is very happy. Flying Squirrel was a bit of a loner in real life, and only realized the preciousness of friendship in the game. Many of his guildmates actually wanted to quit the game, but because they often saw news about the game Yggdrasil, they slowly came back. These guildmates are in a scrodding state. They may quit at any time, or they may continue to play at any time. Anyway, President Uehara is very happy that his old friends can still stay together. I've been getting busier and busier at work, so I don't want to waste time on games. The strange body of the bubble teapot slowly squirmed, holding the NPC little Gaora that he made in his arms, and his voice was clear and attractive. But we suddenly received a dubbing job for Yggdrasil, World Tree. I'm Frenu. Oh, this is a secret that can't be told. What the hell is a secret? Peroran Sino lay on the table in the guild hall, looking at his sister speechlessly. Enai-chan, the game announcement for the new copy has come out. Ah, new copy. Uehara's skull looked at the bubble teapot and said in surprise, the final boss of the new copy, Hel, the daughter of the evil god Loki, is actually the voice of Bubble Teapot. Well, the bubble teapot nodded and continued with a smile, and there will be more dubbing in the future, because this is also a secret. Sounds like it will be fun. Tachimi sat in his seat and said calmly, come to think of it, has Bubble Teapot been to the production company of Yggdrasil? Next week. Bubble Teapot nodded, tidied up Aura's hair in his arms, and continued in a low voice, this year's Yggdrasil is really big. I really don't want to quit this game. How can I quit? Flying Squirrel sat in the president's seat, looking at the crowded guild hall, with an undisguised smile in his voice. As long as and I are still alive, I can play this game for another 10 years, and won't get tired of it. As I was writing, I suddenly felt strange, and I inexplicably thought of President Pei. Chapter 596, Catastrophic. Uehara Naraku's plan was good. In order to collect enough world power faster, he made a super difficult update to the game, which was also the largest update in 10 years. Uehara Naraku hoped that after the update, someone would want to use world-class items to help him go through the dungeon for the first time, beat other world bosses, or occupy new map locations. This behavior is equivalent to giving the opportunity to clear the level to the players. However, the players did not seem to be very interested in these, because this major update after 10 years seemed to have ignited the passion of the players when they first played the game. When countless guilds saw that the dungeon was extremely difficult, the first thing they did was to compete with each other for progress. Even if they were only 1% ahead, it was worth showing off. Of course, the most important thing was that there were not many world-class items in this game. When there were hundreds of game props, the big guilds traded them to Uehara Naraku without blinking an eye. Now it is a little different. There may be less than 20 world-class props left in the hands of players in the entire game world. According to statistics from interested players, the world boss Uehara Naraku has recovered at least 150 world-class props through various means. This means that there are about 30 undiscovered world-class props in the world, each of which is precious, and can be said to be completely out of print after being lost. These guild leaders have new ideas. They think that whoever holds the last prop that has not been traded to Uehara Naraku will become the only guild that can use Uehara Naraku, and perhaps the last guild that has the opportunity to defeat Uehara Naraku, the boss, if it is only used for the first pass of the dungeon. Even if the reward is generous, it is a waste. Moreover, even if the opportunity to summon Uehara Naraku is used when opening up a new map, when the enemy attacks in the future, you can only wait and die. Facing this situation, Uehara Naraku is not without a solution. Headquarters of the game production company, Uehara Naraku sat in his game sleeping cabin and put forward his own idea. The response to the new version seems to be good, so let's start the Cataclysm event led by me. This is a way to cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot. No, it can be said to be a big cleanup of the game world. Every guild, even every player, will fall into this catastrophe, and no one will be able to escape. The Cataclysm event? A group of people couldn't help but look at each other. These people had long known that the president of their company had such an idea, but they never thought that they would directly prepare to launch the Cataclysm during the 10th anniversary update of the server. This is too fast. Originally, they had also thought about this problem. This would cause heavy losses to the players of the entire game. Would the players accept this new version? That's it. Uehara and Naraku grabbed the juice on the cup and whispered, "Weren't they very happy when they besieged me before? At least let me get back a little bit." A group of people looked at each other. A strange idea came to everyone's mind. This was probably the most important purpose of their president. Who made this president like to play the world boss in the game? During this period of time, he has been bullied by the players of the game. This president with a heart smaller than a needle will definitely want revenge. I didn't expect that he would start the Cataclysm version so soon to retaliate, and even use the identity of the world boss as the protagonist of the Cataclysm version. The president of a game company, once he gets calculative, he will even take revenge on the players. Such a petty president is really something that people dare not provoke. But since the president has spoken, the people below can only obey, and there is nothing particularly troublesome about this version. The man in the suit thought for a while and said softly, "So where should we start? So far, we haven't had any quests or NPCs related to Uehara and Naraku. Pick a resource point on a new map." Uehara and Naraku looked at the man in the suit in surprise and said, "Check which guild is making the fastest progress? Which new map are they opening up?" "It seems to be the Ainzulgan guild." The man in the suit hesitated for a second and said softly, "If I remember correctly, it should be a resource point called God's Valley. There are several corpses of gods in this resource point, and its value ranks among the top among all resource points. That's them." Uehara and Naraku put down the cup in his hand heavily. Yggdrasil Game World. After the version update, the Ainzulgan guild once had a considerable advantage in the progress of opening up new land. Although their number was not large, their overall strength was above that of other guilds. Whether it is opening up new dungeons or strategizing resource points on new maps, the Ainzulgan guild has a considerable lead. Guild leader Mamanga has not had a good rest for a long time. Hard work will never be in vain. Today, the Ainzulgan guild will have the hope of occupying a new resource point, a rich resource point called the Valley of the Gods. The resources in the Valley of the Gods can be used to make more artifact equipment for them, or continue to increase their efforts to build their Nazarick Great Tomb stronghold. Whether it is the geographical advantage, the rich resources, or the beautiful scenery, it is hard not to be impressed, and it can even be used as an alternative guild station. The Valley of the Gods. Ainzulgan guild finally defeated the boss of God's Valley, and advanced all the way to the depths of God's Valley. All they had to do was find the control point of God's Valley. Mamanga Skeleton stepped into the depths of God's Valley step by step, followed by dozens of Ainzulgan guild players. Speaking of which, we should be the first to successfully open up the wasteland. Is it right? The first 3 guilds seem to be making good progress. Just as a group of guild players were chatting casually, their steps suddenly stopped, and a series of prompts suddenly popped up on everyone's system panel. You entered the territory of God. You invaded the domain of God. You disturbed the peace of God. The next moment, the sky suddenly changed color. Peroran Sinnoh suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky and subconsciously said, 6th level magic weather control. This is too much of a disdain for us players. In 10 years, the power of the players is incomparable to the past. The 6th level magic is really not good enough, because these players have already mastered the existence of launching super level magic. This is not weather control. Fishu immediately shook his head, looked up at the sky, and said in a deep voice, "This is the elemental chaos in the super level magic. What is coming is the reign of elemental chaos. Everyone should hold up the defense first. This is a super large scale attack. You can't withdraw for the time being." The next second, a bunch of strange magic fell quickly from the sky. Lightning, flames, falling rocks, hurricanes, magma, countless kinds of chaotic and complicated magic fell one after another, and all elemental magic, except super level magic, fell from the sky. If I remember correctly, the skeleton of the flying squirrel raised its head and looked at the magic that was still pouring down from the sky, and his face looked a little weird. Not many people have mastered this super level magic. Even among the NPCs, it seems that only one person has used it as a magic profession. The flying squirrel pays much more attention to magic skills than others, and he also likes skills like elemental chaos. Because this skill, if it can be successfully released, it can directly create a battlefield where the enemy can't move and passively take a beating. Before there is a way to crack the elemental chaos, they must continue to withstand the attack of the rain of elemental chaos. Even in today's games, where there are countless super level magic, this skill has always been a favorite of magic professions, but it's a pity that no player has been able to master it so far. Advanced defensive barrier. The two slimes, Bubble Teapot and Iluo, activated their skills at the same time, protected their companions under their hands, and propped up the other side of the defensive barrier alone to resist the elemental attacks falling from the sky. Iluo couldn't help but turn his head to look at Momonga and shouted, "Hey, Momonga, can you use the transfer magic to transfer everyone directly?" "No way." Momonga shook his head slowly, using his skills to help his companions defend together. He explained in a deep voice, "Even if the transfer magic is used, it can't escape the range of the Valley of Gods. Even my MP is enough to support the elemental chaos rain, to cover the entire Valley of Gods. And this boss who uses the chaos rain, if his MP is enough, the range of this skill is enough to cover the surface of any world map in the 9 worlds. This is also enough to destroy the world, so it is called the ultimate super level magic of the magician. No matter which magic profession, everyone wants to get the elemental chaos and the derivative skills behind it. However, the prerequisite for obtaining this skill is to successfully cultivate all the natural elemental forces. This is a bit difficult to do, because some element can only be mastered by specific professions. Just as Momonga continued to speak, a world announcement suddenly jumped out. The Ainzulgan Guild disturbed the peace of God in the Valley of Gods. As a small punishment for the ignorant, the punishment of God will befall the 9 worlds. The holder of the world will, Uehara Naraku, will continuously create disasters in the 9 worlds for 7 days. All players are requested to be prepared. Uehara's revenge was delayed overnight. This is all my fault. Chapter 597. Uehara Naraku is relieved. The prompts of the game system are very simple. All the players of Ainzulgan Guild are in a bad mood because they stepped into the Valley of Gods and started a great disaster that is about to befall the 9 worlds. This kind of disaster is definitely at the level of world destruction. The guild's military officer, Bunomo, couldn't help scratching his head and sighed faintly. Alas, it's because of us that Uehara Naraku's words of world destruction came out. It feels like we are going to become the public enemy of the whole server. Peroran Sinnoh turned over his palms. Hey, when did you have the illusion that we are not the public enemy of the whole server? As a very strange alien guild in the whole game, it was not very popular in the game. Although they have a small number of people, their strength is very strong. This means that in some aspects of competing for resources, they will never lag behind others. Therefore, Ainzulgan Guild does not have a good reputation in this game. What should we do about the problem now? Heiluo looked up at the sky where magic was still falling continuously and couldn't help but say, if the magic damage continues like this, Bubble Teapot and I will not be able to bear it sooner or later. Let me think about it. Momonga scratched his skeleton and said softly, for the time being, we will slowly exit the Valley of the Gods along the way we came. Everyone uses their own skills to offset the magic in the elemental chaos rain. I set up a teleportation point at the exit of the Valley of the Gods. As long as the distance is enough, I will use transfer magic to take everyone away together. Following Momonga's method, no one from the Ainzulgan Guild was killed, and they escaped from the elemental chaos rain that covered the entire Valley of the Gods. It's just that everyone's MP and HP are almost at the limit. Momonga looked at the Valley of the Gods with some lingering fear, and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect the range and duration of the elemental chaos rain to be so amazing. Mamanga did a good job to the slime. Bubble teapot rubbed against Mamanga's skeleton and praised him with a smile. You can lead us out of such a chaotic place. The president chosen by the Ainzulgan Guild is indeed right. Although Mamanga has always played the role of a grinder, he is indeed a top player. Even in the rare super level magic such as Elemental Chaos Rain, he can find a ray of hope for everyone. Especially this super level magic is very likely to be released by Uehara Naraku. Because so far, only Uehara Naraku has used this skill. And according to some of the information about Uehara Naraku collected by their players, it was once shown that in addition to the full proficiency similar to the warrior profession, Uehara Naraku also has full elemental power and full magic proficiency. How can it be so amazing? Mamanga couldn't help but take a half step back. Although Bubble Teapot's voice sounds cute, her image in the game world is really not something Mamanga can think of. Flying Squirrel turned his head and took another look at the Valley of the Gods, which was covered by the rain of elemental chaos, and whispered, "It looks like we have to go back to the guild headquarters first and see what the situation is with this catastrophe." Tachimi nodded, stroked the ring on his hand, and said in a deep voice, "There was a problem with the Ring of Destiny that Uehara Naraku gave me. Several passive skills have turned grey. It should be just temporarily ineffective." What? Everyone looked at Tachimi. Mamanga thought for a while and couldn't help but touch his bony chin, whispering, "Almost all the passive skills above are related to Uehara Naraku. If those passive skills are invalid, it is very likely that Uehara Naraku will attack all players indiscriminately during this catastrophe. Maybe the game company has left a foreshadowing." Tachimi shook his head and sighed softly. Originally, this ring once reminded that under normal circumstances, Uehara Naraku would not take the initiative to attack. But now it seems that the catastrophe is not an ordinary situation. It's really bad. Bubble Teapot crawled to their side and said faintly, 10 years ago, the game company was ready to start the catastrophe. 10 years later? In fact, the game company is much worse than they thought. No, it should be said that Uehara Naraku is much worse than they thought. The role of this fate ring is not only here, the most important thing is that it allows Uehara Naraku to lock their location at all times and find out whether they have hidden world-class props. If necessary, Uehara Naraku can also peek into the game life of the ring holder, along with the doubts and criticisms of Ainzulgan's Guild on the World Channel. The Great Cataclysm event of the game Yggdrasil World Tree also kicked off, and the protagonist of this major event, Uehara Naraku, also appeared at his first destination, an unbreakable guild station, Asgard Sky City, located at the top of the 9 worlds. This Sky City is also the top of the entire World Tree game. Just from their terrain, you can see how difficult this guild station is to attack. It is said to be the most difficult station to break through in the entire Yggdrasil World Tree, and only places with the same name as it, such as the Great Tomb of Nazarick in the Styx. Now, the guild in this station is on full alert, because right next to their guild, a young man with 6 wings appeared. His eyes were cold, and he held an ordinary stick in his hand. It was Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku now looks completely different from before. He no longer has that warm smile, but his face is full of indifference and ruthlessness. It's really scary. An angel player looked at Uehara Naraku floating in the distance with a cold sweat on his face. The world boss of Uehara Naraku will actually attack the players' guild bases. This catastrophe has just begun, and it has directly found our guild president. Another angel player flew to his side and said in a deep voice, "Are you all ready to start attacking Uehara Naraku? This is our base, and there are many powerful NPCs and players in it. Maybe this is our chance to defeat this boss." However, at this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted their communication. Divine punishment. Uehara Naraku pointed to the sky. Lightning bolts fell from the sky and gathered into a thick thunder. This thunder instantly bombarded the Sky City. This thunder directly penetrated the entire Sky City and instantly blasted the entire Sky City into ruins. Arsehole, raise your hand and cast super level magic instantly. The angel president was furious. This didn't give the players any chance at all. How could their guild fight? It was clearly the game company targeting the players. Just as the angel president was sulking, Uehara Naraku suddenly appeared beside him, swinging the stick in his hand casually and about to hit him. The world will, which was said to be the strongest world-class item, was just used as a normal attack item in Uehara Naraku's hand. Dimensional shield. The angel president raised his palm. A magic barrier array appeared in front of him, but it was smashed by Uehara Naraku the next second. It seemed that the world will was about to hit him again. It is said that this move can instantly kill any player. Space transfer. The angel president's figure suddenly shuttled to another location. As a game world, space skills are standard for their level, and even just a common skill for them. But when he just transferred, Uehara Naraku seemed to have guessed his location, appeared beside him in advance, and put one hand on his head. Lightning wrapped around the body of the angel president. The next moment, he became a corpse. However, 2 world-class items exploded from the body of the angel president. Uehara Naraku calmly put away the 2 world-class items, but he did not take away the president's fate ring. After doing all this, Uehara Naraku looked up at the sky. A cloud began to gather, and ice snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Every snowflake that fell on the player would cause the player to lose a lot of health. The whole Asgard was turned into a snowy area by him. After the first world was solved, Uehara Naraku watched as all the players in Asgard were forced to log off under the attack of the super level magic ice and snow world. He finally showed a relieved smile on his face. Phew, the next chapter will be about conquering Nazarick. By the way, how much does it cost to revive an NPC? I remember it was a mountain of gold. Chapter 598, a strategy to capture Nazarick's world boss. Players forum. The atmosphere was noisy. Players from the entire Asgard map were in an uproar in the forum, because no one dared to stay online. Anyone who went online would be covered and killed by super level magic skills. Does the game company want everyone to quit the game? Who will go and check if the people from Asgard can still go online? No, they were killed in the ice and snow world as soon as they went online and lost another level of experience. The main city of Midgard has also been destroyed. Naraku Uehara just slaughtered all the players in the city, and Midgard can't go online either. Niflheim is also finished. The whole map is raining lava. The damage can't be sustained for a few minutes. The Fire Kingdom of Muspelheim has also been turned into an ice and snow world. The boss of this world is really going to destroy the world. Is Helheim the last of the 9 worlds left? The last news, before going offline, seems to be that Naraku Uehara is attacking the last guild base, Nazarick. It seems to be the base of the Ainzulgan Guild, right? Is it the base that, like the Sky City, is said to have never fallen, and the base that destroyed the coalition of 1,500 people? Is there still such a powerful guild? Newbies probably don't know, but the Ainzulgan Guild is full of anomalies. It seems that they have only accepted RMB players, and basically they rarely participate in large-scale events, because there are too few people. It's been less than a day, right? Uehara Naraku went from the top map of the game Asgard Sky Castle, all the way to Nazarick in Helheim, the bottom map. I just want to know when this cataclysm event will end. I want to know what the game company is trying to do. Insider information. It seems that the president of the game company, Uehara, heard that the world boss, based on him, has been being attacked by players, so he asked people to develop a cataclysm version. Is it true? There is such a president? That's too much. Then there's nothing to say. After the cataclysm is over, we will go online and continue to form a group to push Uehara Naraku. How can we not retaliate? +1. Is there really hope? Last time, our 5 guilds sent out 5 magic casters who used super level magic and brought with them countless crypt and gold props, which knocked off 10% of his health in one go. In the end, Uehara Naraku counterattacked with an elemental chaos rain and wiped them out. Awkward. Shout out our slogan. We won't quit Yggdrasil until Uehara Naraku is overthrown. The entire forum was in an uproar. The customer service department of the game company was almost blown up. It was a pity that they couldn't make any decisions. The only one who could make decisions was attacking the last guild base, the Great Tomb of Nazarick, where Ainzulgan's guild was stationed. This guild also has the most world-class props. All members of the Ainzulgan Guild gathered in the throne room under the 10th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, and they were discussing how to fight Uehara Naraku. The cataclysm event may not be as simple as we thought. Bunyu sat on the chair and said slowly, according to the information we have obtained, any player holding a world-class item will definitely drop it when he is killed. This incident may also be a means for the game company to recycle world-class items. What if you quit the game? That's not very realistic. Flying Squirrel shook his head and took over the conversation to explain. According to known information, all players must experience the baptism of the cataclysm event. Even if they quit the game, they will continue to stay in the game in the form of AFK, which means they are at the mercy of others, unless they die once and then quit the game. Bunyu nodded, looked at everyone and continued, and if we kill someone holding a world-class item now, it will definitely drop, which means that the world-class item will definitely appear in front of Uehara and Naraku. Then let's fight a defense battle on our territory. This is our home court. Maybe we will be the first guild to defeat Uehara and Naraku, the world boss. Shaltia Bloodfallen, the guardian of the first to third floors created by Piror and Sino, has gone to fight. Uehara and Naraku has come in. Let's come up with a countermeasure quickly. A mirror light screen was pulled open on the table of the entire Ainzulgan guild, illuminating a cute silver-haired girl wearing bright red armor. She was the guardian NPC created by Piror and Sino, and also the guardian with the best overall strength. Shaltia Bloodfallen. Even some players in the Ainzulgan guild may not be as strong as Shaltia, because she is wearing a full body of legendary equipment and a divine artifact, the Dropper Spear. However, Shaltia's power should be invincible in group battles, because she can use the Dropper Spear to absorb the HP of people around her at any time. In fact, this is exactly the case. Before Shaltia went to fight, the creator Piror and Sino specially controlled her to summon a group of subordinate vampire brides and interfere with the enemy to replenish Shaltia's own HP. The second floor of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Just as Uehara and Naraku stepped in, Shaltia jumped up and wielded the Dropper Spear to fight. This cute silver-haired girl in red armor was about to burst out her invincible close combat ability. However, a fist hit Shaltia, bypassing the Dropper Spear directly, and was about to knock the girl NPC to the ground. High-level teleportation. Shaltia's figure fled in an instant. However, it was useless. The silver-haired girl stayed in place with a confused look on her face. Why did her space teleportation skill seem to be ineffective? The next moment, Uehara and Naraku's fist hit Shaltia's face, knocking the silver-haired girl out with a punch. He also directly snatched the Dropper Spear from Shaltia's hand and tore off the connection between the Dropper Spear and Shaltia's body. Then, Uehara and Naraku threw the Dropper Spear out fiercely, nailing Shaltia's body to the ground. The silver-haired girl was still confused in the NPC state before she died. The guardians of the first to third floors. Shaltia Bloodfallen was killed. Uehara and Naraku just blocked the space and used two ordinary attacks to directly kill this top-level NPC girl. The bottom of the Ainzulgan guild. Piror and Sino covered his head and said with an unhappy face, how could that guy treat Shaltia like this? Hey. Bubble Tea Pod looked at his brother and slowly persuaded him, be rational, that's an NPC. Besides, that Shaltia is not that good. That's the cutest creature ever. What do you mean by the cutest creature? It's obviously the most disgusting. You perverted person added all your fetishes to the setting of Shaltia. You are the perverted one who dubbed some games. And look at your own slime image, it's just like a walking ding. Bang. While Piror and Sino and Bubble Tea Pot were still arguing, and others were still discussing countermeasures, the mirror light curtain on the table suddenly lit up, and a strong vibration made all the guild members couldn't help but be shocked. A picture flashed in the mirror light curtain. Two broken bodies fell on the arena on the 6th floor. Those were two dark elf NPCs, the twin brother and sister Aura and Mare created by the Bubble Tea Pot. The guardian of the 6th floor was also killed. Now it's all good. Bubble Tea Pot and Piror and Sino, the brother and sister, don't have to quarrel anymore, because all the NPCs they created have been killed. Mamanga couldn't help but ask, wait, the guardian of the 6th floor has been killed. What about Cocytus, the guardian of the 5th floor? He must have been killed too. Don't panic, we'll be waiting on the 9th floor, and our trump card will be placed on the 8th floor. Wait until Uehara and Naraku breaks through the 8th floor. Let's see the battle situation on the 7th floor. Is there a hope that Demiurge can make Uehara Naraku lose more blood? It seems that his HP is still full so far. Not very realistic. Wait, why do we feel like the bosses to be defeated in those dungeons and maps, but Uehara Naraku is like a player who is conquering a dungeon? It seems like our roles are reversed. Both identity and strength feel reversed. The noise in the entire Ainzulgan guild suddenly stopped. Every player finally realized that something was wrong. It was clear that there was an invincible world boss outside attacking their guild base. So why did they feel that the other party was actually raiding the dungeon? By the way, I will make a special episode for the new year. If you have anything you want to see, please leave a message here. For now, I'm thinking of Conan's Infinite Moon Reading. Do you have any other ideas? Chapter 599. It seems that I'm a little bit stronger than you. The Great Tomb of Nazarick. After Uehara Naraku had just dealt with the two Dark Elves, Mer and Aura, he smashed the barrier with a punch and directly entered the 7th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. A group of fierce-looking demons swarmed towards Uehara Naraku. A ray of light suddenly bloomed, and countless golden rays shot out from Uehara Naraku's fingertips, turning all these demons into broken limbs. The next moment, among the countless broken limbs, a figure rushed towards Uehara Naraku with slender claws, and suddenly flames burst out of its body and wrapped its body. Demon aspects, purgatory vestments. It was Demiurge, the guardian of the 7th floor. Although it seemed that Demiurge rushed towards Uehara Naraku with great momentum, almost no member of the entire Ainzulgan guild believed that Demiurge could cause any trouble to Uehara Naraku. As expected, Uehara Naraku's palm turned into a ball of ice and instantly froze Demiurge's body completely. With one punch, he smashed Demiurge's body, which had already turned into ice, into pieces. The action was so fierce that Demiurge didn't even have time to use his magic skills. If the first 7 floors of the Great Tomb of Nazarick were breached, then the 8th floor would be the last reliance of the Ainzulgan guild, and they must start a decisive battle on the 8th floor. If the 8th floor can win, then the Ainzulgan guild can replicate the miracle it once did. If it fails, then the legend that the Great Tomb of Nazarick will never be breached will end here. Uehara Naraku held 2 of the most advanced world-class items, World Will and Eternal Ring of Snake, which meant that world-class items had no effect on him. The speed of being breached is too fast. Momonga looked at the mirror-like curtain in silence. He slowly stood up and said in a deep voice, "It's time to go to the 8th floor to participate in our decisive battle." The next moment, Momonga disappeared in the guild hall. Everyone in Ainzulgan's guild disappeared into the guild hall with him. Each of them had a teleportation ring that allowed them to travel freely in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, the 8th floor of Nazarick. In addition to the 41 members of Ainzulgan's guild, there were also many NPCs, but most of them were cannon fodder created by them, and the tens of thousands of undead creatures, death knights, and skeletons summoned by Momonga using his undead talent skills. Although these undead creatures can only be used as consumables. Just when Ainzulgan and all the others gathered on the 8th floor, a ray of light shone through the darkness and landed on the wilderness of the 8th floor. Uehara Naraku's figure slowly floated down, and 3 pairs of wings spread out behind him, driving his body to float in the air. HMM. 2 red lights flashed on Momonga's skull, and his empty eye sockets looked up at Uehara Naraku in the air. Actually, are they archangels? Maybe. Takumi shook his head slowly and said in a deep voice, "There are too many races with wings, such as Piror and Sinnoh's birdman. Piror and Sinnoh, come and say hello to him first." Got it. This is really troublesome. I hate guys with wings like me the most. Piror and Sinnoh's hand emitted a golden light, and a longbow that looked like it was not an ordinary item appeared in his hand. It was the artifact equipment Haoyibo. A golden light shot towards Uehara Naraku in the air. With the powerful sniping skills of Haoyibo, Piror and Sinnoh almost never missed. Uehara Naraku just raised his palm and knocked the golden light directly to the side. The moment the golden light landed, a large explosion splashed. "Hey, this is too much." Piror and Sinnoh put away his Haoyibo indignantly and said with an unhappy face, "He actually raised his hand and knocked over my powerful sniper." The next moment, Piror and Sinnoh's eyes showed a strange look. Huh? What does he want to do? Hey Eluo-san, Enai-chan, I think I have reached the boss. In everyone's sight, Uehara Naraku slowly raised his palm, and a strange golden light emanated from the ring on his hand. That was the light of the eternal snake ring. The next moment, the eternal snake ring turned into a longbow and fell into Uehara Naraku's hands. This scene made the faces of the entire Ainzulgan guild change greatly. Haoyibo. The red light in the eyes of Momonga's skull shone brightly. The eternal snake ring, the most powerful world-class item in the legend, not only allows the game company to change the system on a larger scale, but also can copy the abilities of any other world-class items with the permission of the game company. I didn't expect that Uehara Naraku would only use this artifact equipment to copy Haoyibo, which is simply a waste of talent. No, maybe this is to show his invincible power. The next moment, a golden light flew out from the Haoyibo copied in Uehara Naraku's hand. This golden light bypassed Kurohiro's obstruction in the air in an instant and directly nailed Puroren Sinnoh, the birdman, to the ground. This powerful sniper shot from Uehara Naraku directly killed Puroren Sinnoh on the spot. However, for advanced players, resurrection scrolls and resurrection skills are commonly used, and Puroren Sinnoh was resurrected soon. Hey. Puroren Sinnoh hurriedly resurrected and muttered, "Enai-chan, Kuroro, you two tanks should hurry up and hold the boss." However, the next moment, another golden light flew over. Uehara Naraku actually wanted to guard the corpse and kill in front of the entire Ainzulgan guild members. This is really unbearable. Bubble Teapot, a strange looking slime, wanted to stop the flying golden light, but was nailed to the ground by her brother Puroren Sinnoh. Bubble Teapot's defense is the strongest in the entire Ainzulgan. Even Kuroro, another slime with an ancient black body, is much worse in defense. Now he was killed by Uehara Naraku with a single arrow. Uehara Naraku held the Haoyibo transformed by the eternal snake ring in his hand, as if he had awakened a new talent. His palm suddenly pulled on the bow, and this scene made everyone's face change greatly. 10th level skill. Feathers flying all over the sky. The next moment, countless dense light spots fell. Behind each light spot was a feather arrow, and the entire 8th floor was completely covered by Uehara Naraku's attack in an instant. Whether it was the skeleton undead or the guardian of this floor, as well as the members of the Ainzulgan guild, they were all within the coverage of countless feather arrows. Be careful. Momonga waved the guild scepter fiercely and built a tall skeleton shield wall, but this shield wall was shot through in an instant. A group of people used their skills to help their companions block the attack, but they were powerless in the dense feather arrows. 1 minute later, all the people in the Ainzulgan guild were buried here. I really didn't expect that their guild would be wiped out so easily. It seems that this is quite normal. Everyone is in the spirit state, looking at the feather arrows still falling in the air in confusion, and they don't quite understand why they were killed so quickly. Some people couldn't help scratching their heads. It's just the archer's 10th level skill. Why can't it even block the damage? Hey, do you have any misunderstanding about archers? Puroren Sinnoh looked at this companion strangely and said unhappily, super level magic is a skill only you have. Our profession has at most 10th level skills, okay? Not to mention it's not just a 10th level skill. Momonga shook his head and said in a deep voice, that is the weapon copied by the eternal snake ring, plus there is a bonus of the world's will, and not every attack is physical damage. There are also elemental attribute attacks. Well, I'm so sorry. Hero was a little embarrassed, looking at a group of companions in the spirit state, and said awkwardly, I didn't help everyone to withstand the attack at all. It's not your fault. Hero sang. Momonga comforted his companions and whispered, that's the strongest world boss in the past 10 years. No matter what version the game company updates, he has never become weaker. Because he is the president of the game company. Puroren Sinnoh couldn't help but complain, if the boss, based on the president is weakened, I feel that the employee will lose his job. It's been 10 years, and there's still no way to defeat this boss. By the way, what about the guardian of the 8th floor, Wiltim? Didn't his skills after death work? It's useless. I don't think we can defeat this boss in the next 10 years. Maybe we can only wait until Uehara Naraku retires from the game company, then we will have hope of defeating him. He's younger than us. That's too much. Amid the complaints of a group of people from the Ainzulgan Guild, a group of people went offline and planned to hide. With the breach of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, it was obvious that the guild headquarters could not continue to stay within the 7 days of the cataclysm. The only thing they hoped for was this guild headquarters could be less damaged by Uehara Naraku. Jade Record suddenly showed a little sadness. Wait, Albedo is still in the throne room. Albedo is so cute and has such a personality. She shouldn't be killed by Uehara Naraku, right? Albedo is an NPC created by Jade Record. Similarly, she is also the chief guardian of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Her race is a succubus, but she has a contrasting personality set by Jade Record. Of course, none of this is important. The most important thing is that Jade Record created 3 NPCs, namely the eldest sister Nagreed, the second sister Albedo and the third sister Lubido. Among them, Jade Record's favorite is naturally Albedo, so he also gave her a world-class item. This also means that Albedo will almost be attacked by Uehara Naraku on her own initiative. Besides, what hurts Jadeite most is his own hard work, because many of the mechanisms in the entire Great Tomb of Nazarick were designed by him, the great alchemist, himself. Hey, Jadeite, be reasonable. Someone couldn't help but knock on Jadeite's head and whispered, Yggdrasil is a serious game. No matter what, they are just NPCs. It's impossible for NPCs to defile NPCs. I'm just kidding. Jadeite shook his head and whispered, forget it, let's go offline first, and then revive Albedo and the others in 7 days. It costs 500 million gold coins to revive a high level NPC. This price is not low at all. If you calculate it this way, if they revive the NPCs that were cleared out in this catastrophe, the gold coins they need to spend will be more than 20 to 30 billion. Fortunately, everyone is a Krypton Guild player. Although Albedo has not met Uehara Naraku yet, the Jade Record can almost guarantee that Albedo will be killed by Uehara Naraku. So far, Uehara Naraku has not left any survivors. Not to mention that Albedo still holds a world-class item. For Uehara Naraku, who likes to collect world-class items, Albedo is simply a piece of meat delivered to his mouth. On the other side, after Uehara Naraku eliminated all the members of the Ainzulgan Guild, he directly collected 6 world-class items, which is much more than any other guild. Uehara Naraku's steps did not end, because he also remembered the specialness of Albedo, the chief guardian of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. It is said that Albedo has a world-class item in his hand. Although I don't know if Albedo still has this item in her hands, as world-class items are becoming more and more precious. But I always go to see. The throne room of the Great Tomb of Nazarick is the last stronghold of the Ainzulgan Guild and the place where they usually gather. Now, the throne room has become a ruin. A fully armed 2-horned succubus wearing artifact armor wields her giant sword to block the enemy's attack. She is the last line of defense of Nazarick. It is the guardian Albedo. Next to Albedo, an old man in a suit and leather shoes is supporting her attack. It is the butler Sebastian. This old NPC is very good at fighting, because the one who created Sebastian is the world champion of the player park competition, Takemi. However, this NPC, who has not yet been born with enough wisdom, can only do mechanical attacks and defenses here. Uehara Naraku punched Albedo, breaking her armor into pieces, and then kicked the NPC out. Albedo remained silent. Albedo flew backwards, smashed through the wall, and finally fell to the ground, spurting out streams of blood. Her HP had reached the bottom. Now, this succubus NPC finally revealed her original appearance. Although her figure looked curvy and her face looked beautiful, her expression seemed to be always cold and ruthless, and she looked like any other NPC without any emotion. Don't you even have the feeling of pain? Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows, and a ball of lightning flashed on his fingertips, and instantly fell directly on Albedo's body. After the succubus NPC was killed by him with a cold face, a world-class item dropped out. Is there really still one? Just as Uehara Naraku was about to pick up the world-class item, Sebastian next to him rushed up again, kicking him back. Bang! Uehara Naraku's arm blocked his leg. After the collision between the two, Sebastian's kick was directly blocked by Uehara Naraku's arm, and even the leg bone was broken, as if it hit steel. Uehara Naraku punched Sebastian in the face, blasting the equally expressionless butler away. His fingertips slowly pinched. "Mr. Sebastian, it seems that I'm a little stronger than you." However, Sebastian still had a blank expression. After all, Sebastian is just an NPC now. No matter how free the game world is, it is impossible to give him a soul directly. "Well, don't you understand?" Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed, leaned over to pick up the world-class props beside Albedo, and closed the eyelids of the succubus who died with his eyes open. "Forget it, you will understand it soon." The first update. I really hope there will be more time. Chapter 600. Will you choose to become the king of the undead, or start your life in another world from scratch? Time flies by. In the last time, every year Uehara Naraku will start a catastrophe event for players, which has become a game of escape for players. Of course, every year Uehara Naraku will not miss the opportunity to invade Nazarick and kill all the NPCs here. But Uehara Naraku ignored the freedom of players in this game. In the third catastrophe event, players created a secluded flying boat and survived a lot. It's really outrageous. This is also regarded as a victory for players. They call the flying boat the new Noah's Ark. Even though the players and the boss of the game company are having a lot of fun fighting, Uehara Naraku's plan to collect world-class props in the game world has come to an end. Except for 2 insignificant world-class props that have not yet appeared, the rest of the props have been collected by Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku also took his first step. In order to arrange everything that happened on this planet, Uehara Naraku created a polar night phenomenon in the real world and took the lead in collecting the original planet of reality into his own black hole universe. As long as we have control of this planet, we can arrange everything that comes next. And this also has something to do with whether these players will quit the game. While scientists around the world are thinking about where this rare polar night phenomenon came from, the players of Yggdrasil did not notice that their lives have gradually changed. Their work has become increasingly busy. Even some wealthy people who squandered money in the game have gradually encountered some troubles in their businesses and have to spend a lot of time returning to the real world. No one could have imagined all this was just someone trying to get the gamers in Yggdrasil to quit the game as soon as possible so that the game would gradually come to an end. The number of players online is rapidly decreasing. This decrease in the number of online players is simply a bit weird because Uehara Naraku has begun to gradually arrange their real lives according to their identities as players. This person is really working hard. Sitting in the office of the game company, Naraku Uehara couldn't help looking up at the sky. "I feel that my taste is constantly declining." In the past, as a behind-the-scenes mastermind, he controlled the entire ninja world and changed the Great Pirate era with one hand. Now he is here to control the real world and find ways to make players quit the game. Why do I feel that my taste is declining more and more? But in this way, it seems that it is easier for players to accept than for the game company to directly announce the closure of the server, right? Players in the entire game world have not escaped the clutches of Naraku Uehara. Whether it is the top guilds or the life players who have always been, or have been arranged by Naraku Uehara in society, letting them experience the beatings of society again. In any case, at least living in the real world, it's better than traveling to another world. In an office building in Tokyo, a successful young man sat in his office in frustration and climbed out of his game cabin with a melancholy look. He just went online to announce his withdrawal from the game to his guild companions. In the past few years, his company has been thriving. However, the company has been facing a lot of small troubles during this period of time, which forced the young man to give up his hobby and return to normal life. In fact, he originally wanted to quit the game. It's just that Yggdrasil is really fun, especially the game's balance is getting better and better, and the player's common hatred against the world boss also made him find long lost friendship. However, the foundation of the game is in reality. There was trouble in the real world, and he was finally forced to leave the game. In a small western style building, a middle-aged man carried a huge game sleeping cabin into the basement warehouse. From now on, he will bid farewell to the game and return to reality. Because his work is getting more and more arduous. If he continues like this, he is likely to lose his job, and his wife doesn't like him to stay in the game world. Now, the man finally has to give up his dream of traveling the world with a sword in the game and return to the real world. Such things happened in every corner of Japan. More and more players faced the pressure of reality and had to quit the game, making Yggdrasil more and more desolate. Even the Ainzulgan Guild is no exception. Even though they were not numerous, they had not escaped the clutches of the devil. More and more members announced their withdrawal from the game, and now the number of people online in this guild was getting smaller and smaller. There were only 3 or 5 people online for a long time. Because most of the people in this guild were from society, and they were all clearly arranged by Uehara Naraku, Momonga gradually became an empty nester. The Great Tomb of Nazarick. Now the guild station here is sparsely populated. The guild hall, which was originally very lively, only has Momonga and Tachimi at this time. Tachimi sat on a chair in the guild hall and looked up at Momonga. I'm sorry, Momonga-san, I'm going to quit the game too. Tachimi. Momonga's voice was a little surprised. Because work has been troublesome recently, Tachimi sat on the chair and rarely changed his heavy style. Instead, he seemed to be in a relaxed state of mind because he was about to leave this game world and started chatting. My daughter has grown up and there are more and more things to do at home. This is normal. Fishu nodded slowly and continued softly. There's nothing to apologize for, and many companions also want to leave the game, but they are embarrassed to say it. When he said this, Fishu suddenly said, "How about this? I'll ask how many companions want to leave and we'll organize a final farewell. At least we can still get news about them, and they won't leave quietly because they are embarrassed." Tachimi was silent for a while. This man who once had great prestige in the Ainzulgan Guild raised his head, looked at Momonga in front of him, and nodded slowly. Actually, what Albert and the others said was right. Momonga-san, you are really the most suitable candidate for the president. Obviously, he was the one who was most reluctant to part with his gaming companions. However, Momonga still had to consider his companions. He would not deliberately keep them, and would even take the initiative to say goodbye to these friends who he cherished in the game world. A person who likes to consider his friends. It is no wonder that Albert likes Momonga as a president very much, because Albert is not on the right path in the real world, and people like them like to get along with people like Momonga the most. All the members of the Ainzulgan Guild received a message from President Momonga. It did not accuse them of not continuing the game, but rather excuse them. This message just hoped that everyone could make an appointment to say goodbye. At least, don't leave quietly and without any news. It happened to be during this time something disrupted Momonga's plan. No, or rather, it made Momonga's plan more perfect. Yggdrasil Game Company has released a new announcement. Due to the decreasing number of online players, the game company has announced that it will permanently shut down Yggdrasil, a game that has been running for 12 years, regardless of the players' wishes. To be honest, many players are more grateful to the game company because they are getting busier and busier in the real world. They have no time to play games anymore, and they are embarrassed to face their old friends. Now the game company has taken the initiative to announce the suspension of Yggdrasil so that they don't have to face the guilt in their hearts. Because this is an uncontrollable factor. And just one day before the game was shut down, the number of online players of Yggdrasil almost reached the peak in the past few years. Almost more than the number of people when the Cataclysm event comes every year. This is really out of control again. The Ainzulgan Guild is no exception. Except for a few people who really couldn't leave because of something. Most members returned to this game and said their final goodbyes to their friends. Really? Momonga sat on a chair in the guild hall, looking at the people present, and his mood was a little uncomfortable. Obviously, Momonga just wanted to say goodbye to his friends, but because the game was going to be completely shut down, he was also sent away by the game company. Now, everyone is going to say goodbye for real. Everyone. Momonga slowly stood up, looking at his many companions who were complaining about the troubles in the real world, and said loudly, "We are about to leave now. Why don't we do one last guild activity?" "What activity? It won't be too long, right? You must go to bed before 12 o'clock, so that the chance of pregnancy will increase." Huh. There is such a thing. Hey, this method is not scientific at all. At least there is a little hope. I still have to coax the baby to sleep in a while. A group of members of the Ainzulgan Guild were noisy, as if they had opened the conversation box again, and everyone began to talk about their own lives again. Momonga reached out and grasped the scepter of their guild, slowly lowered his head, and said softly, "Forget it, then we will say goodbye here, and hope to meet again one day in the future." Momonga is just like in the past. He has always been a good man. No matter what happens, he always puts his friends first, just to maintain their friendship, which he regards as the most precious friendship in his life. Wait. A man stood up, looked at Momonga with his palms spread out and said, hey, don't give up so quickly. Tell me what the activity is first." "Defeat the world boss Uehara Naraku." Momonga said embarrassedly, "We have done almost everything in this world. It seems that there is nothing we can't do. Is that so?" Takemi nodded, looked at everyone present, and continued, "It seems that except for the cataclysm incident, because of me, we don't seem to have formally challenged Uehara Naraku. Well." Momonga looked at his friend, nodded and continued, "Because we were worried about the favorability of Takemi and Uehara Naraku in the past, we never fought with all our strength. After 12 o'clock, the game will be closed, and Uehara Naraku's favorability will be of no use to us. Because once the player holding the Ring of Destiny attacks Uehara Naraku, the Ring of Destiny will be directly taken back by Uehara Naraku, and all favorability will be completely cleared. Moreover, they have always been worried that the loss of challenging Uehara Naraku would be too great. If the death and drop were too serious, it would cause the strength of the entire guild to decline. This is also the reason why they did not challenge Uehara Naraku." After hearing Momonga's proposal, all the members of the Ainzulgan Guild looked at their companions, whispered to each other for a few words, and all the members nodded gently. Such an activity does not seem to waste too much time. Now that the game is about to be closed, they don't need to worry about their losses, and they don't have to worry about the gains and losses of the moment. Just one final indulgence is enough. In fact, challenging Uehara Naraku. It's really not just the Ainzulgan Guild that has thought of it. At least 12 guilds have players who hold the Ring of Destiny. They are also qualified to challenge Uehara Naraku, and they are doing so. The result is naturally no different from the past. There are even several guilds that have united together to call on all players in the world to start an ultimate carnival feast to overthrow Uehara Naraku on the plains of Midgard. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible to do at ordinary times. However, today, when the game is about to shut down, players are rushing to participate in this carnival, even though they know it may be a carnival of death. On the plains of Midgard, even if the battlefield is large, it is difficult to spread out. Hundreds of thousands of players are dying and resurrecting over and over again. Countless precious artifacts and equipment fell on the ground, but no one picked them up, because no one cares about these virtual items that are about to disappear. Because after 12 o'clock, the game will be completely shut down. Hundreds of thousands of players don't care about their dropped equipment and levels, but just keep dying and resurrecting quickly until they fall to the lowest level limit. Some players even died hundreds of times, and even their professional levels have dropped, but they just wear white clothes and continue to charge towards Uehara Naraku. Even if it is mandatory to deduct a little blood, that is the victory of these players. As long as every player can attack and deduct a little blood from Uehara Naraku, they can push down this world boss. There are hundreds of thousands of players here. These people are crazy. Uehara Naraku raised his hand and scattered a thunder, knocking a group of players in white clothes to the ground. His expression was a little unhappy. If they don't quit the game before 12 o'clock, it is very likely that something big will happen. At that time, what should it be called? After 12 o'clock, if these players continue, they are very likely to enter the other world in this state. What should this group of players be called at that time? Life in another world from scratch. Forget it, let's collectively wipe them out once and for all. Uehara Naraku closed his palms and summoned a flood that submerged the entire plain of Midgard. A light flashed in his eyes. Takemi of the Ainzulgan Guild invited me to the Great Tomb of Nazarick. I hope they can be more rational. 4,000 words. The next chapter is about to travel through time. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.